All right, we need to get down to business. I'm late again. I'm late again. Oh my god, chat. What's going on, everyone? I hope everyone's having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. Much later than it should be. It's my fault. It is Friday, the 18th of October, 2024. This is NCC TV coming at you live from Sumaru City. We are live, or at least that's how it appears to my senses. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know. Don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there. Forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real. Synthetic life form streamer. Oh my gosh. And poorly programmed NPC. Trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell. In this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia, forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debts to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, whenever, and wherever you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv and youtube.com. High risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the cyber future. Alright, this is a banger. That's a banger. There's no denying it. That's a banger. I see chat is as annoyed at the Harris campaign / incoming administration as I am. I don't know what to do about it. Trump rally has broken sound. What does that mean, Detroit by dark? Oh, are you talking about the town hall? What's up, George Habash? I'm just gonna sing along to this song. But yeah, I share your concerns, chat. I share your annoyance. Like, I feel like the worst thing that could happen... No, I don't want to say that. I don't want to say that. It's just a thought that's going through my mind. I won't say the worst thing that could happen, but a bad thing that could happen is Kamala winning the election without the left. You know, the Democrats' dream was to have more Republicans involved with a Democratic administration. Yeah. I mean, that's just the thing. Is remember, you know what the turn was in the... Okay, so just to take you back in history, 9/11, rally around the flag. Everybody supports George W. Bush, especially the Democrats. The Democrats have to show how much they support George W. Bush. John Kerry running against George W. Bush is seen as anti-patriotic, right? And he's smeared. He's smeared as some kind of fake war hero or something like that, and not just another insincere Democrat. Go fast forward to 2006. The Democrats realized that the Iraq War is not popular, and well, they stand up. They take what looks like to some as a principled stand, and they retake the House of Representatives in 2006. They retake the presidency in 2008 in a large degree because people are sick and tired of neoliberalism and that being the Obama victory over Hillary Clinton, and of the military-industrial complex, that being the victory of Obama over John McCain. But there was always something super inauthentic about the Democrats. So, yeah, that hasn't changed. And yeah, like they're buddies. They're long-lost buddies. The fucking neocons are back in. Oh my god, I love the chat. We need to get more. I feel like we need to get more emotes, especially for Twitch. Some people's animated emotes are fucking ridiculously good. And we've got so many spots. I just don't have any emotes to put in there. But yeah, I'm not sure what you're saying, Detroit by Dark. I'm curious about it, though. Moe Nope, hitting that 20 stream streak on Twitch. Twitch lets me know when you've watched many streams in a row, so congratulations on that. Again, apologies for being so late. I really do want to get to, I mean, it's not, I guess some of you don't think it's late, because this is the time I've been streaming, but I had one day where I started at 1 o'clock. That was pretty awesome. 2006 and 2008 landslides, yeah. Well, see, like, there was a lot of hunger for that. But it's not what the Democrats represent. Right, and their biggest problem is they're too much like the Republicans. Let's offer the Republican version of public health care. They'll probably vote for that. Oh, they won't? Well, that if we offer them a conservative Supreme Court pick, yeah, there we go. There we go. I love the fact that they nominate Merrick fucking Garland. Wait, we got to vid. Wait, we got to the vid yet? I'm sorry, Dominique. Are you just chomping at the bit for some Kasparian tent? What should we call it? Ana tent? TYT tent? TYT tent. Right? Is that good? Shall we name it TYT tent? Where's my music? What is my music? We can't just listen to bangers from Gokunaru all the time, okay? I know you want to, but we can't. And because this is YouTube, we're also on YouTube, we can't go back to the classic NCC. I love how YouTube remembers what I listened to like 5 years ago. It wasn't 5 years ago. It was 3 years ago. The Mad Villain soundtrack from Abstract Orchestra. Such good shit. Such good shit. But no. No, I will get copyright clapped. I got copyright clapped last night, chat, by H3. I know that sounds bad. It sounds like I'm saying Ethan's after me. I don't think I'm like a minuscule gnat to Ethan. He would not perceive me, even if I was right in front of his face, buzzing and trying to annoy him. He would never annoy me. Or he would never annoy me. He would never notice me. I would annoy him. I would not annoy him because he would not notice me. I'd be like, notice me, Ethan, senpai. And he'd be like, what? But no, I did get copyright claims on last night's VOD, which was kind of a banger. I think a lot of people were enjoying that even after the stream, right? But I didn't get paid for it because there's H3's got they license music. H3 licenses music. They use it on the stream. I was even commenting. I was like, hey, like Ethan like ran out of things to say. He got lost, bitching about Hasan. And just like in the middle of it, like Zach puts on this like cool kind of jazz track. And yeah, that's what got me. And I was commenting. I was like, that's a really good song. Like, I was just glad to have anything other than Ethan, honestly, at that point. I was super stoked about it. Oh my god, chat. I'm surprised I didn't get clapped for the Persona 4 stuff. Oh, no, that's right. You get, okay, so yeah, you get clapped for Persona 3, you don't get clapped for Persona 4, and you don't get clapped for Persona 5. But 3 will get you. And those are the best songs. Oh my god. Why can't I find the tracks that I want? Why can't I find the tracks? Oh my god. The tracks that I want. I need to find those tracks. You know what? We're just gonna go with this. Some people love this song. Some people hate this song. Persona 2. Yeah, that's a weird one, anti-corporatist. most of Persona 2, you're fine, right? Most of Persona 2, there's no problem. But the opening song, so in other words, if you were to do a Let's Play of Persona 2, Innocent Sin, right? If you were to start off a Let's Play and you put on the, track at the very beginning and you listen to it, you'd get not a copyright strike, right? But a copyright claim. In other words, you'd lose the ad money for that stream. Which, like, ad money's not very much for me right now, but going forward, it's going to be a bigger and bigger part of my revenue stream. So I gotta get good at that. I gotta start pulling everything off. What about Persona 1? I love Persona 1's music. Should we try? I I don't know, chat. It's like dangerous. It's dangerous. I feel like we've listened to something from Persona 1. Oh my god, this is so good. Why do I like music so much? Why do I like video game music so much? Hasan Industrial Complex. Yeah, the Hasanabi Industrial Complex? Are you talking about the network of YouTube channels that put up Hasan's content and monetize it in order to spread his fame, I guess? Like, he gets something out of it and that more people know about it, him. They get something out of it and that they can monetize his stuff as long as they don't, like, piss him off. Actually, even if they do, there's one that pissed him off. I think that was the one that we were watching yesterday. People are telling me that used to be called Hasanabi Capital, and it would, like, copyright claim other Hasanabi channels. It's like a cannibal. It's a cannibal Hasanabi channel. Who knew that they could go cannibalistic? Oh my god, chat, shall we? Alright. I love to live dangerously, and one of you asked for Persona 1. I don't know if this is safe, but I'm feeling like, like I said, I'm a bad bitch. I'm a naughty lady. I mean, so you can see, there were bangers even back in the day. But very different. I should play this sometime. No, I shouldn't. It'll take me like 1,000 hours. But I'm guessing it was pretty dark, based on Persona 2 being... Wait, okay, so, like, yeah, if you look at the Personas, like, as they go backwards, they get darker, I think. And so I'm guessing that 1 is really dark. Despite this being the theme song. What was the goatsy? Did you see that, chat? Did you see the random goatsy? Check this out. Why do we need this? Yo, I didn't need that. Nobody asked for that. Nobody asked for goatsy. Anyway, look, speaking of Atlas games, I was gifted a Humble Bundle code for Metaphor Refantasio, and I do want to play it. I do want to give it a spin. I don't know if we'll get into it. It sounds like Japanese lyrics. Philip, it's even better. It's a mix of Japanese and English lyrics. It's like a Japanese call and an English response. And it's like the kind of English where the author of the song doesn't necessarily like understand English perfectly, but so it's there like ornamentally. Like it's literally just there for the sound. Or I mean I guess the meaning too, but Right, it's, I still don't know. Why is this doing this? Persona 1 or the reign of Persona 5? Which one is more, anyway, so yeah, we're going to be talking about, the conversation between Sam Seder and the Vanguard boys. Sam's got some special insight on TYT, and the Vanguard boys have been covering TYT, so, you know, it's kind of a little bit of tea spillage there. Also, Hasan. I did not know this, but in the midst of covering Asmongold, Ethan Klein going after Hasan, trying to make his case that if Asmongold needs to be banned, needs to be temporarily suspended, that certainly Hasan Piker should face some consequences as well. And it's strange because he's still pretending to be like, oh yeah, I could imagine being friends with Hasan again. I can imagine the goat sea. Look at this. Look at this. This predicted goat sea, chat. Look at that. Oh wait, you're not seeing it. God damn it. I forgot that I'd switched. Look, I've got an easy way to do this now, don't I? That's good. This makes me wonder, is every single scene, like, fucked up? courtroom flatulence either. I think that's funny as hell. But I feel like there's a certain phenomenon on the internet that we call A-logging. An A-log is somebody who's become so interested in the subject of their documentation that they themselves become the lolcow. And I think that we might be starting to experience possibly for more than $6. It's just what Twitch charges now. I don't make the rules. in... Oh, he hires the... Yeah, wait. Why do I think he's dressed as Santa? I remember him being dressed as Santa. Maybe he's not. He gets liver failure, and then they go and try to find out if they can fix it. Yeah, because you need to protect your investment, not because you care about the guy you hired if you're Rick. You should have to get consent before you shrink yourself down and go inside somebody's body. Wait, do Rick and Morty get pissed out? Is that how it works? Goku and Vegeta merge into one and they get eaten by Evil Boo and fight their way out. I'm trying to remember, is it Super Boo? I might be right. It sounds familiar with the Santa suit. Yeah, because I think Morty thinks it's Santa, and Rick is like, no, it's just some homeless guy I hired to make an amusement park in his body. Cells at work saved my kid's grade. Nice. You know, it is very accurate, I'll say. Like, of all of this genre, Cells at Work goes into the most details about the actual anatomy and physiology. Karenism is a fetish. Oxygen is good, yeah. You also saw Cells at Work Black? Wait, was there like a second season? Wait, Cells at Work Black. I've never seen this. I didn't know this existed. You're looking at Metaphor's credits? Davi also finished Metaphor. God damn it. What's a portamento? It's when you turn... Oh my god, how do you explain a portamento? I'm trying to think of an example. I can't even think of an example of a portamento right now. Fantastic Voyage does this? Oh yeah, Osmosis Jones, and that's the one with the farts, right? In One Piece, in Wano Country arc, Luffy gets swallowed by Kaido. Is Kaido the whale and fights his way out, but Luffy is normal size. Kaido is gigantic and can eat normal sized people. If you were being hunted by an assassin who couldn't see the color red, I would 100% dress in a Santa suit. You just gave one? Sasha G gave a example. Someone might have answered, but a portamento is when you mash two words together. Yeah, brunch. Thank you. God damn, that should have been easy for me to... I didn't come up with that one. But what I did come up with is the fact that it's the top of the hour ad break. God damn it, I missed it. I missed it, chat. I'm supposed to let Twitch know when that comes up. And now the only person... No comment Chikorita? Combining no comment chick and Chikorita? What is a Chikorita? I definitely didn't get a 10 out of 10 for that. I would have. I was like 2 minutes too late or 1 minute too late. Glizzopolis? A metropolis for glizzies? Yeah. I mean, glizzies need a metropolis. I think JoJo's Bizarre Adventure has more than one fight where someone fights their way out of some... Wait, there's one at least. Yeah, what is it? It's like the, oh my god, the... Why can't I remember his name? Who's the guy that goes like, you know, the guy that gets the cherry on his tongue? Oh my god, why can't I remember his name? Are we really ignoring the fact that the Magic School Bus, there's an episodes where you go into fish eggs, and then those eggs get inseminated? Damn. Damn. Wait, that's how English people pronounce portamento? Not to be confused with portamanto. No, portamento. I don't know what a portamanto is. I feel like that's another thing. No, I was about to say that's when one man slides into another, chat. That's a portamanto. No, but a portamento is what Bobby Towers is talking about. Is when one note slides into another. One note slides into another, as opposed to a portamento, which is a club in Greenwich Village. Portamento that I just made up. Never stop being you. I'll try not to. Kaido is one of the 4 emperors, a really big, strong guy in One Piece. It's like Big Mom. Oh, wait, is Big Mom an emperor? Yes, Kakyoin. Oh my god, yes. Pimento. Pimento is kind of good. Kakyoin. Chikorito, a Pokemon that looks like a radish with legs. Steely Dan. Oh, that's the episode of JoJo. I thought you were just randomly saying Steely Dan. Wow. That's a lot of Dan. That's a lot of Dan. That's the one kind of Dan you can get away with listening to on youtube.com. We're on youtube.com and twitch.com and twitch.com. I gotta apologize to you. I'm supposed to let you know every hour, on the hour, before the hour, that there's a 3-minute ad break. I gotta warn you, it's like a broken stairway. A broken stairway to heaven. No, it's a broken stair. And, you know, you should warn somebody. If you got a broken stair, you should have a sign that says the stair is broken. The stair that's broken for us is the top of the hour, the first 3 minutes, right? There's a 3-minute ad break. And you will fall right through that broken stair into 3 minutes, potentially. As much as 3 minutes of watching ads, right? If you no longer want to see those 3 minutes of ads, you can make them go away for free with a Twitch Prime sub, for $6 with $6, or possibly be gifted a sub if you're lucky and if you're active in the chat. You got to be active in the chat. Otherwise, nobody's going to know that you don't have a... I mean, don't be like an ass about it, right? But... Oh, that's really sweet of you, James Clown. Metaphor Refantasio is excellent. Everybody loves this, right? I should be playing this. Maybe I should have played this instead of what I'm doing tonight. I don't know, chat. I remember once seeing a Goatsy rendered in ASCII art decades ago. Oh yeah. Catalina Gearbox, good to see you. Fred Bro, good to see you. Thank you for reminding me it's Kakyoin. Chikorita is pretty cute. Wait, I feel like I need to see this Pokemon. I haven't kept up with the new Pokemon. His name is localized in French and it sounds funny as fuck in Spanish. Chikorita. Why is it funny in Spanish? I should get the joke. But I don't. I do not. Okay, so something I need to start doing, something that's really important to do, is to shout out Patreon at the beginning and the end of each stream. So this is close enough to the beginning to sort of count. How does Patreon work? Well, it depends on, we have various tiers, right? You know, some people can afford to support me with a little bit of money each month. Some people can afford to support me with a lot of money each month. And depending on your tier, you get different perks, right? The basic tier is the based weasel tier. At that tier, you get the videos that I put out before I put them out in a unredacted format. So like they're not edited, they're not cut down, right? They've got all the segments intact that I might cut out of a video usually, and they have all the F words, all of the curse words that I cut out that I censor because that doesn't work on YouTube. You get to hear me say if you're a base weasel, right? Or above, right? We also have fancy weasel. Fancy weasels and above get a shout out, right? So every time I stream, I shout you out for supporting me at the $5 level or higher. Speaking of which, Temporal Insanity shouts out. Funky Monkey shouts out. Moe Noe shouts out. Just Julie shouts out. Jules K shouts out. JR shouts out. Good for Gabby shouts out. And a fancy shout out to both Zerazerex and Omega Star. So there you go. And you can support me on nocommentchick at patreon.com to get your name read out as well, and to get those videos. Speaking of which, I wanted to see if I could find some time tonight to work on one. I don't know if I will. There's never enough time. I need to play Metaphor. I need to, well, first we're gonna have to do the Trump tent, and then we're gonna have to do the Ana Kasparian tent. I was kind of waiting. I was kind of hoping Gabby would. Look. You don't have to be. You don't have to be present at every stream. I don't want to make it sound like that, right? I just need somebody to help me demonstrate how the dono goal works, right? How it's at 0% now, and if it gets to 100% by the end of the stream, then we'll get bonus content. And that every time when you donate, you can let me know in the chat which topic you want to see. If it's AOC versus Fetterman and the little bit about Fetterman and Musk, which sounds depressing, but I'll cover it anyway, because somebody mentioned it. Hasanabi on Pod Save America, the phenomenon known as Trump burgers. Yes, there are Trump burgers. There's a new Trump product that we got Trump. We got Trumpy Trout. We got Trumpy Bear. We got the Trumpy watches. We got the Trumpy Bible. There are the Trumpy NFTs. Chat, I can't even name all of the Trump products, but there's many of them, and we're adding a new one tonight. That's Trump burgers. If you end up picking that, right? And then what if alt hist Karen's? You can choose any of those subjects, and I will add your donation to the topic of your choice, thus helping it win and driving us closer to the dono goal, which we are still 100% away from. Need to read One Piece, but it's longer than Moby Dick. It's got a Moby Dick. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that. Oh my god, chat. Oh my god, chat. No, I mean there's a whale. There's a large whale. I don't know if it's white. I need to start reading One Piece. I actually watched a good bit of it. Either a genre about shrinking down and going inside of a body. I think we need a genre about organs leaving the body. How about a genre about the body without organs? Oh wait, Deleuze and Guattari already got there first. Okay. Meow, 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 meow. See, I want to show you. Oh God, chat's mentioning. I can't do it. I can't do it. I wonder if Trump's digestion issues are from eating his own burgers. That's the other thing, is it's not actually licensed by Trump, right? These people are living dangerously. The Trumpy burger people, they're making money off of Donald Trump's image, off of Donald Trump's name, but they don't have the rights for it. They're just relying on his goodwill to be just like Hasan with the Hasanabi Industrial Complex and not copyright claim them or take their money somehow. Please, stop for the love of God. The A is silent in portmanteau. It's not portamonto. ACAB, it's not like porta toilet. It's not like porta potty. Are you serious? It's not porta. Wait, you're not even drawing an A. You're not even writing an A. You've omitted an A. Is it portmanteau? Wait, is it portmanteau? It's not portamonto? It's not portable? You can't bring it to many different places? Your friend loves Steely Dan more than she loves you? Oh my god. I need to smoke another 420. That is, I cannot give health advice. No inglés? Un poco. In Diamond is Unbreakable, there's a water guy that would slip into... Oh, yeah, that's right. That guy's weird. That guy's always trying to get into Josuke's mom. Everybody's trying to get into Josuke's mom. What's up with that? Diamond is Unbreakable is about what it's like to grow up as a high school kid when everybody is trying to get into your... That's terrible. I gotta shut up. I gotta shut up. But doesn't it feel like it? Doesn't it feel like everybody's trying to get with Josuke's mom? It's kind of like, what is that song? Somebody's mom? Stacy's mom? Is it Stacy's mom? I've never met Steely Dan. It's portmanteau in French, which is port and manteau. The E is kind of... Yeah. Well, you know, it's like that thing like matinal, right? In French, the word is matinal, right? The actual word is matinal, but nobody says matinal because you can't be bothered. If you're saying now or matinal, you're going to say it quickly. You're going to say matinal. You're going to say, no, matinal. Do. That's what you're going to say. Especially if you're in a singing session with Serge Gainsborough. I got the correct pronunciation. Good. Oh wait, this is a good one. I just don't know if this should be in 8-bit format. Portmanteau. What you done? Happy's got a scar from ear to ear. Disappear. That's my hippie pickup line. Are you organized? Here. You zombie, be born again, my friend. Won't you sign in, stranger? Sorry, it's a good song. Why does that look broken too? Oh, it's because it's like a weird sized thing. Meow, 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 meow. Oh my god. Moino, thank you for the super sticker. Wait, it's like... I always try to emulate the super stickers. A Glasgow smile? Is that what they say? JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is funny because the character I hate the most is literally named Vanilla Ice. They borrow the names. Oh yeah, you're right, general public, but they have a problem, right? When they animate them, because when they're doing it in Japan, you could name your character Vanilla Ice, you could name your character Allman Brothers, you could name your character Grateful Dead, you could name your character, whatever you want, right? But in the US, if you name your character a band, that band will sue you. So you have to change it slightly, but you want to have the same flavor. So Vanilla Ice becomes Cool Ice. Limp Biscuit becomes Flaccid Pancake. That's my favorite, right? I love how JoJo always has to change the names of the... You vote for Fallout New Vegas. Okay, so that... Oh my gosh. That puts that up to 117. We should play that. So that's how it works, chat. If you donate, the dono goal goes up. So it's at 4% now. If it gets to 100% by the end of the stream, then we'll get bonus content. If not, this is all academic. This is all an academic exercise. This is like a performative, theatrical emulation of what it would be like to vote for content without actually getting any bonus content. So it's kind of pointless. But yeah, if we get to 100% by the end of the stream, that means that one of these topics will become a segment in my stream. And when will it become a segment? Well, we've changed this. It used to be at the end of the stream. Now it's going to be as soon as we hit the bonus goal, right? So as soon as it gets to 100%, I will do the bonus segment then, because some people have had trouble where they have to go to sleep before the bonus. Whoa, this is a pretty... Are you really going to do this with a... I'm sorry, the guitar is freaking me out. The guitar is freaking me out. What was I saying? Oh yeah, people sometimes don't get to see the bonus content because I was doing it at the end. I've decided it makes more sense to do the bonus content whenever we hit 100%. So that way more people get to see the bonus content and we have something to break up the stream, which might get monotonous if I have to do a long segment about, well, I don't think we have any long segments tonight, so that's not even... I really like portmanteau pronunciation. Did I change it in your... There we go. All right. Let it rip, chat. We're about to rip into some Trump tent tonight. We'll do the Ana Kasparian thing right after we're done with this. I just got to show you. We're going to be talking about Trump's health tonight. I'm going to limit it. I'm going to keep it limited so we don't like go on for hours and hours on this. And we're just going to hit it and we're going to quit it. And then we're going to talk about Sam and Anna and Hasan and Anna and TYT and why they keep on picking fights and starting dramas. I don't know. We'll find out. I mean, lucky for us, they're doing it, right? It's a interesting territory to cover. What is this song? I don't think I even know this one. Lunch with Gina? What's this from? just getting us ready to go here. /. All right, there we go. There we go. We got everything we need to do. I gotta hit this button. And this button right here. And then we can do this button. Let's try that button again. Not exactly. So what happens when you put important assets on a mechanical drive? There we go. All right, let's see what's going on with Trump's health.
It's getting worse, folks. Donald Trump's decline is even more apparent. He went on Fox earlier in the morning. He was asked a question in a pre-recorded video question by a kid. Hey, what's your favorite farm animal? And then Donald Trump responds,
is he gonna say Kamala Harris?
Vice President Kamala Harris.
No! Did he fucking... Oh my god. Did he seriously do that?
Will prevent cows from existing. Here, play the...
Oh, will prevent...
What's your favorite farm animal?
Favorite farm animal? What's the animal?
Well, this guy grew up in the city.
I'll tell you what I love. I love cows. But if we go with Kamala, you won't have any cows anymore because you're not a...
I like turtles. I like turtles.
This kid's day. But I love cows. I think they're so cute and so beautiful and so productive. But according to Kamala, who's a radical left lunatic, you will not have any cows.
Now, my question about Trump is, does he pronounce Kamala's name incorrectly on purpose, or is he just incapable? Right? Is he just incapable of saying Kamala? Like, is he does he, I just want to see, like, this looks surreal, chat. This doesn't look like real Trump. Like, look at this, Steve Ducey, taller than Trump. Almost everybody on there is taller than Trump. Like, is this a perspective issue? Why does he look so tiny?
Thereafter, Donald Trump says that he is a very stable genius. Play the clip.
Working, I am the most stable human being. Remember they said a stable genius. I am the most stable
I remember you said stable genius. Do you not remember who said stable genius?
human being. I've been doing this for a long time.
One of the things that lots of people were pointing out to me about this interview is it appeared that Donald Trump was sitting on an incontinence bed pad on the white couch. I don't think that's actually what it is. I do think that it's his.
So, chat, this is going to be a theme with Midas Touch. This is Ben Mycelis from Midas Touch. I think he's like the founder or something. But he's got a little preoccupation, and I don't blame him. He's had to cover Trump like more than me, even more than, like I said, these people have grown a channel to 3.2 million subscribers based on Trump tent and almost like Trump tent alone. Right? There's very little else on Midas Touch that's not like touching on Trump, right? And a certain story, a certain narrative has just caught the fancy of Ben Mycelis, and either he's just entertained by it, or, you know, he's starting to see things that...
suit, but he definitely has these bizarre long suits draping. But some people disagree with me. I do think that that's his suit, but some people think it's a washable incontinence bed pad. Anyway, do you remember?
I think Trump, much like a dog, sleeps in a cage at night. That's my thought.
Though, when Donald Trump was in office, I just wanted to give you this quick flashback. And
No, don't give us flashback. We don't need that.
Santa didn't exist. Just randomly. Here, play this clip.
Well, that's very good. And you just have a good time. Are you still a believer in Santa? Because at 7 it's marginal, right?
What? What?
Are you still a believer in Santa? Because at 7 it's marginal, right?
What did he say? Santa's marginal?
You just enjoy yourself.
Then in the interview on Fox, Donald Trump is given another softball question to try to appeal to Nikki Haley voters. And Donald Trump responds about how badly she lost to him. Play this clip.
There's a segment of the Republican Party that likes Nikki Haley, and they are reluctant to jump into your column. She wants to help. She said, if he calls me, I'm there. You guys used to be tight. In the last 18 days, will you call her and say, come out with me?
Yeah, I'll do what I have to do. But let me just tell you, Nikki Haley and I fought.
Look, I'm getting some discussion of IQ in the chat, and look, you can believe whatever you want to believe, but I want you to think about the concept of power levels in Dragon Ball Z. Do you remember that? He's over 9,000. Do you remember that? And look, if Goku's showing up as 9,000 on the Scouter, it probably means something, right? But if you watch enough Dragon Ball, you'll realize the power level isn't actually the end-all be-all. And I'd like you to take that into consideration. I know it's really tempting to think, oh, we have this accurate measurement for like intelligence is like a intelligence separate from subject matter. Think about that. Really think about that and ask yourself if that really exists, or if it really may not be just that like people have different aptitudes for different, subjects and different interests and grasps. And yeah, it's
And I beat her by 50, 60, 90 points. I beat her in her own state by numbers that nobody's ever been beaten by. I beat Nikki badly. I beat everyone else too badly.
Then Donald Trump admits that it was actually writers from Fox who wrote Donald Trump's speech for that Al Smith dinner the night before, where Donald Trump was like...
So the Al Smith speech, I watched a little bit of it, and there was part of it for which Trump was cooking, right? Trump was making jokes that are, funnier than anything he'd ever come up with. So, I figured somebody had written it for him, but it turns out it was Fox.
Cursing in front of priests. He acknowledges that Fox is actually writing his speeches for him now. Listen to yourself. Listen for yourself. Play it.
We have seen historically a lot of Democrats, they turn to the guys at Saturday Night Live or The Tonight Show. They write all their material.
They turn to Pod Save America, but no, I don't even mean that. Pod Save America is like, anyway, chat. Well, I guess Obama did.
Material was real funny. Who wrote it? Who helped you with it?
Well, I've had a lot of people helping. A couple of people from Fox, actually. I shouldn't say that, but they wrote some jokes. And
I shouldn't say that. I had Benny Johnson helping.
for the most part, I didn't like any of them.
Did you receive some highlights? I think you did great.
Go ahead.
Watch.
And just to remind you of what went down at that Al Smith dinner, here Donald Trump, very low energy, struggled to read. And he tries to make a joke about Kamala Harris that we now know Fox actually wrote for him, but he can't actually read anymore. Just watch for yourself.
Someone in the White House who can barely talk, barely put together two coherent sentences, who seems to have mental faculties of a child, it's said.
Then Donald Trump announces that right after this meeting, this interview that he's doing on Fox this morning, he would go have a meeting with Rupert Murdoch, where he would tell Rupert Murdoch not to allow negative commercials against him for the next several days until the election. Here, play this. He acknowledging the collusion right here. Here, play this clip.
You know what the event I have now?
No.
A very big event. I'm going to see Rupert Murdoch.
Okay.
That's a big event. I don't know if
That's
he's thrilled
important.
that I say it.
Please tell
And
him
I'm
we
going to
also
tell
thank
him.
you.
I'm going to tell him something very simple.
Why does he look so small? Chat, can somebody explain this to me? Isn't he supposed to be 6'2"? Oh, he's probably lying about that. He looks tiny.
I can't talk to anybody else about it. Don't put on negative commercials for 21 days. Don't put them, and don't put on their horrible people that come and lie.
Is that what he's going to say to Rupert Murdoch? Don't accept advertising if it's from the other, if it's from...
I'm going to say, Rupert, please.
Would that be legal for a news station? Even like Fox News, which obviously is catering to a right-wing audience. Would that be legal for them to for them to put on Trump ads, but not anti-Trump ads?
Do it this way.
Right.
And then we're going to have a victory. Because
He's just leaning forward.
I think everyone wants that.
And you're going to Outkick. It's a great...
He's tiny.
that we had.
Steve Ducey's got bigger shoulders than Trump.
Tyrus.
Oh, good.
Steve Ducey's not a big guy.
All right, Mr. President, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Good luck.
What a weird handshake.
All right, we're going to step aside. Ladies and gentlemen,
See you again.
Donald Trump.
Good job.
Then I want to show you this clip as well. The whole thing is insane. A kid asks Donald Trump who his favorite president is when he was little, when Donald Trump was a kid. Then Donald Trump says Ronald Reagan, but Donald Trump was 34 years old when Reagan was...
Back when I was a little kid in 1980, it was Ronald Reagan. I was eating my Fruit Loops while watching Transformers, and I looked up on the television, and there was President Reagan, and I was so happy to see him there.
Elected. Then he does his weave, where he talks about trade deals and how Lincoln should have settled...
Yo, Trump is Trump is like a Gen Xer now.
...the Civil War and Ukraine. As Mike Rothschild...
Gen X with Trump would be hilarious, actually.
He is not okay. Here, play this clip.
And Trump, I'm Daniel, and I'm 10, and I'm from Tennessee. What was your favorite president when you were little?
Who was your favorite president when you were little?
So I liked Ronald Reagan. I thought he was... look, I didn't love his trade policy. I'm a very good trade. I've made some great trade deals.
Donald Trump would have been, what, in his 30s and 40s? In the 1980s?
For us, the USMCA, that wasn't his strength, but he had a great dignity about him. Ronald Reagan. Mm-hmm. You could say, there's our president, more than any others, really any of the others.
Nobody's going to call him on this?
Great presidents. Well, Lincoln was probably a great president, although I've always said, why wasn't that settled? You know, I'm a guy that, it doesn't make sense. We had a civil war.
Well, have to...
What?
He left before he got there.
Yeah, but...
What? What is he talking about?
Like, why wasn't that? As an example, Ukraine would have never happened, and Russia.
If Lincoln had been president, what are you talking about?
President.
Wait, whoa.
Great presidents. Well, Lincoln was probably a great president, although
probably a great
I
president.
always said, why wasn't that settled? You know, I'm a guy that it doesn't make sense.
Why wasn't that settled? Maybe because half of your party are neo-Confederates. Because half of your party wishes the South would have won. There's even a country song about that.
The Civil War.
Well, half the country left before he got there.
Yeah, but
he does seem to have some kind of yeah. What is he sitting? Nobody else is sitting on a. What is that there for? Is that like it's like a look? It's literally like when a kid that pees their bed stays over at somebody else's house, they have to put like rubber sheets or something. Have they got like a little rubber pad there for?
I would say, like, why wasn't that? As an example, Ukraine would have never happened, and Russia, if I were president. Israel would have never happened. October 7th would have never happened. As you know,
your nighttime bedroom temperature use silk designed to other lug, keeping them clean with 40% so. And this episode that Harvey Weinstein got schlonged.
I believe that Harvey Weinstein was accused of schlonging other people without their...
Donald Trump says he's surprised Harvey Weinstein got schlonged. Donald Trump uses the word schlong and Harvey Weinstein. Here, play this clip.
But Democrats don't...
Oh, it's Dan Bongino.
To be honest, they really don't have to be honest because they're not going to... They will never be accused of anything. It's interesting. I was so amazed that Harvey Weinstein got schlonged.
Harvey Weinstein used his like power in Hollywood to leverage, you know, encounters that people did not want to have with him.
He got hit as hard as you can get hit because he was sort of the king of the woke, right? And yet he...
Oh, you know who is really the king of the world, though, is, as far as I know, Jeffrey Epstein.
I figured that...
You were so close to being like, yo, it's really a shame what they did to Jeffrey Epstein.
Maybe...
He was a great guy. He's always had a younger woman at his side.
He wouldn't get hit so hard. But boy, did he get... you don't know him well. I don't know him well. But I watched that, and it was amazing. So when they do get hit, they get hit. But that's the only one I can think of. Normally, they protect everybody. What they did with Adams, I think, is very...
He said Hillary got schlonged, too? What does he mean by that?
I heard you bring that up last night.
Well,
Donald Trump also getting some other bad news in the morning. Taylor Swift made another post holding a cat, and she writes, "Back in the office, #Miami."
Natalie Marie says it's nothing. I watched him sit down on the couch. It had nothing. So, are we seeing then, Natalie, like is it his coat? Like what? There's clearly something there. He said she got schlonged by the Democrats when they chose Obama. Oh, God.
BTS, the Eras tour. And Taylor Swift is back on tour. And I think she is letting people know that she will be making...
Say, like, why wasn't that...
Okay, look at this. There was nothing there when he sat down. All right? So... Theory 1, he's got like coattails or something? Like there's the thing that's fucking with me here is that's black. Like what he's sitting on is black. His suit is blue. And it's just, it doesn't seem like the shape of like his clothes? Is that the other alternate theory of what that is?
As an example, Ukraine would have never happened, and Russia, if I were president. Israel would have never...
All right, I don't know, chat. I don't know.
He surprised Harvey Weinstein got schlonged. Donald Trump uses the word schlong and Harvey Weinstein. Here, play this clip.
But Democrats don't have to be honest. They really don't have to be honest because they're not going to, they will never be accused of anything. It's interesting. I was so amazed that Harvey Weinstein got schlonged. He got hit as hard as you can get hit because he was sort of the king of the woke, right? Yeah. And yet he got hit. And I figured that maybe he wouldn't get hit so hard. But boy, did he get, you don't know him well. I don't know him well. But I watched that, and it was amazing. So when they do get hit, they get hit. But that's the only one I can think of. Normally, they protect everybody. What they did with Adams, I think, is very suspect.
I heard you bring that up last night.
Oh, crap. Sorry, chat.
Donald Trump also getting some other bad news in the morning. Taylor Swift made another post holding a cat, and she writes, "Back in the office, #Miami TS, the Eras tour." And Taylor Swift is back on tour, and I think she is letting people know that she will be...
Here, let's take a look. Natalie's got another video of maybe Trump sitting down at... is it the 5? Is he on the 5? This isn't the 5, right? This is... Oh my god, what is it? Fox and Friends? It's Fox and Friends, yeah.
That. Okay.
All right, so here we go. Putting his microphone on.
Sit down. 3, 2, 1. There we go. How are you?
Okay, no. This is too weird. This is too weird, chat. You see that? Oh shit, you don't see that because it's in another... Let's get this. My apologies, chat. I will make this, This is too weird, though. I gotta say, this is too effing weird. All right, let's bring this here. All right, now check this out. Check this out. Natalie's right. When he sits down, there's nothing there.
That. Okay. Very good.
Right? Watch. He's sitting down. He's got his mic. They put his mic on him.
3, 2, 1.
He sits down. All sit down. That's so weird. They're like 3, 2, 1. Oh my God, what's going on the show? Chat, this is going to turn me into like a Midas touch conspiracy theorist.
How are you?
I'm good.
Yeah, what is he sitting on though?
This is very nice.
Big night last night.
I mean, you do see his coat kind of like his coat hits the, the edge of his sports coat like hits the couch, right? So you do see that. Could it just be his sports coat?
Never sat in the middle.
It's great, right?
I don't think anyone.
It's a first.
You know who sits in the middle, Donald? There's a name for that. Sitting middle. All right, wait. I'm sorry, chat. I'm going into conspiracy mode. What is going on? Look at that, chat. Something like appeared under the former president's ass.
All right. Hey, we'll all sit down. 3, 2, 1. There.
Oh my God. We get a little bit more in here. All right, take a look.
There we go. How are you?
There he is. So there's his coat. You do see his coat sort of, hitting the couch. But what is that? What is that? Anyway.
Holding a cat. And she writes, back in the office, hashtag Miami TS, the Eras Tour. And Taylor Swift is back on tour. And I think she is letting people know that she will be making sure people are registered to vote right there. Donald Trump is also upset at our booming economy. When we, the people, do well, that pisses Donald Trump off. Take a look at the front page of The Economist.
Bad Lefty says, I think it's the cut of his blazer, which is clearly too long.
The envy of the world, America's economy, a special report. And it goes into how by every objective metric that we used to use and still supposed to use to determine the condition of economies.
Okay.
America leads the world.
My solace. Let's switch back here. Okay. My solace. I gotta make a point here. All right. Those measurements for economy are tailored to describe how well capitalists are doing. Those metrics were never designed to reflect how the average person is doing in the economy. And this linking up of the economy, as it used to be covered in the legacy media back when there was 3 channels and there was no internet, there was no influence of, there was nothing but mainstream media, right? That was illusory. It's a constant thing. Like, it's a well-known fact that unemployment undermeasures, for instance, people who have left the workforce or are, have not been able to find a job and are no longer looking for a job, right? There's just a lot that's anyway. I don't like the gaslighting that you get from the Trump camp in trying to say that Biden's economy is so much worse than Trump's economy, right? But at the same time, there is a truth to the matter that even with all the economic metrics looking good, people are still struggling. Anyway, this kind of bugs me because, on one hand,
so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
On one hand, we're being gaslit by the Republicans into thinking that the Trump economy was magical and wonderful, and the Biden economy is rotten and it's evil, and that's not true. But the pandemic affected all of us. and the pandemic affected the world. And the lingering effect of the pandemic may very well affect working people more than it affects investors and capitalists. That's all I'm trying to say. Yeah, it's a weird thing because like there's a version of this that's being sold to people that is absolute bullshit, right? When people say they want the Trump economy, what they're saying is they want to go back in time. They want to like erase the effect of the pandemic, and that's just not going to happen. And the idea that you'd blame Biden for something that proceeded and got way worse under Trump is ridiculous. But at the same time, like the idea that everything's hunky-dory is bullshit too. In some ways, some of the provisions in terms of the stimulus, in terms of student loans going on pause, some of the stuff that was going on during the pandemic actually made things easier for people. And when that was taken away, along with the, I believe some child tax credits, right? When that stuff expired, was ended, right? It increased the suffering. Now, I don't blame that on Biden. That is what any administration would have done. But at the same time, I do think that the government needs to do a lot more for the people, for the working class, right?
We're kicking China's ass. We're kicking Europe's ass. South America. We're the fastest growing economy right now of all G7 nations, based on policies by Biden and Harris. After Donald Trump added $8 trillion in debt, we now have inflation under control. Interest rates are coming down. Unemployment's at all-time low. Manufacturing boom is taking place here. All very good metrics.
All looks really good sitting in your comfortable, expensive seat, Ben Mycelis.
Right now. And that doesn't mean it's perfect. It doesn't mean that people aren't struggling. It doesn't mean that people
thank you
feeling a certain way. I get it, but things are going in the right direction, and policies to take us forward and not back are needed. Even Fox had to acknowledge a bull market entering its third year. Dow Jones setting records, S&P setting records. The American stock market is absolutely booming. I do want to show you this as well, because while Donald Trump is doing those bizarre appearances on Fox and panicking, here's what's going on in Western Michigan, for example, where you've got United, Governors Whitmer, Shapiro, Evers, Healy, Hochul, and more stumping for Harris. Watch this.
That are going to play an outsized role in the outcome of this election. It is Michigan, it is Wisconsin, and it is Pennsylvania.
Okay, now this bugs me too, right? Because Hillary Clinton talked about a firewall, right? And it was some of the same states. There were states that Hillary Clinton thought that she had locked up to the point where she did not visit them, she did not campaign in them, and she ended up losing them to Trump in 2016, right? This whole blue wall thing, I wouldn't be characterizing it that way. It's not a wall. Kamala is up most of the time in most of these states by a margin that's within the margin of error. So in other words, these aren't locked up. These aren't a wall. This isn't, you know what I mean? All of the states, all of the 7 swing states, right, are very, very close. But yeah, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania are as well.
Some of my best friends are my fellow Democratic governors. I gotta tell you,
And look, I think that people who you may not think of as
was that Gretchen Whitmer?
Traditional Harris voters, but who are now Harris voters, and people who you may think of would have supported Trump in the past just by the way they look, but looks can be deceiving, are now out there very vocally.
Yeah, Dick Cheney, Lynn Cheney, you should be really fucking happy about the worthless, cloutless, dried up neoconservative shitheads, the architects of the war on terror, are now in favor of Kamala Harris. Now, look, it does speak to the, Trump's incompetence. This does speak to the unprecedented, sort of power grabs that Trump has made. But these aren't good people. and you're not getting any votes from having Dick Cheney on your side, right? You may very well lose votes from having Dick Cheney on your side. Now, you can't help that. You can't tell Dick Cheney to, you can't like throw a blanket over him and pretend that he doesn't exist. But at the same time, I would not be flexing this stuff.
Calling out Donald Trump. Here's an individual. This went viral on TikTok. Let me show you. Let's play it.
So, anybody care to take a swing?
Nice beard.
At explaining Dementia Donald pulling a Mitch McConnell and just whiting out on stage while Italian opera and Oliver Anthony's music played for like 45 fucking minutes this weekend?
Good question, sir. Good question.
This man's mental decline must be studied. We are watching the direct effects of Adderall and advanced dementia. This shit feels
it may be Sudafed and advanced dementia, but
like for the last week and a half, everything that falls out of that man's mouth has been one long amphetamine.
Well, now we're going to be talking about things that fall out of that man's mouth, but we're also in a second going to be talking about things that may be falling out the other end of that man, the other hole.
Hate-fueled fever dream. Between forgetting where he's at and talking shit about the state he is currently standing in, leaving his supporters stranded in the desert, and now this shit, I don't know how...
Now, I don't know if you can blame the leaving supporters stranded in the desert thing on his dementia. I think that's just Donald Trump being a cheap bastard, right? What he's talking about is Coachella, where 20 buses were brought in to bring people from the parking lots, which were quite far away, to the stage, to the area where Donald Trump would speak, right? They got 20 buses, right? But when it came to the return trip, only like 1 to 3 buses were booked, right? So in other words, Donald Trump cared about getting his fans and supporters out to the stage to show, I've got a big audience, I've got a big crowd. But once they're there, he doesn't care about getting them back. Yeah, that's not his dementia. That's him being a cheap bastard. And he's always been a cheap bastard.
Any of y'all still think this motherfucker is competent? Y'all were so quick to call Biden motherfucking brain dead, yet not one of y'all will admit that this motherfucker...
Okay, he's on to some real hypocrisy, though. He's right about that.
His goddamn head. I don't know. Y'all know how this goes. Keep them motherfucking boots out your motherfucking mouth and remember that the golden rule will always remain. Yeehaw, fuck the law, and I will see y'all down the line.
You know why?
All right, then.
People are sick and tired of just Trump whining, and it's obvious that he's in serious cognitive decline. It's apparent to us all. Here, Donald Trump says this morning, also on that podcast, that he's going to sue 60 Minutes. He's upset about them. Interviewing Vice President Kamala Harris. Trump was too scared to go on 60 Minutes. Play this.
Yeah, he's made several. So this is another part of the story of his declining health, right? He has canceled appearances on various programs, on various podcasts, and
clip.
So I think I'm going to sue them. Actually,
Good. Go for it.
I think so. No, you know why? They can't defend it, and if they do, and even if they win, it's going to be very embarrassing. 60 Minutes, so I've done it many times. I did it with Mike Wallace. The best one I ever had was Mike Wallace, and he was the biggest killer. And, you know, Chris tries to be Mike, but you still have to have it.
Yeah, he's not cutting it.
He doesn't.
He's not cutting it.
But it's a very embarrassing moment for them, but the media is not pressing it.
I also like that this clip has surfaced. Here is J.D. Vance from 2016, what he had to say about Donald Trump. Let's play it.
And so one of the takeaways is not just that the Republican Party base is somehow fundamentally flawed in a way that's unique in American political history. It's that Trump is a really bad candidate and, frankly, I think a really bad person.
Finally, this is Vice President Kamala Harris from earlier in the day in her speech. Let's play it.
And make no mistake, Donald Trump is no friend of labor. Let's be really clear about that, no matter what the noise is out there. He is no friend of labor. Just look at the record. Instead of his rhetoric, look at the record. And let's not fall for the okie doke. Seriously, he encouraged automakers to move their plants out of Michigan so they could pay their workers less. Understand what that was about. So they could pay their workers less. And when the UAW went on strike to demand the higher wages they deserved, Donald Trump went to a non-union shop and attacked the UAW. And he said, Striking and collective bargaining don't make, quote, a damn bit of sense. A damn bit of difference is what he said exactly. That it doesn't make a, quote, pardon my language, a damn bit of difference is what he said. All right, brother. So Michigan, you know better. Strong unions mean higher wages, better health care, and greater dignity for union members and for everyone, whether or not you are part of a union. Get that straight. Get that straight. Which is why when I am president, I will sign the PRO Act into law and make it easier for workers to join a union and negotiate.
So now this is one thing that we've really got to watch about the Harris campaign and the Harris administration if she wins. Joe Biden, despite his horrible, monstrous foreign policy, despite the fact that he has co-signed ethnic cleansing in Gaza, right? And there's a lot there's plenty that you can complain about Biden, right? But he has been a step forward in terms of labor. There's moments where that weren't great. The rail strike comes to mind, right? But overall, in terms of the NLRB and in terms of supporting the longshoremen, Biden is a step forward from Obama. Biden is a step forward from Hillary, right? For a long time, the Democrats have just basically stabbed unions in the back, right? And there's a real question about which way Kamala is going to go in terms of that. There's real questions about, things like the FTC. Will Kamala Harris retain Lena Khan, or will she appease pieces of shit like Mark Cuban, who she's now got campaigning for her, and eliminate Lena Khan from the FTC, right? Your job isn't done when the election is won. Remember that, okay?
For better pay and working conditions.
All right, so yeah, let's so I want to show you something that Midas Touch has been, again, I have mixed feelings about this channel. We watch a lot of them because they have they really do have their receipts in order. But at the same time, I don't know, there's some funny stuff, there's some funny things about them. And one of these things is this like this obsession with Donald Trump's bowel habits.
As I've reported on this before, I want to handle this subject with care and with tact, and I want to take it very seriously. It seems that when Donald Trump was giving a speech at the Detroit Economic Club, among other things that occurred, when he wasn't attacking Detroit or consistently lying, he seems to have soiled himself during this speech. You can hear it multiple times. It seems that he is letting out gas and potentially fecal matter as well during the speech, and then he tries to kind of cover it up by making a noise. He goes, ugh, as he appears to be relieving himself.
Okay, no, I just want to watch this again, all right?
Wasn't sleep. As I've reported on this before, I want to handle this subject with care
and maturity
and with tact, and I want to take it very seriously. It seems that when Donald Trump was giving a speech at the Detroit Economic Club, among other things that occurred, when he wasn't attacking Detroit or consistently lying, he seems to have soiled himself during this.
Okay, so that's a pretty big claim, right? That's a pretty big claim. The former president shitting on himself during a speech, right? And again, like, I want to take this with seriousness, and I want to take this and like it's almost like he's realized that it's gonna provoke more laughter. It's gonna be funnier if he does this deadpan and he's like, no, I'm really serious about this. This is a real serious concern about the former president's health. Like, can you imagine if he's in a diplomatic meeting and he shits himself? We might lose NATO right there. They might cancel NATO. They'd just be so offended. You know, he's in a meeting with NATO heads of state, and he like, I don't know. It's just like, okay, Ben Meiselas.
Speech. You can hear it multiple times. It seems that he is letting out gas and potentially fecal matter as well during the speech, and then he tries.
I don't know what to think. I'm a Trump. Like, look, did Trump fart in a courtroom? It seems like maybe, you know, there's some evidence to point to that, right? But this idea that he's just constantly shitting himself,
tries to kind of cover it up by making a
I don't know.
noise. He goes, as he appears to be relieving himself. So
this is a saga.
Clip for you, but I want to show you this is not just the first time this has occurred. But let me show you what went down yesterday when Donald Trump spoke at the Detroit Economic Club. Listen carefully. Let's play it.
All right, listen carefully.
Catastrophe for the American dream.
Well-timed super chat, Davi. Very well-timed super chat. Trump farts, and then the super chat comes in. Oh my god! Oh my god! What do you think, chat? Is this real? Are we being gaslit by the Midas touch? That would be an awesome way to disband NATO, says Davi.
And a dire crisis.
Damn. All right, let's hear this again.
At the Detroit Economic Club. Listen carefully. Let's play it.
This is a catastrophe for the American dream and a dire crisis.
Okay. Something's bothering me here, and that's that sound is too loud to be an actual fart from Donald Trump, right? And I don't think that as much as I like kind of laugh at Midas touch and I make fun of them for like kind of a-logging Trump a little bit, and you know, for being like, you know, sort of stereotypes of shitlibs. God, that whole phrase shitlib, it's taking on a new term, a new meaning now. But I don't think that they would edit the audio or put in a sound that wasn't actually there. Like, I mean, that'd be pretty, especially given that they're not giving any sense of, like, you know, that this is tongue-in-cheek, pun intended.
Down yesterday when Donald Trump spoke at the Detroit Economic Club. Listen carefully. Let's play it.
This is a catastrophe for the American dream and a dire crisis from commerce to labor to FEMA.
Now,
So as opposed to being, you know, something where you're questioning, like, was that a fart or not? That was clearly a fart. But it's like, how is his ass picking up on the mic more than he is? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, and it's not just a fart, it's like a wet diarrhea sound. One more time.
I want to show you this is not just the first time this has occurred.
You can judge for yourself. What do you think, chat? Have they edited the audio? Maybe they turned up the audio, right? Maybe they edited the audio to turn it way up, right? That would make sense. That would explain.
I'll show you what went down yesterday when Donald.
But then they should say, we've turned up the audio right here in order to.
But now there are freaking communists.
In order to make sure that you can hear this, right? It's a slight sound, and we want to turn it up and let you judge for yourself. Do you think that's a fart sound, or do you think it's not a fart sound? And yeah, it very much does sound like a very wet fart.
Trump spoke at the Detroit Economic Club. Listen carefully. Let's play it.
This is a catastrophe for the American dream and a dire crisis.
It sounds like what a radio DJ would have on their soundboard, like to make fun of somebody, right? From commerce to labor. Okay, now that one was more slight.
FEMA.
Now, as I mentioned, this has happened frequently with Donald Trump, and we've been covering it here at the Midas Touch Network, and I think...
Caramella8 says there's a guy who worked in The Apprentice who claimed DT is incontinent from upper abuse. Is that a thing? Can upper abuse cause that? Wore diapers on the set of The Apprentice and soiled himself regularly, particularly when he's getting angry. Oh my God, is that a thing?
It is an important subject to cover. I know
it's like a bass drum mic, but for his cheeks. Yeah, that's why I'm like questioning this. I'm like, is that real?
That corporate media is going to avoid it, and there are some people who kind of cover it, but like mock it and make fun of it. I want to just report on it and give you the data points right here, because I think the health of candidates is significant.
Yeah, sure. Sure. That's it. That's exactly it.
Themselves is when
I think the health of candidates is very important.
And senators, is he relieving himself in front of them? Is he defecating on...
We can't have a president shitting himself in front of world leaders. That's true, Ben Meiselas. Good point.
In front of them, what is taking place here?
I'm just like, am I supposed to take this shit seriously?
I'll just show you, for example, when he was holding...
Like, you are lolcowing the former president of the United States, and while I will say yes, he does have that lolcow, genetics. The person that lolcows too hard becomes an A-log and becomes a lolcow themselves, becomes a little silly. And I'm just wondering if that's the route that Ben Meiselas and the Midas Touch are going down at this point.
When he was disgracing the...
Because this isn't just one video, chat. I have found an entire series of reports by Midas Touch about the Donald Trump gastrointestinal saga.
And also apparently defecating on himself. It appears, at least, let me be clear, this appears to be what's taking...
And I don't know whether to... I almost feel like Ben Meiselas' obsession with Donald Trump's bowels is a little bit more funny than Donald Trump's, loose bowels. I don't know. You tell me, chat. Which is funnier?
Corroborating source. Well, the late Dianne Feinstein was sitting next to him once, and he appears to not only let out gas, but he also seems to have also relieved himself as well.
Has anyone examined his undergarments? Says Soyprem.
And you can see it in her face how disgusted and kind of grossed out she is about what took place. Let's play it here.
So today we're here in a bipartisan fashion to show leadership.
Double Dostoevsky says, when they go low, we go high because of the smell. Yeah, there we go.
In an effort to end this senseless...
Okay, so now that could have easily been, I remember this one. That actually sounds like the leather of his seat. And also, like, don't zoom in on this, right? We want to see, if you want to show me that this isn't just the leather squeaking, that Donald Trump actually ripped one here, show me Feinstein's face.
Violence, it can be ended.
Donald Trump.
God damn it, we gotta go searching for this. Fuck me. All right, Chad, just a minute, just a second here. Just a second. Let's find this Dianne Feinstein Trump farts. Because I've seen a better version of this, I think. The farting president. God damn. 4 years ago, Donald Trump farts on TV during bipartisan gun control meeting. Oh, there it is. We got it. Gatsby Cat, thank you.
So today,
thank you for resubbing. Here, let me show you a better version of this. See what we think.
We're here in a bipartisan fashion to show leadership in an effort to end this senseless.
Okay, so we definitely heard something, but it sounds like leather.
Violence, it can be.
I mean,
ended. So today,
that didn't sound like leather. That sounded like gas against leather. That.
We're here in a bipartisan fashion.
Okay, so wait a minute. Maybe.
To show leadership in an effort to end this senseless.
There it is again.
Violence.
I think the first one was a fart. I think the second one was not a fart.
Violence. It can be.
And she did. I don't know, chat. Do you look? What if? Here's a theory. All right. Maybe Dianne Feinstein was not meant to die so early. Maybe she could have held on to power for another Senate term, for another 6 years, right? Is it possible that Trump's gas contributed to the passing of the late senator?
So today we're here in a bipartisan.
Okay, it does seem like she's reacting. It seems like she maybe didn't notice the sound, but then the smell hit her.
Fashion to show leadership.
She's trying to keep it together.
In an effort to end this senseless violence.
Yeah, the second one was not a fart. I think the first one was. All right, so you got him. You got him, Mycellus. There was at least one fart there. Trump did her in. I think so too. Yeah.
Been doing this as well in front of world leaders. When the president of Turkey, Erdogan, visited the White House, it also appears that Donald Trump relieved himself, let out fecal matter as well, let out gas too, in front of Erdogan. You can see
Erdogan. Like we don't need. Look, Ben Mycellus, you're going to start a major diplomatic incident here with it's Erdogan.
Same kind of movement that you saw with the late Senator Feinstein. It's
you don't want to mess with Turkey. Look, they own the former mayor of New York.
Response, just like grossed out, repulsed, and then they have to stand there in that just it's described as the filthiest, most disgusting stench you'll ever be around, is how many people describe it. But watch this interaction here. Let's play the clip.
This is like Alex Jones talking about Hillary Clinton. Okay, so there's Erdogan. Am I right, Chad? It's not Erdogan. Right, it's Erdogan. Okay, now his face looks very guilty. Let's play the clip. Sounds like.
And then
I guess it could be.
Is how many people describe
it. Could be.
Interaction here. Let's play the clip.
What do you think, Chad? Is this real? I mean, look. The only thing that's making me think that he's farting here, like, because the sound could easily be the chair. The sound could easily be the chair, right? But the look on his face—that's a guilty, flatulent look on his face.
How many people describe it. But watch this interaction here. Let's play the clip.
Yeah, that's a guilty look. I don't know.
We were the ones who broke here at the Midas Touch Network the story that Trump was doing this during the criminal trial. Where
all right, it's Erdogan. I'm pronouncing it correct. Okay, so Mycellus, you need to take some notes, all right? We don't want to antagonize the new Ottoman Empire.
He was found guilty on 34 separate felony counts. He would fall asleep and then he would fart, he'd pass gas, and also potentially relieve himself, let out fecal matter.
He must have practiced delivering this without a smile, without a laugh, because he knew that the dry delivery of this very wet theory would be more entertaining, would be more hilarious.
In front of the people sitting next to him. And we had lots of great sourcing in that courtroom and lots of people who were sitting next to him who saw it happen. And we also had some insight into that inner circle as well. same thing. We are just repulsive. And here was our reporting at that time. I'm sure, it went mega viral. But, I think it was important that we handled that reporting delicately and seriously as we're doing the most recent incident that took place at the Detroit Economic Club, where he appears to have soiled himself again in public. Here, play this clip. Returning.
Wait, a bold dog look or like a bad dog look?
To the court proceedings as well, Maggie Haberman reports that Donald Trump continued to fall asleep during the proceedings as well. And, what I'm hearing...
Okay, so you remember this? This is the court proceedings of the New York criminal trial?
From my sources as well is that, and I'm hearing from credible sources...
Yeah, we don't...
up here, but now there are freaking communists invading.
Now, I will say that I don't think we have audio of this one. I don't think we have video of this one. Remember, it was a court proceeding. There was not, there was a court artist, right, that did drawings, but we don't have, we can't really confirm this. This is just anecdotal. This is hearsay. Or hear smell, as it were.
What's going on in the courtroom. And what I'm hearing...
We need to see a spectrogram of the audio recording. I feel like, yeah, audio experts might be able to help us out here.
Is that, take it for what it's worth, but that Donald Trump is
toggle cat ears,
and that it's very stinky around him. It's a putrid odor in the courtroom, and that Trump's lawyers are like repulsed by the scent and the smell. And I'm not just saying that to be like, oh, funny. I'm actually, we have good sources.
I'm sorry. You are saying this to be haha funny, and you've been on this.
And I'm hearing it from actual credible people that as he's kind of falling asleep, he is actually passing gas, and that his lawyers are really struggling with the smell. I think you'll actually start to hear more of that, but again, from real credible sources. Now, take it for what it's worth. They may be going off the record. I mean,
we do have multiple sources for this.
Background and telling me that because
deep background
of it's the Midas touch, and they think that we want to hear that. So you could
they know that you're really entertained by Trump's bowel movements.
But real credible people who are there saying that it's putrid around him. Now, you may know that I host a show with Michael Cohen. It's called Political Beatdown. And Michael Cohen suggested that during Donald Trump's speeches, he does this routine where he goes like, and what Michael Cohen suggested was Trump's telling that story and going, so that he can soil himself or let out farts or what have you, and kind of mask it with the noise.
Excuse me?
That's why he's telling this.
Excuse me?
And in front of all of his people, he's going, here, just you can watch what Michael Cohen had to say. And that's where Michael Cohen came up with the name to refer to Donald Trump as Von Schitzenpants. Here, let's play.
Oh, yeah, Donnie Von Schitzenpants. I remember this.
Magic. And it's bad news. Bad things are happening. I'm sorry.
What's he even doing there? Is that him talking about the Olympics? Like when he's talking about the weightlifter?
He was staring us in the face the whole time, Michael Cohen.
Dude, you understand when he's going like, Donald Von Schitzenpants. That's what he was doing. He was trying to figure out a way how he can sort of squeeze that sucker out, right? And it's like,
the serious with which he's broaching this subject.
You see, like your baby when they're constipated. That's what Donald's doing. Can we play that again, and I'll show you the exact moment he lets it go.
Magic, and it's bad news. Bad things are happening. I'm sorry.
Right there.
I also spoke with former Republican Congress member Adam Kinzinger, who described Donald Trump's stench as being a combination of ketchup and armpits, and described it as one of the most putrid odors he's ever been around in general. And this is someone, who's been in the military, and he's Double
Dostoevsky says, You know, we have our deep throats out there giving us credible info on Trump's farts. Like, what are we talking? We're talking about a conspiracy theory, kind of. A little bit of a conspiracy theory. Davy Cliff said, I don't know why you didn't get TTS for that, Davy. Here, let me... What are these YouTube political analysis going to do when there's no Trump to kick around? Yeah, it's just a regular Republican. I don't know. I mean, it depends on what Republicans they go to, right? Because there's some weird Republicans. Have you seen Vivek Ramaswamy? Have you seen J.D. Vance, right? It just depends. I don't think that the Republican Party is going to go back to Jeb Bush. I don't really want to hear him say fecal matter over and over again. This guy is obsessed, Natalie. This guy is obsessed with Donald Trump's fucking bowels. I almost think he's funnier than Trump. Like, I'm not saying there's nothing to this, right? Because it does seem like maybe there is. Does he broadcast from a Motel 6 lobby? What, the chairs? I don't know. I mean, maybe so. You know, he's... I mean, I'm pretty sure Midas Touch does quite well for itself, though. I doubt it would be a Motel 6. I wonder if Trump is doing that. That was what was offensive to Erdogan. But you have seen a courtroom clip? Where were there cameras? Maybe not in the criminal case, but in one of the civil cases? Were there cameras in the Stormy Daniel case, maybe? Mediaception, Midas Touch, reporting on Midas Touch, I know, right? The court sounded like the Law and Order noise. Oh, you mean the dung. We got farts, we got the best farts, folks. You're gonna be tired of farts. We're gonna have so many farts. Heard Kyle Kalinske talking about this Trump sharding thing, not just Midas Touch. So there are more people out there documenting this. I kind of hope Trump doesn't see this because, you know, he's going to get on Truth Social and say something. Somebody else was farting, yeah. Probably. Nothing to do with weightlifting, it was something else. Deep throat. We know why your voice is deep. You inhale all of the pestilence?
He's been around potentially worse smells, but no, this is the worst smell Kinzinger's ever smelled. Here, play this clip. I'm genuinely surprised how people close to Trump haven't talked about the odor. It's truly something to behold. Wear a mask if you can. Then Donald Trump responded to that, and he had his team go after you and say, no, Kinzinger's the one who's smelly. And as Hillary Clinton said, if you could be baited by a tweet, how are you supposed to be expected to handle Vladimir Putin and other authoritarians? And Donald Trump clearly got baited by your tweet and your post. But let's just start with your post. The odor, the stench, the stink. How bad is it? What do you know about that?
Yeah, I mean, it's not good. I mean, think about the best way to describe it. I've tried to take like armpits, ketchup, like a butt, and kind of put it in a blender, and makeup, and put that all in a blender, and and you bottle that as a cologne. That's kind of that. But it's amazing. Like, I've been amazed that, you know, everybody's just kind of like learning about this now. But again, I think the bigger point is he's a weak human being. But look at this. He had his people respond to me on this. By the way, they're always unnamed spokesmen because none of them want to put their names, even though I think I know who's doing this. Like,
I'm trying to remember, is Kinzinger like was Kinzinger Republican?
They don't want to put their names behind that because they know that their words are going to live forever. And like, my goodness, I mean, Vladimir Putin, I'm going to tell you, President Xi of China, they're licking their chops at the idea of another Donald Trump term. Because I sat in the Oval Office once when Donald Trump begged a group of us to pull China's ZTE out of the sanctions list from the National Defense Authorization Act because he made a personal promise to President Xi because Xi asked him nicely on the phone. I mean, this is the kind of leader, you know, of the greatest country in the world.
And that might sound really weird until you realize that Donald Trump if you really understand him, he was like a New York socialite in the 80s, right? He was somebody that was trying to make a name for himself, trying to get attention, trying to use even negative attention to his advantage, trying to be seen as a millionaire playboy. And so for him to make friends with, world leaders, with important people, might actually be worth more to him than to act on in the self-interest of the United States.
That we're looking at reinstating, and the odor's the odor, and I think that needs to.
He is an anti-Trump Republican.
Because he's the kind of guy that would use something like that all the time against other people. He needs a taste of his own medicine.
And so there's a reason Trump smells trending #1 quite frequently, and because it's rooted in this unfortunate reality. By the way, former President Obama gave a speech over the weekend in Pittsburgh, or not over the weekend, he gave a speech yesterday, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And in the speech, one of the things that Obama talked about was, do you ever think that Donald Trump knows how to buy diapers? And then you'll hear in the crowd somebody goes, his own diapers. Here, listen for yourself.
Or a car seat. Or diapers. I remember buying diapers. I remember the first time I went in the store, right after Malia was born. I was like, what? That's how much diapers cost? I remember changing diapers. You think Donald Trump ever changed a diaper?
Yeah, so supposedly somebody behind him says his own.
Yeah. I almost said that, but I decided I shouldn't say it.
There's some other data points I want to introduce as well into this expose. Flies.
It's like a leftist tabloid. Oh, yeah, I mean, it's not leftist, right? This is, Midas Touch, it's for centrist Democrats, right?
That are traditional.
Even like never Trump Republicans.
Attracted to feces. Rotting, decaying meat.
I don't know why we're bringing up rotting, decaying meat, but okay.
Seem to be always attracted to Donald Trump. At all of his...
Yeah, it's liberal agitprop, but very centrist.
Speeches, the flies are attracted, are coming by him. There may be a correlation, but here's a compilation that we created. Play this clip.
And all of New England, actually, he's a disaster. He's radical left. RFK Jr. is radical left. It reminds me of this fly that's driving me crazy up here. This fly is brutal. I don't like flies. Oh, there's a fly. Oh, I wonder what...
This was my favorite. Oh, there's a fly. Oh, I wonder why the fly's up here. Last 2 years ago, we wouldn't have had flies.
See, 2 years ago, I wouldn't have had a fly up here. You're changing rapidly, but we can't take it any longer. We can't take it any longer. A coal plant a week. I don't like flies. Get out of here, fly. Never been a big fan of flies. You don't mind my bringing that up, do you? Anyway, this is a very aggressive sucker, though. This one in particular is very aggressive. Like, I'm going to be aggressive for our country.
But not as aggressive as the top of the hour ad break, which comes at you unrelenting every hour on the hour for 3 minutes at a time. You may have experienced the exquisite displeasure of this ad break already if you're watching me on Twitch. 3 minutes of uninterruptible ads served to you every hour on the hour. Of course, you can get out of it for free if you've got a Prime. You can use your Twitch Prime sub to get out of it. You can get out of it for $6 if you've got $6. You can get yourself a sub, or you could possibly be gifted a sub. That can happen. That does happen if you're lucky, but it's more likely to happen to you if you're actually active in the chat. So be active in the chat.
Giving you more data points here, Kathy Griffin, as well as...
Wait, Kathy Griffin?
Mary Trump here discussed that. It's consistent, what you're hearing here with people's descriptions of it. Let's play this clip.
The dog has a distinct smell that doesn't really get enough press. It's like body odor with kind of like a scented makeup products, but you can smell the hair products even outdoors. Don't make that face. I'm just being honest. I know.
I don't know. Maybe somebody needs to make a candle with that scent.
Yeah,
because that'll fly off
Gwyneth Paltrow.
the shelves, right for Christmas.
And then finally, here is an individual on TikTok who shares a story about this going back actually decades, where Trump's odor so putrid that he was allegedly kicked out of a restaurant because
This is what I mean, okay? Like, say what you will about Midas Touch, their puerile, immature behavior and humor and their A-logging behavior, right? But these fuckers have their receipts in order. I would hate to go up against Midas Touch.
people couldn't tolerate the scent. Here, play this clip.
So you know when you post something and then someone bigger than you, like Adam Kinzinger, confirm it? And years ago I posted about Trump being kicked out of Keen's Steakhouse in Manhattan where I was eating with my father in 1983 because his smell was so offensive. This wasn't an elderly thing. It was 1983. I wouldn't make fun of Trump today if it was an elderly thing. That's not what we do on the left. It happens to elderly people. Trump wasn't elderly. We didn't complain.
Yeah, Trump would have been in his 30s.
The table next to him complained, and the table behind him complained. We smelled it, but my father and I didn't complain about it. Trump was not elderly. The smell was so fucking offensive that they finally had to ask him to leave. And he did leave, quietly, right by us, and it wafted us. Trump's been shitting all over himself for almost 40 fucking years.
I don't know, chat. This is hearsay or hear smell, if you will.
Well, there you have it, folks. Judge those data points for yourself. And we'll keep, we'll continue this story if there's additional developments. But look, I think it's important as you consider Donald Trump's age, how he presents, how he interacts, to factor this data point in somewhere in the analysis. I'm Ben Mycelis.
This has been the Midas Touch. Okay, great. Let's see what this is. This is an impression of Donald Trump.
So we're relaxing back at Trump Tower tonight after another disgraceful day in court as they try to destroy a president. And now there's this awful, disgusting rumor going around that your president farted. They're saying fart. Can you believe that? No, I don't fart. I
call it the weave.
Tremendous control. I actually went to a gastro guy and he looked up my ass and said, "Sir, I don't think I've ever seen a greater ass than this." And I said, "Well, you should."
I don't think I've seen a tighter sphincter anywhere.
That's pretty good too. We paid a lot of money for that, a lot of upgrades. But he said, "Sir, I don't even have to give you a colon powelloscopy because I can tell you're perfect and you have no problems down there." And then I realized what may have happened. The deep state, while they were tapping my phones.
Also tapped your ass?
And you remember this, FISA? Remember FISA?
They did a FISA warrant for your colon?
And Obama. No, they don't want to talk about that. But somebody came into my home and put beans on my fish fillet sandwiches, which would explain why there might have been some issues. But no, I didn't fart. It might have been just we call it a powerful pre-poop. Okay, which is actually very respectful. Would you rather have me take a big dump in the court like Rudy Giuliani? No, so now.
I forgot about Rudy Giuliani.
The left wants to attack me for having strong manners. They're called manners. But next time, no, I'm not going to show them any respect next time. So when this trial starts, during the racist prosecutor's opening statement, I'm actually going to take a huge presidential shit right at the defense table. And then, because the left loves evolution, right? Oh, no, it's not creationism, it's evolution. Now, as a Christian who never goes to church, I know it's called creationism. But if they like evolution so much, I'm going to pull the poop out of my strong presidential underwear. Now it depends. And unless they want to pay me to endorse me, then maybe I'll say it. And I'm going to throw it right at Fat Alvin Bragg. And we'll see. Then we'll see who's being rude. So, but no farts. Totally no farts. Complete control. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Natalie.
Legislature that the facts have been explained today. You have witnesses, you have the evidence, you had the claim, but now you have the proof. And with that, the law is on your side. The remedy is on your side and it's in your hands. And so when you have attorneys, you have other fellow members, you have anyone else in the fake news media, whoever it is, telling you that you cannot act or that you should sit idly by and simply allow the certification to go through, that is absolutely false. And when our founding fathers, who themselves had an incredible act of moral courage that lasted for years, when they wrote the Declaration of Independence, they all unanimously signed it, pledging their lives, their fortunes, and their sacred honor. Yeah. And that has been the pledge.
Wait, was that it?
When they wrote the Declaration of Independence, they all unanimously signed it, pledging their lives, their fortunes, and their sacred honor. Yeah. And that has been the pledge of every American who has understood. Yeah. And that.
Yeah, that's. I don't know. I can't tell. The audio is not great.
Rudy. The answer exists in Constitution.
They're always very jarring. They're always very difficult. They're always very...
okay, I can't tell if this is real.
Unnerving, because the Constitution...
That's fake. That's got to be fake. They edited that. That's not real. What? I feel like it was a David Pakman that had the actual...
So
the actual fart.
When it happens and look over. It's insane that this is going on.
The answer. Point of order. The answer that I gave you is they didn't bother to interview a single witness, just like.
That's Elisa Hava. Alina Hava.
They don't want to know the truth. Well, you probably know the truth.
So let me just look at that one more time. And I know this is childish, but at the same time, the sort of generally scuffed up nature of everything that's going on, Rudy expelling air in the middle of bogus arguments about witnesses who aren't really witnesses, the other attorney, Jenna Ellis, looking over.
Oh, it's Jenna Ellis. I'm sorry.
Like, why is Rudy farting during this event? Take a look.
The answer. Point of order. The answer that I gave you is they didn't bother to interview a single witness, just like you.
There we go. That's Rudy Giuliani. Okay, so lest you think that Ben Meiselas is gonna leave it at that.
On Friday,
we've got more.
The Midas Touch Network about Donald Trump apparently soiling himself, or at least releasing gas in a very uncomfortable way during a speech that he gave the day before at the Detroit Economic Club. We've since been contacted by some sources who say they were even in a waiting room with Donald Trump at the same gastroenterologist clinic on Park Avenue, and I had not put it together during my previous reports. But remember Donald Trump's personal physician for all of those years? The individual passed away, I think, in 2021.
And chat.
2018, Donald Trump sent his thugs to basically raid that doctor's office. That was the doctor who wrote that personal note for Donald Trump when he was running in 2015, 2016, that said that Donald Trump is the healthiest person to ever run from the office of the presidency. Remember who that doctor was? Dr. Harold Bornstein. Well, if you look at what Dr. Harold Bornstein's specialty was, Donald Trump's personal physician, it all clicks. He was a gastroenterologist. That's the type of doctor he was that would be dealing with these types of issues if Donald Trump was having issues just kind of spontaneously soiling himself and all these other issues that we've heard about over the years. And I was like, oh, He's a gastro. I didn't even put 2 and 2 together. So let's break this down. Let's go through this methodically. And as we've done before with these reports, whether it was Donald Trump apparently soiling himself or farting in the courtroom, whatever it was going on there during the criminal trial where he was convicted on 34 separate felony counts, I want to do this very seriously. I don't do these reports.
Wait, we watched this, didn't we? We totally saw that. I don't know how I ended up going back to the
purpose of us reporting on Donald Trump potentially soiling himself in public. Like
how?
Recently during his speech before the Detroit.
And chat, I'm finding like, I don't know, a series of videos. There must be like 10 videos.
Comic Club and relieving.
Specifically on Trump's, wait, the introologist? Oh wait, no, this is a different video. It's just on the same place. All right, this is about him. Here we go. Let's just get the good.
Very viral.
Let's get the juicy part out of this.
Jimmy Kimmel's talked about it. Others have talked about it, but we clipped it first here at the Midas Touch Network. This was at the Detroit Economic Club. Judge for yourself what's going on, but listen, you will see for yourself. Here, play this clip.
This is a catastrophe for the American dream and a dire.
Wait, what the fuck? I thought... I'm so confused. I think we have seen this one. What the... Like, the gastroenterologist is the... Oh, here we go.
Deal about a drug that's... We must have been here.
Said this in 2018
super
when Donald Trump...
$9.99. You are going to deep down the Trump hole.
Yeah, a little too deep, but like, no, I'm going down the Midas hole, actually. Right, this is more about Ben Meiselas, I think, than it is about Donald Trump.
Sent his bodyguards to go in there and seize Donald Trump's file. So what Bornstein since...
Do you remember this? This is Trump's doctor. Meiselas has found out that this guy was a gastroenterologist. Trump sent his bodyguard into this guy's office, right? You know, doctor's office says there's no cops there, there's no guards, right? His thugs come in while the doctor is seeing a patient, demand to know where the records are, go in and grab Donald Trump's records and remove them. And the question is why?
Passed away in 2021, suspiciously, I might add.
No! Do you see how deep the conspiracy goes?
2018. Let's play the clip.
Donald Trump's gastroenterologist suspiciously died under suspicious circumstances after his medical records were removed from this man's office.
What were they looking for? All his medical records, his pictures, anything they could find. We must have been here for 25 or 30 minutes. We created a lot of chaos. I couldn't believe anybody was making a big deal about a drug that's to grow his hair, which seemed to be so important. And it certainly is not a breach of medical trust to tell somebody they take Propecia to grow their hair.
I believe that is actually literally a violation of HIPAA. I don't know. You're not supposed to discuss a patient's medical records. The other thing I want to see if we can find is, goddamn, going over the Dan Feinstein thing again. No, here it is. All right, so
I said, you got to show me the evidence of this, that you're not making...
Show me the money.
This up, that this is really what happened. So he goes, I have the text messages I sent from 2016 when Trump was next to me, and I've got photographs of Trump going into there.
Into the gastroenterologist.
And this is from 2016 now, April 2016. This individual wrote to their friend, Donald Trump is at my doctor's. The response from his friend, are you joking? No, I saw him. Just missed the pic, but he got a photo of Donald Trump going into the SUV. So he has poop issues too. That's what I said to my doc. And then the person goes to me, Ben, I was next to him in the office and nearly caught the pic of him leaving along with his Secret Service entourage.
Oh my God, you just barely, so like the confirmatory evidence that we need, you just barely missed. It's a little too
can confirm.
Unironically more interesting about this dude's fascination with all this and the work he's put into, confirming Trump's flatulence. That's exactly what I think, Funkmaster Caw.
That he smells off. Luckily, my IBS was temporary, but it's
of course. This person is like, they're like, no, just so you understand, I'm not a chronic farter. All right, I had IBS. It was temporary. I got it fixed. Right, I'm not smelly. I'm not nasty. Donald Trump, on the other hand,
seems like his is chronic. It was the same doctor, gastroenterology specialist Harold Bornstein, whose Trump's guys busted into and stole his medical records. We can't have a president who has a very real potential of soiling himself in public.
Oh my God.
This is saying to me right there. Now, let's go to Harold Bornstein. When we talk about Donald Trump stealing his medical file.
Okay, so there we go, chat. That's about as deep down the rabbit hole as I want to go for today. We got a lot to cover today, including Ana Kasparian, including both through the lens of Cenk and Hasan. So what am I going to do now? I think I'm going to raid Shorts chat. We're gonna unify the chats, all right? So if you're watching me on Shorts, I am now going to give you the invitation to join us in the full screen stream for the premium experience. There you go. There's your link. Click on the link. And you can join us. We're going to end the short stream. So if you're watching me on Shorts, that's about to end. But what will not end is the stream. And if you want to continue with us on the stream, just click that link. Otherwise, you'll maybe be rated into us. And I'll see you over there. All right. Click the link. There we go. Make sure to like the stream on your way out, too. And like the new stream on your way in, I guess. Liking the stream is really good. It helps me out a lot, and I appreciate it greatly. I'm going to end the stream now. Here we go. And hopefully bring everybody in here. All right, so where are we at now? We're about to get into the Ana Kasparian content for tonight. Slight divergence going into Trump's medical records, I guess. We got a few things to cover. The first thing I'm going to take a look at there we go. So the Vanguard talked to Sam Seder the other day, and I assumed it was just going to be, you know, talking about, I mean, and there was some of this, right? You got some Tim Pool stuff, some Jimmy Dore stuff, talking about Joe Rogan potentially interviewing Harris and Kamala, but you also have Sam Seder spilling the TYT. So that's probably what we're going to start with today here. We're at 30% of the dono goal. Did I count that correctly? I think that's right. Wait, is it right? I might need to add, it's either 30 or 40. Anyway, that's, the bonus goal. If we hit like, oh no, it's 40. It's 40%. I think I just didn't add the last, super chat. Remember, if you have super chatted or donated memberships or even subbed or anything like that, anything that is a anything that is a donation to the stream, anything that supports the stream, you can let me know in the comments which of these topics you want to see. Let's see what's winning right now. AOC versus Fetterman still in first place. Hasanabi podcast. Hasanabi on Pod Save America still in second place. Trump Burgers in third place, and What If Alt Hist Karen's, the Drama Guard. That's right, we got the Drama Guard in here. Magoggle says fart sniffer, the Midas Touch investigation. Now I want to investigate Midas Touch. Has Trudeau calling Tucker and Jordan Peterson a pair of Putin propagandists been discussed? I didn't see that. We might have to get to that tomorrow, Perry. We got too much fart coverage to too much gastrointestinal content to. Yeah, then the doctor, wait, did Trump kill the doctor with farts? That's the question. Is this the doctor that gave Trump the COVID drugs? I don't know. I think it's the doctor that said that Trump was 215 pounds and 6'2". Yeah, we're gonna get to the juicy part right now. That's right, Bad Lefty. That woman's face, I know, right? This is wild. And like, look, we didn't even. What I gave you was the tip of the iceberg, okay? When it comes to Midas Touches reporting on Donald Trump's shitting, farting, whatever, smelling bad, like all that stuff. They have got, like, I believe about 10 videos or more on that. So maybe it's a ploy by Trump just to throw us off his scent. That's right. Something about the story smells off, says Ophelia. You may be right. Trump's entire life is literally one episode of Seinfeld with the smelly car. Wait, what's the smelly car? I don't think I've seen that Seinfeld. Are we still talking about Trump's farts? No, no, it's all, I'm trying to think of a funny way to say it. That's already passed. There we go. That's already dissipated. The fart discussion has dissipated. Isn't that weird though? Does he have Trump's dick pics? I mean, maybe Trump had a problem with his urological problem as well. Who knows? It's been here under our noses the whole time. Deep up the Trump hole. God, chat is full of so many bonus hole before we get to the bonus hole. Oh my God, you're right. Only a video about Trump farting turns into a possible murder conspiracy. Yes. Multiple murders, right? This is how Trump takes care of business. He Dutch ovens people. When are we getting to the title content, yo mama? Right now. If Trump is that smelly, wouldn't all of his co-conspirators also be smelly? Because they enjoy his stench? It's some kind of irresistible asshole aroma? Jesus Christ. Trump will be claiming one of his farts was the Big Bang? Our farting fathers. No, there's so much of this. They Pfizered his Trump. Wait, Pfizered his trumpet? I don't even know what that means. But I do know we got to get to this Sam Seder content. Remember, what if alt hissed, says Davy Cliff. So look at this. What if alt hissed? Even though you're losing, even though you're in last place, you may be winning, right? Actually, it's pretty close. It's pretty close between AOC versus Fetterman and what if alt hissed. So make sure to vote if you haven't already. Make sure to like the stream if you haven't already. And understand that when you donate, you can let me know which of these topics is tickling your fancy. And I will add it, just like I did to Davi's donos, to the topic of your choice. Your donation will become a buff for the topic of your choice and will help it win. It will also help us get to the dono goal. We are now 40% of the way there. If we get that other 60%, we'll get bonus content, which right now it's very close between. Yeah, it looks like what if alt hissed is like 2 points ahead. All things considered. But yeah, whether it's a super chat, super sticker, whether you're getting yourself a membership, gifting memberships, signing up for Patreon, donating to Throne, or getting yourself out of the top of the hour ad break, which is coming up in 40 seconds. Oh, just in time to warn you that at the top of every hour, there's a 3-minute ad break on Twitch. You might have experienced it already. If you no longer want to see those ads, you can get out of it for free with a Twitch Prime, or you can get out of it for $6 with $6. You could also possibly get a reprieve if somebody is generous enough to gift you a sub. That can happen. That does happen, but it's more likely to happen to you if you're active in the chat. You also got to be lucky. So there we go. I think we're all ready to get into what Sam Seder has to tell us about Ana Kasparian, Cenk Uygur, and others.
You know, my sense is that at TYT, they saw Hasan make just a ton of money and have a huge amount of success. And I think there was, you know, in certain parts of TYT, there was resent. And
I'm sorry, when he says certain parts of TYT, I'm thinking Ana Kasparian.
And, you know, I don't know Anna.
Yep. I called it.
Actually met in person.
Well, she's a big fan of ours, though, so I'm sure she's watching, Sam.
But I get the sense that she's watched our program too.
I think that's really a lot more common than people who, Sam, it seems like you've been, I know for a fact you've been at this a long time. You actually believe that you could have done other things and you decided to put politics first. I feel like a lot of people, they just realize, oh yeah, hey man, a lot of dumb people will watch right-wing YouTube and they'll praise me and they'll send me super chats and I won't have to stand on my feet for 8 hours a day. I won't have to work in a cubicle. I can be praised all day. And I don't know about you, but Gavin and I have been scratching our heads over here. We're not sure if it's something in the water over in that particular part of California. If we're going to be revealed that, whatever the treatment facility is under some sort of like an Enron scandal of the modern age where the water's just no good at the faucets of the Young Turks network. But we've seen Dave Rubin, who I think fits that description.
Wait, Enron scandal? What was the Enron scandal, chat? There was like, what was it like? There was wildfires in California, and I don't know, something up, like they had a grid, like some of the plants were out of commission, and Enron like jacked up the prices. Is that what happened? Or they like let the fires burn or so? I can't remember. I've heard of Enron. I can't remember exactly what it was. I think they're thinking of Gaslands. Gaslands. God, there's a theme for tonight. Gaslands. Yeah, I think they're thinking of the Gaslands video where somebody sets their water on fire because there's like so much like because of the fracking, natural gas and fluids for fracking fluids ends up getting in the water supply, ruining the water for a whole area. I think that's what the Vanguard is talking about.
Tim Pool to a T. And then you have Jimmy Dore, who also, he can't resist. He has to go down the right-wing rabbit hole, right? He has to go and humiliate himself. But now we're seeing a third barrel or a third individual start to circle the drain. And I want to know what you think about it, because Ana Kasparian has recently announced her unalignment from the political left. She said she no longer feels that she can be considered one of us in times like this. And she wants to talk about the real grifters, not Jimmy Dore, not Dave Rubin, not the litany of conservatives that are making money hand over fist defending and rampaging on behalf of the criminal, bloodthirsty siege of the people in the Gaza Strip. I'll zoom in a little bit more so you can see, Sam, but she says the real grifters are the progressive branded nonprofits that have repeatedly misused public funds. Why won't the left call them out? And she goes on to talk about how she's voting against an increase in taxes for nonprofits to prevent homeless people because
wait a minute, what happened? Oh wait, is Sam alive?
She still wants to be able to complain about it as her number one issue, in my view. She said
he wasn't moving. I thought they had him paused.
I'll be voting no on Measure A, which is to plan to raise another $1 billion through what she calls a.
So yeah, this is her Substack. We probably need to take a look at this maybe tomorrow. She's got some content up on our Substack now.
Aggressive sales tax to build homeless shelters.
I am looking for the clip of Anna talking about Hasan. If Natalie, if you're still in the chat, you might know if you know where that is. I would appreciate. I'm looking for it on Twitter. I can't find it.
And other services. So the big grift is taking away.
Or if anybody knows where this is.
Like Anna, and giving it to homeless shelters and other NPO organizations that are interested in combating what is a serious crisis in Southern California. But that's not all. If you go back a little further, you could see her most recent article where she talks about how gangs are taking over Aurora, which is a suburb outside of Denver. I happen to have spent a lot of time in, and I can report back safely that there are no gangs taking over this poor suburban enclave, as even their Republican mayor notes. So I'm just wondering, what is it that makes people do this ideological pivot in their late 30s?
Well, and just to add to that Aurora thing, 2 points. I can't help myself. One, the Aurora thing, it turns out those guys in that video weren't even part of a gang. That video that went viral, apparently coming out of Aurora, I guess it was like a week or two ago, the police said they're not part of a gang. I'm not familiar with Measure A, although I do think sales taxes. I do have a problem with.
Okay, so I remember reading this part of the Substack and thinking, yeah, actually the sales tax is definitely not the way to fund anything. Chat, if you don't know, sales tax hits the poor and the working class disproportionately, right? And that's why a lot of these big states with a lot of rich people living there, that's why they'll go with a sales tax rather than raising income taxes. I'm thinking like West Coast states like California, Washington State has a sales tax, right? It's a way to raise funds, but the problem is that when you're poor, a bigger portion of your income is gonna be like you. When you're rich, you don't buy that much more stuff that would be taxed than you do when you're poor, right? So sales taxes are regressive in that they impact lower income earners higher than they do. Whereas with an income tax, you can make it progressive. You can make it, a graduated level of taxes where there's very little or no taxes on the low end and higher taxes on the high end.
Being a little regressive, I would do a different type of taxation, but I don't think that's her point. I think, I mean, look, I came from this. I came from a world where, I was.
Oh shit, Davy, did I put in the wrong thing?
Working with a lot of people who.
Did I put it in What If Alt Hissed? Yeah, I did.
When I left that world, at least in terms of professionally, had a decent amount of celebrity or fame, and there's obviously in show business you run into a lot of people who sort of like really want celebrity and money
and clout.
Of course, I mean, look, I want to be able to make money. But I think part of like, I don't know if it's a function of LA, to be honest with you, or, but part of it is like for people, they get super excited about the celebrity aspect of it and the money aspect. And it's
all right. Here we go. New CIA drone pilots got us here on Enron. Enron committed massive financial fraud and went bankrupt. Wasn't there some really perverse aspect of what they did, though? I remember something about they raised rates on people during like a natural disaster. Was that the? It was one of the largest corporate frauds ever. Wasn't Martha Stewart? Wait, did Martha Stewart get involved in Enron? Oregon has no sales tax. Okay, so not all of the West Coast then.
You guys know it's hard work.
Thank you. Thank you. Natalie's got us on the Hasan clip. Thank you so much. Oh wait, what? This is from Denims, huh? Denims is on this.
I think, my sense is that at TYT, they saw Hasan make just a ton of money and have a huge amount of success.
All right, let me show you exactly what Sam is talking about.
TYT, there was resent.
Let me show you exactly what Sam is talking about here, okay?
Just Be Anti-Racist says, speaking of mainstream shows, Cenk, did you know Jimmy Kimmel featured one of Hasan's tweets on last night's show?
I know. Everyone loves Hasan. He's super famous and rich. We got it.
That bit just broke out of nowhere.
No, it's just, I get it. Like, no, I know. It's super.
Even Cenk is trying to be like, this is not a good look. This is not a good look, Sweaty. Salty. Yeah, he's doing the Salt Bay. He's doing the salt. Wow, that's an old. Anybody catch that deep cut? That's the Salt Bay. If you don't know, Salt Bay's a restaurateur who would come out and he would like, I don't know, sprinkle salt, like grab salt up and sprinkle it, but there was something where the salt had to hit his like elbow. Like that it would be tastier if he salts your meat with his elbow. I don't understand. I feel like you're getting some of his like body sweat salt as well. I don't know what the but yeah, like that's what Cenk is doing. Salty, Salt Bay.
Really happy for him, but like I also reflect on my own.
Salt Bay is also Turkish.
And feel like a massive failure sometimes. So I don't like, and not to, that. I don't want that to make you feel.
I guess the elbow's supposed to like disperse the salt, you know, so it doesn't all go in one place.
I'm not able to. You think the fucking New Yorker is gonna write a fucking glowing profile about me? Are you fucking kidding me? No, of course not. Of course, like. Anyway, I guess I do care a little bit about it.
Yeah, apparently.
Like, oh yeah. Anyway, like, why the fuck didn't I just play video games?
Now, like, I should be the one that's jealous of Hasan playing video games, right? Because the way it works is this. There are video game streamers on Twitch who get famous playing video games. They get a big audience, and then in order to kind of boost their numbers, they'll talk about politics, because Twitch is a kingmaker system. If you don't have the numbers to begin with, then you can't get the numbers to. But like, you know, for Hasan, he made his name not playing video games. He made his name doing politics, right? And when he does video game streaming, his numbers are lower, right? Whereas for gaming streamers, they will do when they do politics, often their numbers are higher, right? But yeah, I mean, he does that, I guess, to give himself a break because he works so hard. As much as I feel like I work too hard, as much as I feel like I stream too much, I don't touch the amount of hours that Hasan does. Hasan is not 6 days a week, right? Most weeks he's 7 days a week. Sometimes he takes a day off, sometimes he takes a little break, but yeah, I don't think I'm close to his hours. Hasan gaming during election season, does it happen? Manic Mermaids? I think it doesn't, right? It's just like me. I have too much to cover. Like somebody gave me Metaphor ReFantasio. We need to play that. It's a cool game. I love Atlas games. And, but there's too much content. There's too much. Maybe we'll get to it tomorrow.
Why the fuck didn't I just play video games? Maybe I'd be a fucking millionaire if I did that.
If you were any good at them. No, seriously, yeah, like, that's the whole thing, is you'd actually like to have it so that you like she just doesn't understand what the fuck Twitch is. And honestly, Anna, I'm being real, all right? I burnt too many bridges to be big on Twitch, all right? Just me standing up for trans rights one time was too much, right? Alienated too many people, right? Burnt my bridges, right? So I can't imagine what the fuck Anna would do. She's like, she burns bridges based on petty personal shit. Like, she's mad at Hasan for succeeding. No, there's no way. Anna would never succeed at Twitch, right? It's a whole nother game. Like, as much as YouTube is about, you know, who you know and clout and all this kind of stuff, like, I mean, that helps you, obviously, right? Twitch is 100% that. Twitch doesn't have an algorithm. It doesn't matter how good your content is if nobody's watching that. And there's a whole bunch of people on Twitch doing good content that nobody's watching. It's kind of a sad thing. But yeah, you've essentially got to know somebody, you know, big, and cultivate those relationships, keep those relationships. And this, you know, people wonder why Hasan was so nice to Asmongold, right? Relatively speaking, you know, considering the bullshit that Asmongold was talking, like, why was Hasan so patient to Asmongold? Why is Hasan so patient with XQC? That's the reason. That's the reason, right? There's a reason he's, you know, one of the biggest streamers on Twitch.
God damn it. Spilled my drink.
Well, you did spill some tea.
Oh, we're definitely spilling some tea tonight.
Let's get her some juice.
Hasan keeps the gaming frogs hungry. I'm doing that too. I feel so bad. One in chat if you're a gaming frog. I might have scared them all off. I don't know, chat. They might think that I'm never going to play games again. No, I see the gaming frogs. They watch my political streams. The problem is the political frogs don't watch my gaming streams. But I'm not entitled, right? You don't have to be here. He rarely plays games. She is way overselling. Yeah, that's such a bullshit. Just plays games to be a millionaire. That's funny. He wishes. He wishes he could play video games 24/7.
All right, sorry, Craig.
All right, guys. So, as you can tell, we're unfiltered and we're real. So, by the way, even though he's my nephew, no, I didn't see that. Anna keeps on top of that stuff 1,000 times more than I do. Haas never, like, Haas and I text every once in a while, and we see each other at family dinners, and that's it.
Stop sending me stuff about.
And also, I gotta say something too. Right? Anna, assuming you work like a normal work week, assuming you're doing 35 to 40 hours a week, Hasan works harder than you. I don't even know if it's something that you'd want. Right? I really don't know if it's something that you want. Like I said, he works longer hours than me, and I work more than anybody I know. But hey, at least I got to talk about politics, and at least I get to hang out with you, chat. I'm grateful for the job that I have.
I love Haas.
Oh, I did have this bookmarked. Yeah, I did. I have too many bookmarks is the problem, Natalie. Yeah, you're right. You noticed it. I have this bookmarked.
I do too. I want to be successful. Here, I gotta clean this up before it like causes a circuit.
Did she spill? She literally spilled tea. She got so mad about Hasan.
We're out of time. We're out of everything.
You're out of patience. You're Anna's out of empathy.
Media's funny, and it even affects us.
Goddamn.
Okay, man, this thing's a goddamn mess. We gotta go off the air, but I hate saying this. But we're 20 times larger than Hasan. But since he's on Twitch and he's big there, they're like, Hasan, and he's hot.
He works for himself, man.
You don't understand what you're talking about, Cenk. You do not understand what you're talking about. Yeah, so TYT's channel on YouTube, does it have more subscribers than Hasan's channel on YouTube? Yes. Does it get more views than Hasan's channel on YouTube? Maybe. But in terms of Hasan's influence on YouTube, you're going to have to factor in the clip channels, right? It's similar to how Andrew Tate got big. But I feel like it's less of an ML, like Hasan's not trying to do an MLM the way that Tate does. But yeah, Hasan's influence is huge on YouTube. Also, you're going to have to factor in Twitch. And when you factor in Twitch, you're going to need to understand that a view on Twitch is estimated to be worth like a view and a half on YouTube. Why does that, Matt? Why is that a thing? Because the average view time of a Twitch viewer is like 1.5 times as much as the average view of a YouTube viewer, right? It's just like people tend to, they tend to, you know, sit down and watch a stream on Twitch, because Twitch is all streams. They're not competing with videos. But yeah, it's a weird thing.
And that's why, like we gotta be a big network and blah blah blah. Goddamn.
Salt Queen.
Salt Bay.
Okay, anyways, apparently we gotta go. The studio's a mess. We love.
I want to see her spill the tea. Where does she spill it?
New Yorker is gonna write a fucking glowing profile about me? Are you fucking kidding me? No, of course not. Of course, like. Anyway, I guess I do care a little bit about it.
Yeah, apparently.
Like, oh yeah. Anyway, like, why the fuck didn't I just play video games? Why the fuck didn't I just play video games? Maybe I'd be a fucking millionaire if I did that. God damn it. Spilled my drink.
When did she spill her drink?
I get it. Like, no, I know it's super salty.
I don't see her drink. Where's her drink?
Featured one of Hasan's tweets on last night's show.
I know, everyone loves Hasan. He's super famous and rich. We got it.
I don't even see her drink.
That bit just broke out of nowhere.
Where is Anna's drink?
No, I get it. Like, no, I know, it's super.
Oh, it's under the desk. Oh, she kicked it. I get it. Okay, I understand. All right, so yeah, there we go. That's what Sam's talking about.
And you know, I don't know Anna particularly well. I'm not sure that we've ever actually met in person.
Well, she's a big fan of ours.
No, he must have some tea.
So I'm sure she's watching, Sam.
I mean, I guess he's never met her in person. That's what chat's saying.
But I get the sense that she's watching.
Oh, also, a megastar, thank you for the Twitch sub to new CIA drone pilot. New CIA drone pilot, you just got weaseled. You just got weaseled, and that's a good thing.
I mean, look, I think she, for a long time, has wanted to...
We're up to 46, 54% from hitting that goal.
I know.
And you picked AOC. Gotcha.
You know, well, she was doing.
Yeah, look, you might have put AOC back ahead.
I have a feeling like there was.
It's very close tonight, chat.
More opportunity there. If they built out that.
Okay, so he's talking about Anna's work at the Jacobin with Michael Brooks.
You know, I know Michael was planning to do a daily show with the Jacobin. I don't know what part Anna would have played in that, but maybe it was, you know, maybe there was opportunity there, and that was an opportunity for her that obviously didn't exist after Michael passed away. And I imagine there's some frustration. And I think, like, look, you know, Jimmy did a Comedy Central special, I think, 25 years ago. And
still has the same jokes if you see him live.
I would have no doubt about it. But I think, like, you know, this was a way to revive his career. I mean, I know Dave Rubin, I spoke to a writer whose kid went to the same school as my kid, like 5 or 10 years ago. And he said to me, like, oh, Dave Rubin, I wanted to talk to you about this. Dave Rubin would just like harass me to write about him all the time. I think it's just like a real desperation for fame, celebrity, and money. And I think this, you know, I think after they do this for an extended period of time, you know, it's hard, it's tiring. Sometimes you feel like, it's, people have maybe thinner skins than others, and they start to chase.
Yeah, Anna's got to be like the thinnest.
They're getting clicks. I mean, to me, it's a parody. Somebody posted a parody like this when I was on Chapo years ago. We made a joke about like how we would do a right-wing turn.
We always joke about being the Trump supporting stoners.
This was like in 2016 or 17. And I was like, yeah, no, I've thought about this for years. In fact,
I mean, chat, like if you're involved, and I'm speaking from personal experience, if you're involved in political content creation, you get approached. You get approached by right-wingers, right? And, you know, sometimes, yeah, it's like sometimes the appeal is, you know, to getting paid. You know, you deserve to get paid for what you do, but, you know, if you did this instead, if you talked about this, if you were more like this, maybe you'd get paid more, hint, hint, wink, wink, just like I do, right? You know, you'll hear this from like right-wing content creators. And sometimes, you know, if you're experiencing, you know, anything like a cancellation, you'll get this from right-wing content creators, right? They very much do approach you like the witch with an apple. Like, you know, here, and it's not even just right-wingers, right? It's just similar to, you know, friends of White Nervosa offering me a spot on White Leaf early on in my career.
To do Michael and I,
there's all kinds of perverse incentives to do the wrong thing if you are on the left, especially if you're like an intersectional leftist.
Do a fake right-wing show on Halloween and on April Fools. And the reason why we did it 2 times a year was because, like, we so desperately wanted.
Do we really have 127 votes and only 67 likes? Oh my God.
A break.
Can we get that ratio more in line? Is that possible? Could if you haven't hit that like button yet, if it's not too much to ask, because I know you've all got busy lives and maybe you're even listening to me while you're doing some housework or doing something else, but if you could hit that like button, it would mean so much to me.
from doing, it was like this is gonna be like a day off. Like we don't have to do anything. Like all the talking points are there. And for a long time, the joke was like, this is how I do it. And even when I got divorced, I'm like, this is it. This is my opportunity. When you get divorced, you're mad, like I'm an angry old divorce guy. And it starts with like, my wife's, making me, my ex-wife's making pay child support. And then like, it just like builds.
Hasan made $22K his first year at TYT. I mean, to me, that sounds like good money.
Into like a broader sort of misogynistic palette.
But I got a long view, Chad. I got a long view.
And then I realized like, and that's how
you might be the only man with the platform that dodged that bullet. I want you to know. I mean, people I would have sworn up and down were going to ride with the left until the end. Like Matt Taibbi going hysterically, right on a number of issues and then not even correcting course when the shrapnel hit Ken Clippin. I don't know. It was really ridiculous for me to watch that one. And I'm like, if Matt Taibbi is going to go down like...
So if you don't know what they're talking about Matt Taibbi, who was part of the Twitter files with Elon Musk. He served as a surrogate. One of Elon, what he did is he picked journalists, and for each of the installments of the Twitter file, he'd bring on like Barry Weiss, or he'd bring on Matt Taibbi, or he'd bring on, right? And a lot of these people he's kind of burned bridges with since, but essentially they'd bring forward information to make it look like, oh, geez, it looks like Jack Dorsey and Twitter, they were really suppressing the truth. They were really, they were doing this or that, or they were banning people for this. And so like Matt Taibbi did that, got the bag from the Twitter files. And, but then when it came to Ken Klippenstein, releasing information, not on Twitter, but it was like linked to Twitter, that of the JD Vance files, he gets banned. He gets banned by Elon Musk. And what does Matt Taibbi say? Nothing. Even though Musk has already burnt his bridge with Taibbi. Matt Taibbi doesn't speak up for Ken Klippenstein.
Who the else? I mean, you and Ryan Grimm, you're like the only middle-aged dudes with principles, it feels like. Not middle-aged.
I'm older than Ryan. He would not appreciate you putting me in the same age category as him. But yeah, I think it's just a different, I mean, look, there's a lot of like in politics and in this sort of, and particularly in this space, but in general, there's a lot of people who have socialization issues in some ways. I mean, I'm not the most well socialized person. And I think there's, often people are in this space because there's some, trauma often that has taken place. But honestly, like, I think that's like why you start to advocate for.
Talk about politics? Oh, yeah, just advocate for.
Advocate for, specific groups of people. And, and then sometimes that spins off and goes awry. I mean, it's weird that you.
Davy, thanks for the super chat. I don't know why. Seems like our stream alerts aren't working. Did I turn those off or something? No, I wouldn't have turned the YouTube ones off though. Sometimes I turn the Twitch ones off if there's like, if we're getting a chat. You don't even know when we get a raid these days, right? I'm not talking about a good raid on Twitch. I'm talking about sometimes people are messing with us on Twitch. Davy Cliff, holy shit, Anna is doing everything Amber Frost said. Oh, you're talking about Amber Frost from Chapo. We don't really see what happened to Amberly Frost. Said she would do in that Chapo episode. Oh my god, we got to find that clip. I didn't know that Amber Frost talked about Anna. That's interesting. And thank you for the super chat.
I mean, I guess you do see it go.
Why are they not playing?
A little bit, like I can
YouTube.
A couple of people.
No, their YouTube alerts are on.
A lot of people don't want to do it.
It's not. It's definitely not as lucrative. I mean, I think like I have a theory about this whole tenant media money.
Wouldn't be surprised if people at MR make more money. Honestly, yeah, I wonder how that works. If they do, it's probably because their overhead is less. Now they do have a studio in downtown Brooklyn. All right, so it's not nothing, but it's definitely not you don't ever see the studio unless maybe like the closest you get to seeing the studio is behind Matt Lesh, right? And what you see behind Matt Lesh is often a closet with toilet paper, so it's not any kind of fancy digs.
Which is that the reason why getting $100,000 per video 4 times a month did not set up. I mean, that's what Ruben got. Ruben made $5 million in a year for doing 4 videos a month. And Tim Pool made somewhere around that too, or some, and I think the reason why it didn't set off any alarm bells is because I think they get subsidized in one fashion or another.
Oh, okay. So Amber Frost was talking about if she became a right-wing grifter. Well, yeah, she could just get on Red Scare, right? She knows the right people.
Maybe not to that amount, but I think they must get, situations like that.
What's that one Square place chat that oh my god, what is it called, like Dime Square or something like that? The place where they tried to make a right-wing art scene a thing.
Somewhat on the regular. Because I mean, I can tell you Peacock, the choice, what they called it, or the MSNBC on Peacock licensed the Majority Report, and it wasn't anywhere remotely close to that. And I understood why they were coming to me, because the
TYT team is just too big. It's too strong.
I could just give them my show. It's much cheaper than them having to produce one. And, there was some measure of confidence that I wasn't going to be, that I could actually deliver a show, because I'd been doing it for, 15, 16 years or whatever it was. And even that money was not even remotely close to, like, significantly. I mean, I think Ruben made what I made in a year in less than 2 weeks off of that. And I'm, it's a daily show. And I think the reason why they took that money with basically, like, we need to see some photocopied sheet of paper that purports to, for Robot Rijard or whatever the guy's name was, Gerard Depardieu or whatever.
Sounds like a extra in Twin Peaks.
Yeah, exactly. Like just sort of some French Canadian actor. I think the reason why they took the money was because it wasn't, it was more than probably they had gotten in the past, but like the idea of like somebody coming in going like, we're going to give you $100,000, for the next 6 weeks to tweet out shit like this. I think that happens all the time. There was that report that Semaphore did where, what's his face? George Santos was on a call, and it was a Zoom call where people were getting like $20,000 to tweet out and create content around Kamala Harris being a slut. Check that report.
Yeah, Yo Mama's clarifying. Yeah, I was just teasing with you. The reason I said they're too strong is because there used to be a Cenk Uygur thing. He would always say too strong. 20 to 60K is like living in someone's closet in California. Oh yeah, for real. It's like living with a roommate whose cat pukes everywhere. Well, no, I'm not even making that money at this point.
Out and I'm convinced, like, oh, this shit happens all the.
Look, chat, we got to grow the stream. That's all there is to it. I got to figure out a way to get out more videos, get more attention, keep on that grind set, and grow the stream.
Time for them, because I've been doing this for 20 years, and I have never, ever.
No, I'm grateful for what I have. Okay. There's very few people that get to do this and can even pay their fucking bills, and I'm paying my bills, so that's not my student loans, but my bills. Hey, hopefully something, you know, hopefully something changes with the. But yeah, there we go. That's what we got from Sam. Now I want to see. Let's see. He also talks about Jimmy Dore and Tim Pool.
You guys talk a lot about right-wing media, obviously on the Majority Report. And another interesting piece of evidence that I've, it's not a scientific piece of evidence, but it's still something that I've observed is a weird phenomena in right-wing media where it seems like this depression is setting in like prematurely. And I'm not sure if it has to do with the fact that Trump's not doing as well as they would hope he would be doing. Maybe it has to do with the fact that he's just totally lost any of his populist edge. He doesn't talk about being corruption proof. He doesn't talk about draining the swamp. Like you said, he's out here begging Elon Musk and Miriam Adelson for as much money as possible and, you know, promising to do their bidding in return. So you can't even really pretend that he's going to shake anything up or make America great again. And it really seems like that's been reflected on the right-wing media space. One person specifically that I thought it was—
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. We should have stopped. I should stop and check in with the poll. All right, so AOC versus Fetterman is now at 40%. Hasanabi on Pod Save America at 25%. Trump Burgers at 20%. What if Alt History Karens at 15%? But if I add in the influence, the dark money influence of donations, then AOC versus Fetterman is at 46%, and What If Alt Hist is actually at 55%. So it looks like What If Alt Hist Karens is actually ahead by 9 points. So I'm gonna watch this, okay, and then I'm gonna watch a Hasanabi clip. We're gonna get a little bit more on Asmongold because there's more that's come to light, right? As much as Asmongold gave his apology that we watched on his YouTube channel, he also posted something on his subreddit where he kind of pulls some of it back. So we're gonna get a sense of that, and then we're also gonna get a little bit of tea from Hasan about his uncle and Anna and their media company that just did not work out nearly as well. If we ever learn the secret, we'll tell you. Wait, what secret? What secret are we talking about? Irene will become transphobic. Oh no. Oh no, Blair White arc. Brianna Wu. Yeah, I'll be bringing out special guest Brianna Wu.
What would be funny to react to a quick clip of is actually Jimmy Dore. Someone who obviously you've been a bit of a nemesis of, Sam. Obviously had that infamous debate where he called into the Majority Report, and I think that your comments have aged pretty well.
Oh yeah, so somebody in Twitch chat is bringing up the history of the Vanguard guys, and you know, people like Kyle Kalinske and Jimmy Dore, the whole force the vote thing that obviously Sam Seder was on the other side of. It is a little for somebody who's been following these people for such a long time, maybe it's a little strange to see Sam Seder and the Vanguard on the same side, but that's kind of how things shook out. They definitely did not want to follow Jimmy Dore down his rabbit hole. I actually missed out on the part of the Vanguard's the arc of the Vanguard where they were on the pro Jimmy Dore side of things.
Yeah, the moon on the fell into Lake Michigan. Yeah, the moon did in fact fall into Lake Michigan.
It did, yeah.
But let's take a look here because he actually recently popped up on Jackson Hinkle's new podcast.
Oh shit.
He seems a little bit depressed.
I mean, that's good for Jimmy. Like, he's not doing well. Vanguard's been going over Jimmy Dore's numbers lately, and they're bad. Jimmy Dore's numbers are bad, right? Hinkle is somebody doing, you know, kind of the same thing, maybe a little bit more openly and unabashedly right wing than Jimmy Dore. Well, and also with the MAGA communism angle. It's funny how Jimmy Dore ended up with the MAGA communists, actually. I started off my career fighting against MAGA communists, right? Right when Infrared Haas was starting to get big, who I think he kind of got big before Jackson Hinkle. He didn't get big, but you know what I mean? He got wherever he got before Jackson Hinkle did. And I was one of the first people to call out this guy and be like, no, like, because everybody in the space, Vosh, Dylan, you know, random glup shitto streamers from Twitch poll that I no longer think of, that because they don't fucking matter, even if they're talking about me right now in spicy chat, I don't care, right? You would encounter Infrared Haas and be like, oh yeah, this guy's a tanky, he sucks. And I was like, this guy wants you to think he's a tanky. This guy wants you to think that he's a communist. This guy wants you to think he's a Marxist-Leninist. But I know what that stank is. That is not the stanky of a tanky. That is the stanky of a Nazgul, right? I fucking called it from the very beginning. And he reacted to me because he knew I was like the only one that was calling him out in a meaningful way, right? He had debates with all kinds of people. He tried to come in here and have a debate. And I was like, I'm sorry, I don't platform fascists. I'm not bringing you on, shithead. You're not going to have a conversation with me. I'm going to dunk on you from fucking chat.
Here he is at the end of his grift, essentially. You know, he's done exactly what all of his critics predicted that he would do.
But yeah, I mean, this is the problem, right? As much as I thought we could kind of make an alliance, you know, with the libs on Twitch poll, just to, you know, sort of take care of the alt-right and stuff, you know, in the end, they're pretty fucking useless. They're just low information Andes.
He's completely sold out to the right. He embarrasses himself on a daily basis. But isn't that supposed to be like, isn't that what he wanted? Isn't that why he did it in the first place, for money and attention from these people? I don't know what happened, but it seems like he lost a step somewhere along the way, and now he sounds a little bit depressed about it. So let's take a quick look. I'm fascinated to get your response to this, Sam, as someone who, like us, has watched Jimmy's trajectory from the very beginning.
I don't have anything. I have, you know, I mean, even my old friends in Hollywood, they don't understand what I'm doing. They think I'm a Trumper, and they see things in a binary. They still pat themselves in the back for voting for Kamala Harris. And today, literally today, I had a friend on.
They think I'm a Trumper. What the fuck are you, if not a Trumper?
On Twitter, who I've known since I got to Los Angeles.
Narwhal by Nature, thank you for the super sticker.
And he said to me, on, you know, all kinds of garbage about you've got a horrible job turning Democrats into Republicans, and enjoy your kingdom of dirt. And I'm like, holy and
I'm sorry, but your kingdom of dirt. He really is a dirt emperor.
Did you guys look up and see who this is?
I mean, they have to.
I'm a fruit basket.
Wait. Who this is? You know who this is, Sam. You've debated this guy, Jackson Hinkle. That's who he's asking about. He has repeatedly said that Trump is a anti-war candidate. Oh yeah, Jimmy Dore. Yeah, he's super big on Trump.
Either way, that's the main part I wanted to get your reaction to. It's kind of sad, right? Like,
I mean,
Jimmy.
Yeah, it is interesting what's going on, particularly with that sort of ilk of people, because
Hinkle is a Duganist, yeah. So is Haas, right? This is like this weird third positionist thing that came up, and when I saw it, I was like, this is not good. This needs to be called out and recognized for what it is, and everybody else in the space was just like, oh yeah, let's bring Haas on for a debate, including like fucking Sunday moderated one of his debates. You would think that a theory head like Sunday would know better, would be able to identify, oh yes, this is a fascist. But then again, isn't Sunday moderating debates on what's it called, the Crucible? So I don't know what that's about. Like I don't want to jump to conclusions about our good friend President Sunday, but that's kind of weird.
You know, in 2020, even to some extent, certainly in 2016,
Yo Mama,
there was this sort of like, they had an audience of people on the left, and there's every reason to.
That is a high quality chat right there. Yes, Weirdest form of diagonalism. Yep.
Be disaffected if you're, somewhere from like center left to left. And particularly if you're younger and you haven't seen, change. You haven't seen it in the movement and see how long sometimes it can take. And he had an audience that he could speak to. And I just we were talking, I didn't really cover it too much on the show, but that Restore the Republic, where Taibbi
Rescue
went
the Republic.
or Rescue the Republic. Yeah. And
We're gonna make America healthy again. That's what we're gonna do.
I shouldn't laugh. I'm trying not to laugh at RFK Jr.'s health condition.
Bobby went
I'll laugh at his brainworm, but
and I was like, it's amazing. They're not bringing anybody to the party. They don't have the same audience. Their audience is
the Crucible with those red pill guys who want to repeal the 19th Amendment. Look, what is that guy's name again? Andrew Wilson? No, am I remembering it right? I can't even remember his fucking name. Because to me, he will always be Big Papa Fascist. That's how I first encountered him, when he came into my chat to try to get evidence to use against Dylan Burns in a debate, right? He wanted to find trans streamers getting donations and then not using it for surgery, and that this would prove that trans people didn't exist. Fucking weirdo.
Is on the right. They're not bringing disaffected leftists there. They're just going to sort of their, right-wing audiences. And it was just fascinating to me, how much that cohort of people were effective in.
Yeah, but like I said, I really don't want to jump to conclusions about Sunday's collaboration with the Crucible. I don't know what's going on there. I know that Sunday has kind of a history with the neo-reactionary movement, which isn't exactly. I wouldn't really classify Andrew Wilson that way.
In 2016, let's say, and even in 2020 on some level, and now they just don't resonate. Things have sorted out in a different way, and I wonder, because I mean, I can see our views spiked like a hockey stick when Harris became
Same.
The nominee, and now they've gone back.
There's just more interest in politics, right? Specifically, on the left, and it's more when Harris, when Biden dropped out, when Harris dropped in, and when Harris chose Waltz, and then since then, the campaign's been making some very questionable moves. Let's just say
down almost to where a little bit higher than they were, which was still somewhat elevated, but because it's presidential election. But so I think some of the enthusiasm has drained out of this on the sort of the center to the left. I think people are just let's just get this over with, because she's not generating the same type of enthusiasm. I saw today that Brian Deese was going to support Lena Khan, and I'm very excited about that. But
Me too.
Yes, but the three of us, to be excited about that is to be in the smallest cohort of human beings on the planet. And I'm so excited about the FTC chair, and people are just what the are you talking about? Well, I was just going to say, on the right, I have a feeling things have cratered for them. And part of it is because they're so sort of all over the place. But, Tim Pool invited me on his show. I don't know if you knew that.
Oh, now this is good. This is interesting. Tim Pool bragged about having shut Sam Seder out, having blackballed Sam Seder. If you watch Sam's appearance on the PBD podcast, you'll hear PBD talk about how You know, there's a lot of times when I bring a guest on that I get complaints about the guest. When I hear things when I get things in DMs, right? But I never got my DMs lit up the way that I did with Sam Seder. And that was this weird informal kind of blackballing that Tim Pool tried to do to Sam Seder to make, don't talk to Sam Seder. Part of it was because of how hard and how effectively he went after Ruben. Part of it was because of the weird drama with Tim Pool. And part of it was because of the absolute op that he and Ethan Klein did on Steven Crowder.
I'm going to go on it in like 2 weeks or something.
Ooh.
I'm already sort of.
So for Tim Pool to bring Sam Seder on is a little bit of Tim Pool backing down.
I'm not excited at all about it. Actually, it's huge.
Are you going
pain in the
into
ass.
the studio, into his compound or whatever?
I'm going down to off.
The only credit I ever give to PBD guy is that he was actually willing to let Sam Seder on his show. Yeah, I mean, I've experienced these kind of, whisper campaigns too, right? Based on, confronting a certain shitlib streamer, certain NAFO Doge.
Brand Neverland. And
just over the fact, not really over any particular issue that we disagree on, but just over the fact that he didn't know shit and he was way too confident in that not knowing shit, right?
I just know flying out. I realized anyways, he's claiming that he's offended that I said something about him. And it's like,
oh, I saw that on
Where
Twitter.
have you been? Where have you been? I've been, offending you. I thought that was the reason why I wasn't invited, because you were so offended by me. But I get the sense that it's a function of, they're worried about their views. And that, he wants to have like a debate to drive traffic. And I just think it's an odd choice for him to do before the election. Now, of course, I couldn't really say no, as much as I'm like, I've already regretted it. I've already regretted the whole thing. Frankly, like I realized like, oh, it's the morning after. I can't go early. I can't go the night before because it's Halloween and I have an 11-year-old son and I'm not going to miss the last year or two of Halloween. So I'm going to leave at like 5. I have a 5 a.m. flight or something.
That means you got to wake up at like 3 a.m.
Oh no, it's going to be horrible. And
I feel like it's not worth it. Am I right? I mean, Sam can do what he wants, right? It just doesn't seem like it's worth it.
And I also just like.
Also, if you're getting on a plane at 3, right? Because I get what's appealing to this about Sam. I don't think he's like getting, money from this. I don't think that like. I don't suspect that, MR is going to blow up specifically from the encounter with Tim Pool, especially now. Tim Pool's kind of diminished, but, and that's probably why Tim Pool's, inviting him back, despite having, what did he say? I'm trying to remember the words that he used. Like, he basically said, Sam will never work in this town again. Right. And so for Tim Pool to bring Sam on is actually kind of an embarrassment for him. But I like in a situation where you're getting up at 3 a.m, you get on a plane, you're gonna fly into West Virginia, stay overnight, and he'll probably put you up in an Econo Lodge or something like that. I don't know if that is like worth it. I'm not sure.
I'm not as interested in Tim Pool as
okay.
I don't know that I ever was, but it's just much easier to do it, to talk, from my studio. And so, but I'm just struck by the fact.
And the other thing I don't get is why won't Tim Pool just talk to Sam from his studio?
Why now? Like, why are you, Like,
He's losing relevance like a mother. You're still a clickable name on the internet if you're a triggered right winger.
I think that's what it is.
I also feel like when it comes to the Tim Pools, because Tim Pool had a somewhat similar trajectory as Jimmy Dore. He also started out as a lefty and then made a big stink about leaving the left. Maybe not as, flamboyantly as Jimmy did it, but he still, had
Yeah, you got it. BKK home court advantage.
his roots in like Occupy Wall Street. He was like a journalist for Vice or something at one point.
I gave him his first interview on Occupy.
Wow.
I think I gave him. I was the first interview he ever had.
Thanks a lot, Sam.
I know.
Created a monster.
I know.
But I do feel like back.
Now, I don't know if we can see that interview. I'm assuming that's not the Thanos. I guess that was a debate. So like that must have been before then. So it must have been when Sam would he have been at Air America at the time? Does anybody know Occupy? We're talking about like what 2008. So ostensibly Sam's trying to get a hold of somebody in the Zuccotti Park encampment, and he winds up hooking up with. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say it that way. I can think of a better way to say that, can I? He winds up finding Tim Pool. I shouldn't say hooking up with Tim Pool. That sounds weird.
In a certain time, probably around like 2016 to 2018, like these sort of people, Jimmy Dore, Tim Pool, like not that there would have been a whole lot for you to agree with them on, but I think it would have at least been a more interesting conversation, like a more intellectually engaging conversation. At least people like Jimmy Dore back in that time period, it felt like they really believed in something or stood for something.
Yeah, that's definitely some copy pasta in the Twitch chat.
Even if it was misguided, even if it was something that you.
I am not responding to copy pasta. I've eaten way too much copy pasta in my lifetime.
Necessary to.
Although pasta sounds great.
Did with Jimmy, at least it didn't totally just feel like they were boring talking point readers, and that's kind of the vibe I get now from a lot of these right wingers. It's like. It's not even really interesting. It's not engaging. It's not edgy. It's not even populist anymore. It's just kind of like, okay, what's the point of listening to this? It's very tedious. It's very boring. It seems like they're reading a script almost. And with Tim Pool, he might be reading a script. We found out about the tenant media thing. But do you know what I mean? Like, who's the talented conservative commentator right now? Who's actually waves?
I agree with you. There's no. I mean. I'm not like, Jimmy's a slightly different case. I mean, I think like his politics were, he was, by the time like early 2016, it wasn't so much that I had an issue with his politics as much as like, the dude said, who cares if Peter Thiel, he literally said like, who cares if Peter Thiel is the Supreme Court justice? That's why that whole debate actually happened. It wasn't, I was like, what the is this dude talking about? I knew him from a distance, from, on TYT, and I had met him once or twice. And Michael Brooks was, friendly with him. And I just came out like, what Peter Thiel, does he have no idea who these people are? Like what I don't understand.
So like Jimmy Dore's arc, if you missed it, if you weren't around for this, right, was this. He was the most progressive dude on TYT. He had a show called The Aggressive Progressive because he kind of wanted to go harder than Cenk or Ana or anybody did. Now, this became a Bernie or bust kind of thing. And hit from Bernie or bust, we go to like justifying, complicity at the very least with, like what Sam's talking about, a Peter Thiel Supreme Court appointment, which, if you understand who Peter Thiel is, you shouldn't want it. For the, issues like force the vote are more, at least like, understandable where he's trying to come from. But he's literally one of the Bernie bros that became like a Trump bro. I mean, like Jimmy Dore's story is literally, you know, how that happens.
Like, and I sent him an email, and I'm like, dude, you want to come on and talk about this? Because the shit you're saying about the Supreme Court is just wrong.
Yeah. Oh my God. Atrocious. Every game has got the Jimmy Dore lore down. Jimmy likened Trump getting 3 SCOTUS nominees, which he did, which history showed he ended up doing, to the moon falling into Lake Michigan. Yeah, he's like, yeah, just like the moon could fall into Lake Michigan. Sam is like, Trump could appoint 3 Supreme Court justices, and Jimmy Dore's response, yeah, just like the moon could fall into Lake Michigan. Someone should check on the moon. Somebody should check on Lake Michigan. That's true.
Like, and he said, no, I remember this. He said, no, go ahead, rip me a new one. That's no. And so I started the segment, and I was going to be courteous because my feeling at that time was like, you know, I can have differences with people who are like largely net positive for the left. And he called in. He must have been listening to the show because we, was live audio. So he called in the middle of that, and I'm like, oh, okay, let's do this. Tim Pool, I gotta say, I don't know that he ever had any politics, to be honest with you. I don't think Tim ever had any politics. Like, he was the camera guy at
I'll go one step further. I don't think Tim Pool ever had a clue
at Occupy, and he was interested in the idea like something's happening. I don't know that there was any ideological sort of like foundations of that. I've never gone back and listened to that interview, to be honest with you. I imagine we must have it posted if we even did video at that time. But I'm quite sure it was more about like all the tactical stuff. What are the cops doing? What's happening down in Zuccotti? There was no ideological. I'm quite sure that we did not have any deep ideological conversations. And when he was working at Fusion, and when he was working at
so it's like I don't know. I doubt I was following Sam at the time, but from what I'm hearing, the Tim Pool conversation was literally just Sam getting a hold of somebody with a camera at Zuccotti.
Advice. I've talked to people who were there, who some of them were actually friendly with him, and they're like, he was just a guy who, had sort of like innovated, was one of the first guys to be doing live streaming, and then just hustled from there and made a ton of money to do basically nothing. He had no ideology. And then he just sort of stumbled into, I think, like the YouTube shit. And I spoke to somebody who visited him when he was in like I think it might have been in New Jersey, or maybe it was Maryland. And he was just like, it's great. I don't even have to read. I just do this. And, and I think his politics are just like where he thinks the clicks are.
Pretty much. All right. So yeah, that's Sam Seder spilling the tea on not just TYT, but we got a little Jimmy Dore and Tim Pool content to boot. Let's hope that I've got this on my playlist. I should. We're gonna watch a little bit more Hasan now. It is.
In our society, we treat anthropology as a...
Oh, no. Now, that is the anthropology of Karens, right? That is what a fault is. We might get to that. We're at 63% of the Donocle right now. If you haven't voted already, that poll is up on the YouTube stream. So go ahead and vote on that. Go ahead and like the stream if you have not already. We are going to... We're going to next go into, if I can find this. I want to. I guess we'll have to do the election maps tomorrow. Oh crap! I have actually got some really good content about a grandpa in Korea that rides a boar. He literally rides a boar. Like in an anime, he rides a boar. Oh my god. Where did I... But yeah, we are 63% of the way towards the dono goal. It looks like What Default Hist is taking a decently commanding lead right now. That can change with your votes. That can change with your donations. Just make sure when you donate to let me know in the chat which of these topics is appealing to you. Which of these topics do you want to see? And I will be sure to put your money where your mouth is.
Especially, like I said.
And, there we go. I'll put your money where your mouth is and add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice. It'll drive the dono goal forward. If we get to 100 by the end of this segment, this is our last segment otherwise, right? Then we'll get some bonus content. If not, it was a valiant effort. And we'll be back at it again tomorrow. So just remember, when you donate, to let me know which of these topics: AOC versus Fetterman, Hasanabi on Pod Save America, the Trump burger, or What Default Hist Karens. Which of these topics is appealing to you? And I'll increase, like, it basically puts a buff on that topic, which means I add it as a percentage to the score in the poll. All right, let's get going here. This is Hasan, and why did I think this was Felix? Felix was on this day, but this is Noah Kulwin that he's talking to at the moment, right? This is about Asmongold, right? So Hasan and Noah they end up watching the Asmongold apology. We've already watched that, so we don't really need to go back to that. They look at the comments. Actually, we'll start with the comments, maybe. And then get into Asmongold's Reddit post, where he sort of takes back some of the, maybe, like it sounded like, he was making it sound like he was apologetic and that he wanted to improve himself and all this stuff. Like he just basically gives the, like, I'm going to rehabilitate myself kind of spiel. I don't know whether it's honest or not, but the Reddit post definitely makes it look like he's, still on his bullshit. So let's take a look and see what's in the comments of Asmongold's. This is Asmongold's apology. My plans moving forward. And we're going to see what is in the comments here.
Having said that, however, apparently he said that he was, going to keep doing the woke DEI content.
That's not.
Chat was messing with them and pretending to mix them up. Felix and Noah?
Not dehumanizing at all.
Yeah. As a Muslim, I hate this ban. I completely disagree with his points last night, but to ban him and not ban people with the exact same opinions just about the other side will just radicalize and create more hate. This is my favorite type of person online, who's just like,
Have you ever considered that we treat both sides?
Yeah. Dude apologized harder than the doctor respect. I don't even know what he did. 20 minutes in one shot. Sounds like a legit apology video to me. There has never been a war in the history.
That's wild. That's wild. You record a 20-minute video without editing, in one shot. And people are like, "Oh, yeah, no, he's serious. That's a real apology there."
The world that is.
Oh, I love that. No. The best part about that comment is the guy's handle.
Yeah, Asmongold. I'm sorry. I'm gonna clean my room and make it up to everyone.
P229.
Yeah.
Okay, gun nut.
There's never been a war in the history of the world that has not resulted in innocents being harmed. That is a straight up fact.
Yeah, my YouTube handle is literally a gun.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, gun guy. I'm sure you believe it.
Yeah.
Bro got canceled in cleaning his room. Yep. Bro, if you made a travel channel, it would be effing epic. The way you think, the way you describe things, the feelings you have is what made us become a family and love you, man. Honestly, travel, I would you know what? Not from the same perspective as this guy, but I do agree a travel.
Yeah, a giant wild pig. Like, I'm trying to think of the way to describe the size of this pig. What animal is like the same size? It's like the size of a lion. Yeah, I think this boar is like it's a big boar. Anyway, I'll throw that boar in with the bonus content if we hit the dono goal tonight.
We'll stream with him.
Isn't that great? I'm throwing in a free boar.
Pretty cool.
I
I'd
agree.
be interested.
We're giving away free boars tonight, chat.
I think so. I think like any interaction that he has with the outside world is funny. Like I think.
Well, who's the dude in? Isn't there a guy in Demon Slayer that rides a boar?
I mean, he's clearly on some level conscious.
Oh no, the dude has a boar head. Wait, who rides a boar, chat? Oh no, that's Princess Mononoke, right? Where they ride a boar.
Which is part of what he's like saying in this video or whatever. Is like, I recognize, like, even if it's superficial in this moment or if it's just emotional in this moment because he's responding to all the shit going on, but he's like clearly conscious of how, like, oh, like, I do live with my mom and the room is a mess and we need to fix this stuff, etc. Which I'm at, before, like, I know he like incorporated as part of like the narrative of his character on the internet or whatever. It was like part of, not kayfabe, but like it was part of his shtick.
He loses his dad. His mom actually passed away.
I'm sorry.
But he was like very.
I'm going by the Reddit post that he said.
Sorry,
a single man living in his mother's house.
Yeah, no. He was very like. He was very close with his mom.
I will be right
back. Very traumatic for him. Okay, so he wrote a post 35 minutes ago, I guess, or now an hour ago. Why apologize? Because it was R-worded to use Palestinians interchangeably with religious fanatics and terrorists. Obviously, not all people in Palestine are trash. It's really not that complicated. Also, it wasn't just that issue. Don't let yourself become ideologically captured by a worldview to the point where it makes you so unreasonable that you turn into what you're fighting against. No one wins when I stand behind a statement that's a false or a mischaracterization. My fucking dad, Hasan Abihead, that's true. That literally is true. Told me over a year ago I was getting too harsh on my stream and I ignored him. Same with a lot of real life friends. I think I've just been increasingly more hostile and negative, and that brings a bad vibe to the stream. A good comparison, Dragon Ball Sparkling Zero playthrough versus Wulong playthrough. Basically what I'm trying to say is I want more Sparking Zero playthroughs and I never want to play Wulong again. Wait, what?
I have no idea.
Wulong was amazing. What the fuck? Okay, that's the worst take I've heard from him this week, dude. What the fuck? Hey, yo. That's okay. Oh, Wulong, not Wukong. Oh.
What's Wulong?
I don't know. I thought he was talking about Asman has tasted the politics viewer counts. He will never be the same. Yeah, I don't think he understands that he stepped foot into a very treacherous field, though.
There you go.
There it is.
There she is.
There it is. Thank you, Lil Bear. Lil Bear did it. The chronicler. A field that will not be kind to him. So, like, currently, gamers watching him do political commentary will go the distance, but I don't know if he'll want to continue it. Kinder than it is to you, lol. Yeah, but all I'm going to say is this area, this space that I exist in is a very... Oh, it's Wukong, but L instead of W to signal he disliked it. Yeah, notice how this is from when I was covering the RNC and I look much whiter there. Maybe I was doing whiteface on that day. Very treacherous one. It's significantly worse. Like, significant. No, Wulong is an actual game.
Wolong, somebody's saying.
Okay, I don't care. All right, we're done. We're done. We're done. Okay, I don't care. Oh, Wolong Fallen Dynasty.
I really thought he was talking about Wukong.
Oh, this game. Yeah, I heard this game. Wait, was this game bad?
One in chat if you've played Wukong.
The game received generally favorable reviews with praise for its combat system.
Okay, significantly worse than doing courtroom analysis on the Johnny Depp stuff.
Secret Service are going to have to answer in the coming weeks. And then the other issue obviously is
God, I always hate when they do these plots to assassinate the president. Like George W. Bush, like said, like one reason we got to go to Iraq. Saddam tried to kill my daddy, and it's obviously bullshit. It's a very common lie that they tell.
Bro, he was saying he was negative when he played the second game and more positive while playing the first. It was a reflection of himself, not the game he was expressing.
Yeah, no, it was just not like, it just wasn't clear if you don't know what those references are.
Yeah. Well, his audience, I'm sure, understands it. The vibes and feel.
Yeah, that's right. Once again, Cody Shoddy was prescient.
The stream recently has been a lot more tense, and a lot of that is my fault. If you think that means my first stream back is going to be playing Dustborn and promoting Sweet Baby, I think you'll be very disappointed. Okay, first of all, Dustborn is a banger. We played it for as
you watched Hasan play it. Yeah, does that count as playing it? Sort of.
As much as I physically could without losing my mind. And I am, so that is a signifier that he's like still, you know, he's not been captured by the woke mob.
He's not going to play itch.io games on stream.
Yeah,
let me tell you.
Sweet Baby Inc. is like, is what a lot of these gamers hate because like they.
Wait, why is there an associate? Do these guys think itch.io games are woke? All I know about itch.io is that the devs get more of the money.
Think that.
Like they get a better deal than they do on Steam, right?
We're doing DEI to games.
They're still talking about they're still trying to make Sweet Baby a thing, or Asmongold. Asmongold is just super anti-woke. He is that dude.
Been on
like he's a guy that watches Andy Pants Gaming and he's like, oh no, this is space. This guy's spitting facts.
Been on stream for a minute. Didn't post this as punishment for leaving me out of the graphic. Wow, wow. That's fucked up. He didn't even promote that he was on here. That's crazy. Dustborn is ass. Yeah, I know. It was just funny because it was ass. I'm not changing anything other than trying to be more positive and less mean-spirited. Also, sponsor had nothing to do with. This wasn't even the top 5 worst things.
So yeah, just to let you know, in case you thought he was gonna turn over a new leaf, he'd questioned his whole approach, his whole attitude. No, there's nothing like that. There's nothing like that. He's literally just. I don't know. I don't think there's anything real here. I think he's doing what he needs to do to get himself out of controversy.
Things I've said. I wanted to. Yeah, it could be in the top 5.
I think context is a lot. Like, I think the reason people are super upset about this was that, like, you said this, like the.
Wait, your biggest issue with the game? You mean Wukong? Was how bad I was at betting on it?
That like we saw somebody burn to death, like in an IV, like a 19-year-old burned to death, you know, with an IV attached. Like,
yeah,
like that's what, like, it's like perhaps it's not in the top.
So we're watching this because it's just the Reddit stuff, but actually, and I missed out on this, right? After the like Hasan ends up talking about Cenk and Ana. So we're starting off with Asmongold, sort of catching up with the Reddit post that we haven't really gone over yet. And then we're going to end on Cenk and Ana, and then I will end the stream, or we'll watch a grandfather that is known as the Boar grandfather in Korea. The Boar grandfather. We will watch the Boar grandfather ride through town, and we will maybe do What If Alt His Karens it's looking like right now. It all depends on if we hit that dono goal, which we are 37% away from. I would say that's within striking distance. We're almost 2/3 of the way there. It's possible. Anything is possible, chat.
5 worst things you've ever said. I hope that it is for your sake. But like, that's why people are mad. And anyway, that's an aside.
We need to start like a side betting thing where people bet on the dono goal. They bet on whether it'll get a hit on a particular night.
I want to step away from leadership and take a break from all the.
And then you could bet on like what will win.
All that for a while now, over 1 year, because the amount of commitments compounded on top of maintaining my stream.
We need to run our own poly market.
Schedule is unironically ruining my life. Also, if I'm not involved with them, why would it matter what I say? Hopefully, y'all can see how this really is a macro issue and not just this situation. My life has actually been fucked for a while now, and I need to fix it. I'm a 34-year-old single man living in his mother's house with dead animals and garbage. Although I don't, quote, in air quotes, hate it, I don't want to. I
really do feel like he is managing his social media image. You know what? Like the whole thing about introducing, like the Asmongold is a foul, unlikable jackass. Unless you know that, you know, he lived with his mom until she died and, you know, she was his life. He would, you know, play World of Warcraft with his mom. Like, right, unless you know a little bit of his history, he's like irredeemable. So it's almost like he puts this out there on purpose in order to carefully manage his like image as a like I hate to say influencer, but whatever he is.
Have any feedback or questions? Ask.
Yeah. Based, I think you should buy a new house, man. Get a change of scenery. It changes your life. S-Man literally called me last night at 3 a.m. trying to convince me to move in with him, lol. So yeah, he said this stuff. Yeah, he's got dead animals in his house. I think he like uses his rat as a...
His rat.
I believe he uses his rat as...
It's not like, Hasan, you're making it sound like he keeps the same dead rat. Wait, does Hasan know the rat is dead? Look, I know entirely too much about the Asmongold lore, okay? I gotta admit. I'm too Twitch brain rotted.
Like a alarm clock or something? That's what he was. That's what I've heard. I don't even know. Asmongold is like one of those people that people say...
Okay, if you don't know, the story is that Asmongold had a rat die in his house, right? And he would smell the rat more in the heat than when it's not hot. So in the summer, Asmongold would wake up when he smelled the rat. Right? I don't know if he's serious about it. I don't know. I can't tell you like for sure, right? But that's the story that the summer sun in Texas during the morning into like noon would start to cook the rat. And as the rat was cooking, baking in the hot Texas sun, it would start to smell a certain way in Asmongold's house. And by like noon, when it was nice and warm, it was the smell of the rat was too much to be able to stay in bed. So that's the rat alarm clock.
Shit about him, and I'm like, that's too far. Like I can't in good conscience like believe that.
And then
to
he
be
himself
real. And
writes,
then it's like, no, he did
himself
do
writes,
that.
I live in the house with dead animals and garbage. You know, could be stuffed. He's in Texas, aren't they? They do that there.
Yeah. At first, I thought he'd offered a great thesis on radicalization of young men online. Then he pulled that Reddit shit, and I'm like, never mind.
The Reddit shit being also the DEI die thing.
No, the DEI die thing, he's not going to stop that. That's his bread and butter, I think. Like, but I don't think he...
That's his audience. That's his audience.
Roaming the streets, like protesting against the fucking Supreme Court decision, right? They didn't understand that, like, the vector of radicalization in Israeli society was that it was based on top of an apartheid regime. And if you don't address the root causes of that radicalization, you're not going to be able to like move in the positive direction. And for Asmongold, he doesn't understand that all the DEI stuff, all the woke DEI stuff is like also a vector of radicalization for him. Bro, turn the AC on. It is cold as fuck in here.
Yeah,
okay?
no, I run hot.
Yeah, it is literally cold as shit in here. Shut the fuck up.
Also, I like my pit stains.
Yeah.
I keep them.
Anyway, the best thing you do for himself is delete his subreddit. I think like not delete his subreddit, but just like don't go to it for a while, and just don't get like don't get primed into taking certain positions. So we'll see. Have you asked your guest if he needs water? He was first of all,
I have a Diet Coke right there.
Coke,
I'm fine. Like I said, I just run hot. Police your own pits. Check your own pits, chat.
Yeah.
Besides, antiperspirant gives you pit stains. That's how you ruin shirts. Not me.
So, we'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens.
As long as Kaya is comfortable, that's all that counts. Yeah.
We'll see where this goes. But I think his audience, for the most part, some will be receptive.
Kaya does like to sleep a lot. Does this mean that Kaya's up while Hasan is trying to sleep, though? The fact that Kaya's sleeping like the whole time he's streaming?
Some will not. But overall, I think like if you stay true to and if you're genuine about changing your...
God, I'm seeing more Mets hats, right? Are there more? Is it just me or are there more Mets fans now? I never used to see Mets fans. And now I see them all over the place, right? I thought everybody in New York liked the Yankees.
Beliefs and changing your opinion, then only time will tell. We'll see. I think especially on this issue, he will probably change his mind, but who knows? That's what I think.
I still think we need him to do a travel stream to the Middle East. That would be incredible.
Wait, he exercises her in the morning while he works. Oh, okay. Wait, while he works out, how does he exercise her while he's in the gym? Is Kaya in there lifting weights?
Anyway, but isn't the DEI shit a sign he really isn't that interested in changing? No, I think he categorizes it separately.
Yeah, I think it'll baby steps surely, but also I think that for a lot of those people, it's like it's been so normalized to talk about DEI.
Chat, should I get a cat? I mean, I've got to get my finances in order a little bit more first, but like I just like I haven't had a cat since like my last cat died. But I didn't want to feel like I was like replacing her,
as like this nefarious, like left-wing culture eating thing, as opposed to just like like a fairly generic office style way of talking about like inclusion. Like it's a bigger thing.
Oh my God. The only thing is it's a big financial responsibility, because it's like having a cat is not just like, I can pay for the litter and I can pay for the food. It's like if that cat gets sick, I want to be able to pay to take care of business, and business is like vets are not cheap. Vets are not cheap. I want to make sure that I'm in a good financial place before I adopt a cat, but I do think I'm ready.
Yeah. We can't expect him to immediately jump to all struggles or one struggle. Yeah, he's not going to come back and be like, no war but class war, guys.
We are going to get third worldist Asmon Gold.
Yeah, he's coming back. He's coming back with a
You thought I was saying Chaya?
copy of Settlers.
No, he's going to come and he's going to start reading like Adam Smith in Beijing on his stream.
JD Pawn, Osman Gold. Yes, dude. Permanent first world genocide. Okay. Unlimited first world genocide. If France Fanon.
It would definitely piss off JD Vance.
Anyway, we'll see. Yeah, he's gonna start calling America Maoist standard English. Shia Muslim leftist Osman Gold, a man can dream. Yeah. So yeah, there's a whole lot of air between genocide and Reddit Gamergate DEI sweaty shit. Yeah,
although
I
it should
agree.
be noted that like he and Brianna Wu were on the opposite side of Gamergate, and now they're on the same side.
Maybe
of this.
that's what changed his perspective. He's like, what the fuck am I doing? Brianna Wu and I are on the same side saying the same things.
That was the head check.
Yeah. Oh. No, it was because I told him that Palestinians have never made a Dustborn style game or a Concord style game.
Yeah, there's no Palestinian depression quest.
Adopted an adult cat and also a kitten?
Yeah. So he should not have any beef with them.
I would definitely have my cats like sleeping in my room though. Like as much as it sucks to have the smell of pee and stuff like that, I wouldn't want like my roommate's got 2 cats and they're like kind of like out in the house, and I would feel like I don't know. Like she doesn't really take care of them. Like I see them puking and getting sick and like I don't even like I don't know.
Osman Goldolu. I like that he admitted that the brain rot
not cleaning the litter box. I would want them to have their own
him being an r/.
litter box.
Yeah. Some of the really good parts of that apology that I do read as sincere for the most part, especially considering that he has no fucking reason to cop to this shit at all.
Marat has a dog named Fiona, who is the sibling of Oh, is a sibling of Fish. I didn't know that. She plays with Kaya and a lot, and you sometimes see them both sleeping in the background. Aw, his brother and mom take out Kaya while he streams.
Once again, like, talking about r/atheism, talking about how, like, maybe he did Reddit a little too hard, and that how, like, his perception changed over the course of many years of doing this kind of thing, because you know, no one is above being primed off of propaganda, right? And I think that there's no reason to cop to it. Yeah, what do you, dude? The reason why I said there's no reason to cop to it is because look around, dude. Look around the world. That is the same reason why I was trying to tell the white people that were yelling at me when I was talking to Asmongold and being like, why are you walking him through the steps of, like, what bigotry is, instead of just, like, calling him a fucking incel nerd who is a racist over and over again?
Yeah, why'd you talk to him? Why'd you dangle him out of a building?
Yeah.
Well, here's the real reason, all right? And I can say this because I'm not playing the game that Hasan is forced to play, but the world of Twitch is above all a social world, right? The largest streamers on the platform, they know each other, and a lot of them are friends. And invariably, if you have a large group of streamer friends, which you're going to have if you're successful on the platform, because that's how that shit works, right? It's very social. Then you're going to have some people that are friends with Asmongold. And if you turn Asmongold into content, right? If you just fucking slam dunk on his dumb ass, then you're gonna make things awkward. You're gonna make things awkward. So the way that you're perceived in that world of the top Twitch streamers is very important. And Hasan being the bigger, man, by not brutalizing Asmongold for content is necessary, right?
Instead of doing that, well, why did I do that? It's because, one, there's plenty of people in his audience that might be more receptive to my way of thinking when I'm having a normal conversation with him. And also, beyond that, virtually every single person, if you fucking step outside of, like, this community or any other fucking community that you exist in online, kind of is on the same wavelength as Asmongold. Okay,
well, that's a good point about,
to
like,
varying degrees,
because the community part of it is where it's like you.
Yeah, that's true too. Asmongolds are, not. They're kind of a dime a dozen.
I mean, a lot of these guys, like, sort of, and I, in general, I think like the right wing, like, pundit sphere on the internet or whatever, like, they're convinced that their audience is real life in a certain sense. Like, there's like I don't want to paint an over.
But yeah, I mean, he's right about that too. To effectively do what he's trying to do, which is more to speak to Asmongold's audience or people in the YouTube audience or whoever, rather than Asmongold himself, and it's more effective, to sort of, I mean, he is dog walking Asmongold, right? It's not like he's trying to make him look good. It's not like he's propping him up.
Broad brush with that, but it does seem that, like, there's a degree to which, like, they start to develop senses of, like, what's normal, not just, like, what their own opinions are, whatever, but, like, what's viewed as normal by everybody else has become something, dictated by, as he said, like, oh, like that's why he emphasizes the Reddit stuff so much and explaining, like, why did I think this way or whatever. It's because he, there are all these people with this kind of media diet, and he came to think that was normal, that all that bullshit was something that is just what people believe.
Yeah. I'm an Asmongold fan that just crossed over after seeing the debate I posted on YouTube, but wanted to get this out here as well. I've been a fan of Asmongold for quite a while. Despite him saying some things I disagree with, he'd say a lot of things I do agree with, and I've never watched you because the entire community seems to despise you and make you out as a ridiculous, inhospitable person.
Yeah, that's the other thing too. You got to understand, whenever Hasan is talking to Asmongold, whenever he's talking to XQC, like, if it's not emote only, their chat is shit talking him. Right? So he's and he just doesn't let it get to him.
Well, he said something now that I could never agree with, and coming over here to watch this debate with him just completely shattered any respect or agreements I have with him, and you've earned a sub for me. I'm not really a leftist. I'm sure there's some things you and I also don't agree on, but I will never agree with the genocide of people simply because of what they do. The patience and knowledge you displayed here really won me over and even educated me tenfold on the humanitarian and geopolitical situation, and it angered me so much that no matter how long you stayed to try and convince him to help him see the truth of the matter, for 3 fucking hours, he just refused to take in information, actually process and internalize it. I disagree. I think he probably did process it and internalize it, but that kind of stuff doesn't happen instantly, and it certainly won't happen online in front of cameras, for the record. That is the thing that you have to also understand. When these conversations take place, it's not going to change anyone's opinion or attitude in real time. Okay?
That's a good point. Hollywood is like where that happens. Hollywood and like movies and television and like, you know,
Aaron Sorkin.
The West Wing. Yeah, oh shit, you got to it. I was just about to say the West Wing, but yeah.
Exactly. Like that's where that happens. That's not real life. Like real life is you have these things and they accumulate. And then, by the way, a crisis or something that like shakes your understanding, a shock to the system comes. And that's what allows you to think, well, hold on, now I can have a perspective shift. Something like clearly this has not been working, so I've got to see things in a new way. And who knows if the new way he sees things is in fact new. But, you know, it is like, frankly, this is often the only way that people can change their attitude about things.
I can tell you actually deeply care about these things, but I didn't get that from him at all, and just pissed me off. This is serious. People should care. Children are dying for no reason. If it were happening to us over here, you wouldn't actually care who your brother in arms was. You would support them and help them protect your children, home, and country. I truly hope he processes all these things and changes and comes to an honest conclusion, not one based on saving face or money. Congrats on the new sub, man. I look forward to more content from you. This was posted before the Osman Goldola's apology. But yeah, that's like, that is, you know, that is why I do what I do, I guess, and say the things I say, and just even if you don't fully understand it, even if you don't fully recognize it, like there is a method to it, you know? Yeah. Bill Maher posted on the Asmongold subreddit, of course. Anyway.
And I think I need to do this for myself. I need to take accountability for bad things that I've done and for letting my life get this out of control. And I don't need a get out of jail free card. So I need to do that for myself and for my own closure as well. And I think also I want to live for the
oh, here we go. I'm all like, wait, where do they actually talk about Anna? It's coming up.
They're you know, like looking to me to be a role model, right? Oh,
I almost missed it, chat. I was like, wait, somewhere in here is the Ana Kasparian.
But there are people that will see that and they'll think maybe to themselves, maybe I should do the same thing. And if I can do that for one person, well, I've already done it for myself. I've already done a good thing, and so it could only get better. And so that's what my plan is.
Yeah, this is also a decent take from Juniper. This is unironically a major part of how right-wingers have been able to maintain social media control for a decade now. They encourage you to be a worse person by embracing genuinely evil traits about yourself and then reward you monetarily if you do so. Never apologize to the mob. It's like, dude, apologizing is not a bad thing, okay? It's not a bad thing at all. Growth is a good thing. And I think that a lot of people don't recognize that, and a lot of people on the left don't recognize that either. And I am not one of those people. We'll see. Like I said, time will tell. I'm not like, I totally understand it. People aren't like immediately rushing to forgive Asmongold for his statements or all the things that he's said in the past. That's not what I'm trying to tell you. I'm simply stating that my suspicion, at least on this issue, is that he probably will definitely have a most likely a real change of heart. Having said that, however, I'm sure that the DEI stuff will continue because I don't think a lot of people.
The DEI's die will continue until morale improves.
I don't think that people understand that, like, Like that is the vector of radicalization that sparks your journey. That
Okay, counterpoint. I don't know. I don't think much will change. Like as much as it sounds like he got banned for he got like a 2-week suspension. That's nothing. He got a 2-week suspension. He got his name in the fucking, he got his name plastered all over the internet. And also he got new fans from this. There's people that are like, they hear what he said and they're like based. Yeah, this didn't set him back at all. He might be more careful. Because I don't know, if he got known as the genocide streamer, then maybe he would get a real ban. He might be more careful about what he says, but it's not, I really don't think that, like, I don't know. I don't want to, is it a full moon? It's a hunter moon. Funk Master Ka, it's a hunter moon.
That is the start of this kind of
And
stuff.
it is like
because that's why I always try to say, sorry to cut you off. That's why I always try to tell you, like, kill the reactionary part of your brain. Like, an example I can give you is Cenk. An example I can give you is Ana Kasparian. Like, when you find yourself, susceptible to right-wing framing on certain issues without thinking clearly through them, there is like, it's almost like a muscle. You're training yourself into basically subscribing to certain ideals or certain ideas.
I thought he was going to say, you're training yourself into subscribing to me on Twitch so that you no longer have to see the ads at the top of the hour, which you could do for free using a Twitch Prime, or you can do for $6 using $6, or possibly you can be gifted one if you are very lucky and if you are active in the chat.
Certain talking points.
But no, it's not a debate.
Without engaging.
How can somebody explain to me how the debate is the debate always generated from chat? Is that how the debate works?
In critical thinking. And it can be one vector of radicalization. It can be one thing, right? And that slowly but surely starts changing the way that you view everything. Okay? It slowly but surely starts helping you come to conclusions on every other issue. It might start with like the crime panic. It might start with you maybe having a traumatic experience with like a homeless person or something. Like with Cenk, he saw like a homeless person and then he was like, that's it, I'm done, right? And then he started being like, no, we got to do something about this crime stuff. And then all of a sudden, even if you are a very progressive person, even if you've been a champion of progressive values for 15 fucking plus years, 20 years at this point, you find yourself saying things like Gavin Newsom is releasing 75,000 prisoners in the state of California when that is obviously not the fucking reality, without like examining that statement whatsoever.
He started debating chat and it's like a game for chat. So what's the idea? The chat puts out, like somebody puts out a comment that he so they get him, they bait him, right? It's a comment that's like disagreeing with him that he's obviously going to read. And then they end it with like top of the hour kind of stuff. It's a brain disease, debates around every corner. Yeah.
And then slowly but surely, it actually seeps into other things that you...
There's a bot in chat that aggregates the ratings? Oh, shit.
...might have believed in the past that you no longer are believing in. That
I need that.
You are more primed and more susceptible to right-wing framing on, whether it's like trans stuff or this or that. Like... And it's slowly...
So it's kind of like they try to hit the debate before he gets to it?
It takes over your consciousness, and it's...
I never get to actually... Like, I feel like I have watched a Hasan stream at some point, but he's streaming the same time I am, so there's no way.
But surely...
I watch his YouTube stuff, but...
And it makes you... I mean, like, to me, like, that radicalization, a huge part of it is because, like what's changing is not just like, oh, my opinion on the content of this specific issue, but it's the structure of your thought. It's the idea of, it's like the cynicism and the expectation that like, oh, well, all people who are homeless and stuff, like they want to steal stuff and they're, it's consequences of choices. And if you now, accept...
Wait, no, it's usually YouTube that rates my Twitch debates, right? That's usually how it works. I get a lot more ratings on, I get a lot more everything on. I mean, we've usually got 100 people in YouTube chat. Twitch is fallen off, or I've fallen off, or I was too mean to a certain NAFO doge, and Twitch no longer likes me. Twitch believes weird things about me. I don't know, chat. I don't know. I keep on thinking that I want to, like, you know, grind Twitch. I want to, like, get Twitch back to where it was, because I was at 100 viewers on Twitch before I was ever at 100 viewers on YouTube.
Did that premise? If you've granted,
but shit's reversed. Shit has reversed.
That, then you'll start like thinking about that. You know, you'll like that.
Mimic Mermaid says I got 15 minute ruled.
Same idea, like the same set of assumptions that you'll bring to that set of, you know, that situation will be what you bring to every
Twitch loves me.
From, you know, trans people in sports, and how that's just about people wanting to.
I mean, I just need to pay. I just don't pay enough attention. Like, we need to, like, look at those emotes. Those emotes are old as fuck, right? The like points, the channel points, right? We need to update those. Like, you tell me to bounce now, and I don't have my trampoline, and so I don't bounce.
You know, outcompete biological females or whatever, you know, something gross like that.
Yeah.
Like, it's a very
you will always, in the intersectionality of bigotry and the intersectionality of you know, oppression, there is always going to be something that kind of fits the bill for you, okay? And the right very clearly and very deliberately.
No, the thing that sucks about Twitch, though, and here's what really sucks, all right, is that they got this, like, they keep their creators on tier, right? Tier 1, under 100 subs, right? Twitch takes almost half of the money in every sub, in every, you know, right? And so that makes it so, like, I feel bad asking for subs, because it's like you are half paying Amazon and half paying me, right? You get over 100 and it's like 65%, and you get over 300 and then it's 70%, which is the same deal with YouTube. So it's like, I'd feel a lot better, you know, kind of grinding subs on Twitch, you know, at that rate. But to get to that rate, you got to literally have 300 subs. And now that they've raised the prices, it's like, I don't know. It's really about, like, just
deliberately go back to the drawing board regularly. I'll give you the issue of trans panic stuff in the United States of America, right? When they did the bathroom bill in North Carolina, everyone was like, that's weird and gross. What the fuck? And businesses were like, we're pulling out of North Carolina.
So then people ask me, like, what should I donate to you on? And I'm just kind of like, I don't want to tell, like, especially I don't want to, like, you know, break the Twitch TOS and tell you to, you know, so it's kind of like just whatever platform is, you know, is your favorite, right? That's the one that makes sense. Because if you are watching me on Twitch and you don't want to see those ads, it makes sense to sub to me on Twitch. If you want to get, like, exclusive content and you watch me on YouTube, it makes sense to get a membership on YouTube. And you know,
Trump was pro-trans at the time in 2016. He said Caitlyn Jenner can take a shit.
You want to support what I do, you can do so over on Patreon at Patreon/nocommentchick.
In whichever bathroom she wants to, right?
Omega Star says, I choose all of the platforms.
That seems like a lifetime ago. That was only 8 years ago. And now, if you look at the right-wing framing on this issue, it's dramatically different. So what happened in that time frame? Republican groups like, you know, Family Values Seminar or whatever, like all these fucking right-wing Christian nationalist groups, think tanks, looked at that situation and saw that that was not a helpful way to invoke trans panic, to create this idea that, like, you know, trans people were this, like, nefarious force that was destroying society. So they went back to the drawing board and they tested out and focus grouped different forms of messaging. And they inevitably landed on something that was very successful. When you say trans people are you know, pedophiles or whatever, that is not a successful method to get normal people on board, okay? That's not a successful method to get normal people on board with your cause. When you, however, turn around and say trans people are indecently trying to destroy fairness in sports, a concept that Americans approach, a concept that Americans understand is like the only real meritocracy in the United States of America, sports, when trans people are actually, you know, transing themselves specifically to like win competitions. It sounds silly because it actually is silly, but that is a tested focus group message.
It is a trope in like sitcoms, right? Where a character pretends to be a woman in order to compete in women's sports, somehow is just like completely dominant. And the idea being that like your average dude, if he were competing in women's sports, would dominate. That's not even true. That's not even true, right? When you look at performance in sports, there are indeed two bell curves, and the bell curve for guys is higher than the bell curve for girls, but the bell curves are fucking overlapping, and not just barely overlapping at the tips, they're massively overlapping, right? And so like the idea that the average guy could just like, you know, go into the Olympics and win a gold medal at some sport, that's just not true, right? There's the mythology around steroid hormones, right? And not even that, because right, they don't, when they're talking about like trans women in sports, they're imagining some some trans woman with like super high testosterone. They're not recognizing that when somebody's transitioning and indeed to compete in sports, right, you've gotta, you'd be using androgen blockers and estrogen at the very least, and very likely your testosterone levels would be lower than the average competitor in that sport. But you can't. That's like a whole world away from the average person and what they know. They're thinking, okay, well, trans woman, and they're just imagining, somebody transitioned yesterday. And they're like, no, competing in sports, no, that
actually stuck. And that's why they kept harping on it over and over again.
I mean, it's also because it taps into existing like biases and latent homophobia. I mean, Castor Semenya and the scandal about, this woman is supposedly too male or masculine to participate in international organized athletic competition.
And that's where it spills over and starts... That's where it spills over and starts hurting cis people as well, right? That and what happened this summer in the Olympics, right? You're gonna see more and more of that like gender policing, which I think is probably gonna be the final nail in the coffin of this fucking using sports as a vector to spread transphobia. I think that's gonna be what does it in, right? When people start to know cis women who are getting disqualified for competitions, right? Because that's what this shit'll do. That's what they're pushing for, is more and more, let's test your like I wouldn't be surprised if they start trying to do, karyotype tests in some sports.
That preceded this trans panic. That preceded this current wave of this, and it's sort of, it's kind of a, I mean, it's a sad and scary thing because it's real regression in that, like, oh, here was like a previous incident, except we're now going to make the whole culture out of this set of grievances. We're going to now, like, these aren't totally unfamiliar tactics either, is my point. It's that, they will root around for it and find whichever window they can break into to dominate the conversation.
Yeah. So that is something that you have to understand, okay? That is something that you have to recognize, that they are, the right is always looking for new ways of getting more people on board with their messaging. They're always desperately trying to bring more people on board.
Ophelia says, what, you mean you don't believe in the classic comedy Lady Ballers? Yeah.
And try
or the episode of Futurama where Bender becomes a fembot in order to dominate the Robo Olympics.
To get people to see the world from their perspective, and they are doing it strategically. When something doesn't work, they turn around and change it. People don't hate trans people as much as like Matt Walsh does. People, by and large, think trans people are weird. They don't understand it. But they also, by large majorities, consider trans people to be discriminated against. How the fuck does that make sense, right? it's because they think trans people are weird, but they don't like care enough to actually fucking go out and you know, ban some kind of like medical procedure, right? That's it.
I'm going to try to like
I gotta pee.
rethink my life. I have had a lot of people reach out to me.
I'm going to show
people
off
I would have never expected reach out to me in ways that I never expected. And I understand that, you know, like I'm still very critical about, you know, religious fundamentalism, right? But when you paint with such a broad brush that you just include an entire group of people, you're just being a you're being a piece of shit. It's like people said it was racist. I didn't mean it as racist, but if you listen to what I said, it's easy that you could assume that. So easy. And so I'm just a fucking idiot. I'm a fucking moron. I've been an asshole. I think that I've devolved for the last 2 years. I think that I've negatively affected other people too, in ways that I hate. I don't even hate to say this. Like I think I need to say this. I need to say it more. I've negatively affected people in ways that I regret. I think whenever I go back live again, I'll probably talk about that more. And you know, like there's some just different people I kind of want to apologize.
Chat, are we on 99 likes?
And, you know, take accountability for things that I've said and done that have negatively affected other people in ways that were unfair and wrong. And that's what my plan is. That's about it. I want to say that I hope that now, after you've heard what I have to say, that a lot of you all can see kind of why I'm saying that I appreciate this. I really think that this is something I needed, and I hope that this is the next part of the rest of my life. And I want you guys to hold me accountable to that. So if I'm being a fucking asshole again, if I'm being mean, if I'm just being callous, acting like a psychopath, just treating people awfully outside of a WoW raid when they get killed by fire, but really laughing at people's misfortune, try to say, man, just chill the fuck out, stop it. Just stop. And I'm gonna do my best to listen. I spent 2 years ignoring it, and look where it got me. This is not even the tip of the iceberg of the problems in my life. And I want to thank everybody for making me aware that that's the case. And hopefully I can avoid the iceberg, right? And so I want to say that's pretty much about all I've got. I'm sorry for a lot of people I let down, not just with comments like this, but also just with the way I've been doing things in general. I think that you guys deserve a much better version of me than what you've been getting. And I hope that I can live up to that in the future. And I don't even want to think about it in the future, right? As soon as I get unbanned, the best apology is better content, change behavior. And that's what I hope to do. So yeah, anyway, guys, I'm just going to focus on myself for a while, try to improve my own life.
Someone called you Felix.
I mean, that's just anti-Semitic.
Anti-Semitism.
That's anti-Semitic.
Anti-Semitism is alive and well.
Get me ADL. I want Jonathan Greenblatt in here right now.
Who do you think Jonathan Greenblatt hates more? Anti-Zionist Jews such as yourself, or anti-Zionist Muslims such as myself?
It's a hard question, man, because it's
like who would he has one bullet in the gun. Who does he kill?
The Jew.
Probably, right?
Yeah, no,
I
it's
feel like
because you hate the thing that more resembles you. You know, that's.
Is this Cuffles?
I think he's definitely killing you first.
Yeah,
for sure.
no, I'm dead. I'm done. I'm cooked.
Yeah. He's gonna try to line us back to back with one another and try to hit both of us.
He'll do the thing from what's that movie Wanted, where they curl the bullet.
Curve the bullet. Yeah.
Yeah, line us up.
This was a much more solid. This was a much more solid video than I expected it to be.
I agree, and I think it's because he didn't waste time trying to talk about like the particular.
I mean, look, I guess I can see why it comes off like that if you give him like the benefit of the doubt, but I don't, and I'm not even mad. I'm not saying it to be like fuck Asmongold. I'm not like, you know, hurt by his bullshit. It just seems it's your standard YouTube apology. Come on.
Of anything he's
like, it's not Colleen Ballinger. He's not doing a bad job at it.
Or even like, you know, what I meant to say. I mean, he said he tried to slice that religious extremism thing versus whatever about, but like, it was also clear that like whatever this amount, like this volume that he got from these remarks, like I mean, yeah, he's very explicitly saying like, my life is fucked. I got to fix it, you know? And to me,
That's part of why I don't buy it, right? If you're like, you know, I changed my mind, that's one thing. If you're like, oh my God, my life is totally fucked up and that's why I had the bad take and I'm going to take care of myself because loving other people starts with loving yourself. And I'm going to take some time off. Oh, is this Keffels? That's why you were asking if this is Keffels. Yeah. It's giving that, isn't it? It's giving that. It really is.
It's like, that's generally speaking, when anybody in an earnest, like if they're clearly speaking from the heart on that kind of thing, even, you know, no matter what kind of person they are, it is like somewhat moving because it's like, yeah, it's like somebody conceding that they're at some kind of a bottom. You know?
Yeah. Especially, like I said.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You don't have to do this, especially when you're Asmongold.
I'm sorry. Conceding that you're at the bottom of a fucking low, that's not. Look, you can be apologetic. You can change your mind. You can learn something and be a better person without being at rock bottom. That is a fucking narrative. And sometimes it might be true. I'm not saying that it's not. All right. I'm not, I really shouldn't say that it makes me doubt him because he's giving this story. But like, we got to admit that that's like a certain narrative that's very palatable to people that people tend to buy. And so fucking like liars and grifters tend to give it. That doesn't mean that normal people can't find themselves at rock bottom at the same time as they're doing some harm. And then, you know, maybe, you know, they turn around and do some reflection, experience a little bit of ego death and come out a different person. But like the idea that like, because he's acknowledging some kind of rock bottom, that means he's real. Come on. You haven't seen people use that. You haven't seen people exploit that. It's just wild that, you know, like, I'm not the only one who recognizes this pattern of YouTubers feeding people this certain narrative because it works, am I? I'm not the only one seeing this, right?
You definitely don't have to do this, especially on an issue that like a lot of people on the right universally agree with, and maybe even some people on the left, not left, but like liberals agree with, that like Islam is barbaric. And yeah, they do deserve like Israel punishing them for being barbaric. So, you know, don't worry, you got his ass, you won. That's so. That's
even if Haz felt that way, there's no point in like, you know, and not everybody feels that. Like, not everything has to be like a W/L situation, right?
What do you mean I got his ass? I don't think, like, I didn't do anything.
and honestly, the more you can get away from W culture, the better. It's just, you're on Twitch. You're not going to get away from it, right? It's pervasive, but it's not good.
Him to say the things that he said, and I didn't fucking, like, I didn't even try to like own him when I had a conversation. Like, I tried to have as charitable a conversation as possible. I think he probably also recognizes that too. There is no winning in the situation. Anyway,
bro really did racism, didn't clean his room, put on his church jacket and said, "Easy clap. I'm a new man now."
So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Racing the chat, Sean, crying that Asmongold is trying to be a good person. Yeah, it is pretty funny.
Owning him is not the point. Look, there's situations, right, where like the own is sitting right in front of me and I don't take it because it feels gross. You know, there's situations where people turn themselves into content and I cover that content to, you know, massive increases in numbers and great benefit to my own channel. And I recognize that I've got this person's number. I know how to fucking get a reaction from them, and I could keep on, you know, exploiting this endless, like these endless coins forever. And I don't, because that's just not, like, I don't want that to be my life. And it just feels gross, right? Yeah, I guess this is why I never really stuck around the debate scene. I don't know how many people that watched my debates when I was doing them are still around. But one of the last debates I had, there was a right-winger who was not good with ideas, all right? And in an embarrassing way, like just left himself open. And at some point I was just like, ready to go in for the dunk. Like, I mean, I debated Friends. I had dunked on Friends before. But this felt gross, right? This felt like punching somebody who can't fight back. And it's a conservative. It's a piece of shit. He was a horrible person. But it just like, there was something about it where it was just like, no, this feels wrong.
Yeah,
like debate is a sport. It's about competition. If you're going to take it seriously, if you're going to do it, I feel like you should have some sense of I don't want to say sportsmanship. That's cheesy as fuck. But yeah, something like that, right? Where you're not looking to punch down.
There is no reason to ever change trajectory. Like people will always hug box you.
I mean, especially also like if you have like an audience his size,
Yeah.
But the next video when he does his DEI is die thing, I'm sure he'll come back and everybody will love him again.
But that's the classics. You can't do that.
Miska says, I've been really struggling with my life. I ate a homeless person. I see now that was wrong. I couldn't tell at the time because I was hurting. When I hunted down, oh my God, that kid and his sister and ate them. I'm much more self-aware now, and I've been working on myself so that I'm going to start eating only rich people. I know this means learning a whole new cuisine, but I want to be better for my fans. Yes.
He can't. He that's what I need. I need that. I need that in my veins. You dozed really well from the start. Following some of chat's advices would have had you burn a bridge. Yeah, I know. I don't listen to chat, and there is no reason to listen to chat ever. Yeah, be charitable, be normal. As been growing means this community can grow. More people being knowledgeable about this is always a good thing. I agree. Oh, okay. Despite all the shit the drama baiters feed him, he always tries to stay charitable towards you and hear you out. The difference between him and some other people is that they don't listen. Yeah. My dad actually found a hair guy for Austin. He told me on the phone the other day. You keep calling it a debate, but it felt like a conversation. Yeah, it wasn't a debate.
What? A hair guy for Austin? Hairstylist?
I mean, it's being packaged as that for, SEO purposes, but I was wrong on Hasan giving him charitability. Proudly wrong. Yes. All right. On that note, we got a lot of news to cover. Vice President Harris is campaigning in Pennsylvania.
All right, chat. Well, that is the segment, and maybe that is the stream. We got to 63% tonight. A lot of interest in this is not the latest What If All Hiss. I'm going back through the dude's back catalog a little bit just to find stuff that is interesting. And it looks like the Karen's thing was interesting to people donating, maybe not as interesting to the people voting, right? But there's a lot of interest there. I can see there's a lot of interest in AOC versus Fetterman, too, especially if I throw in one Elon Musk for no cost. But yeah, no Boar Grandfather tonight, it looks like. I'm going to be hitting the sacks a little bit early. But I want to watch NC. Wait, you want to watch me play Dark Souls? Isn't that the one that's really hard? Like Bloodborne's easier, right? You watch some of the old ones? Yeah, I mean, I've had times where I was like less than empathetic to people in debates. And most of the time it doesn't feel good. Like, I even feel bad for Sunday. You know what I'm saying? Dark Souls is a test of determination more than anything. So how does it compare to Lies of P? Those games helped you through many depressive periods. I think of myself as not being good at video games, but I don't know if that's just because I don't play them enough or very much, or if I play the wrong kinds of video games. Like, I'm more about the RPGs. I'm more about the story-based game. You know what I'm saying? Is that a thing? Like story-based games? Omega Star with the 5 gifted memberships. Chickadee, you just got weaseled. Baron Wolf, you just got weaseled. Sophia Martinez, you just got weaseled. JB, you just got weaseled. Gunner SA, you just got weaseled. And that's a good thing. Lies of P is good but different. Is it easier? Because I actually had an okay time with Lies of P. Like, it made me learn, though. It's not the kind of... It's not Kingdom Hearts. Which is, like, definitely what I used to play. I mean, I shouldn't dog Kingdom Hearts too hard. I guess you can set it to a higher difficulty, and you can what do? You like Lies of P is goated. But yeah, like I guess like I remember with Kingdom Hearts, it's like you could sometimes I think you could get through the game without blocking if you wanted to. And you should at least have to learn how to block. I mean, maybe not so much for the games that I was into Birth by Sleep, right? And I'm pretty, yeah, maybe it's because wait, what did I play it on? Did I play it on Proud? Yeah, I think I played it on Proud difficulty. And some of those bosses at the end, holy shit. Holy shit. Wait, am I thinking of Fragmentary Passage? It's worth learning to block with Aqua. Yeah, block and do do your cartwheels. Is Kingdom Hearts 4 coming out soon? Am I right about that? It's not really that. Is it like it's probably next summer, right? Anyway, like I still haven't finished Kingdom Hearts 3. You were just playing Birth by Sleep on PSP? I like both games. But I like want the story to be cuter, and it's not. It's dark.
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Birth by Sleep is dark. And it's weirdly dark in a way that's like relatable. Considering the time between the release of Kingdom Hearts 2. Oh, you're right. Yeah, Ophelia. What was it? It's more than 10 years, right? Well, I don't know. I guess I thought that was an aberration. But then again, like the way that Kingdom Hearts is supposed to work, I think, or at least the way that it used to work, is you'd have like a Vox Populi.
121 super chatted $10. Vox Populi.
That's a powerful Vox Populi. Look at what this does. It basically shaves 10 points off of What Default Hist, right? And like 6 points off of AOC versus Fetterman Musk. Is that still ahead? So like 38 plus, I think it's still ahead. I should put the numbers up here, shouldn't I? Let's check on the poll. AOC versus Fetterman is 39%. Not 49, 39. What Default Hist is 16. But it's like, so it'd be like 58 to, like, it'd be like, you've got to put minus 10. $16, which is 54. So yeah, What Default Hist Karen's is still ahead. But by less points now.
Record number of voters are turning out early for voting, which is
I think those are the top two.
Good sign for Kamala Harris, and the campaign is probably one of the only good signs that has existed. We can do all that stuff if you would like to participate. There's also, first and foremost, let's talk about my goat, my king.
Shy Davidai.
Shy David.
My
shy
guy.
My king. It's not a good day today. It's
Did you
not
see the New York Times did a push alert saying that he was banned from campus?
No way.
Yeah, I was out earlier and I got that. No, it was bad.
I just want to know, are there people that are like, oh my gosh, I can't believe Columbia's banned Professor Shy Davidai? Are there does that exist? Are there people that are angry on his behalf? If you don't know, this is a professor from Columbia that has been, I don't know, trying to basically troll the protests, like troll the encampments, like go there and pretend to be persecuted in some way. And it's pretty obvious, like, you know, looking at his social media posts, that he's, you know, chasing the drama, but
bad.
Yeah, I can't believe that the anti-Semitic, the most anti-Semitic university is now Columbia officially.
Yes.
Yeah.
The Columbia.
Yeah, Columbia
is now. Yeah. He. Well, also, I gotta say, like, I watched that video.
Thank you for the super chat, Iraq.
Of him like bumping into people like 10 times at least or whatever, and I do think that, like, had he left it at that, this wouldn't have happened. But it's because he's spent like the last, I mean, he's been doing this. He's doing like, no, he isn't. Somebody said, Shai Davide is having a mental health episode. Like, can we just stop like encouraging it? And he's like, no, I'm not.
I cannot believe they wrote a whole article about it. Columbia bars vocal pro-Israel.
Oh my God. Thanks a lot, New York Times. The New York Times is taking this asshole seriously.
That's a good way to describe him. That's a good way to describe the situation.
Pro-Israel. Let's go with Columbia Bar's
psychopathic professor who is a serial harasser of students on campus. Like
Columbia Bar's business school gadfly from campus.
He literally, dude, did you see the video of like the Palestinians, like pro-Palestinian protesters like walking past them?
That's what I meant. The one where he's bumping people. He's like, something me.
Yeah. He walks up to the administrator. He's like, this is like, there were a lot of incompetent administrators during the Holocaust.
He reminded me, you ever see the end of Animal House?
I don't remember.
It's like basically Kevin Bacon in like an ROTC uniform screaming all is well while he's getting run over by people. Like it's just very no, I'm
one in chat if you would want me to incorporate. I would love to do more gaming. I started off doing gaming, but I realize there's like a lot of content right now. One in chat if you'd like to see more in gaming incorporated into the stream. It would mean moving some stuff around for sure, but I do actually miss it, right?
Fascinated by like his continued existence. I mean, look, now at this point though, he's like he kind of is getting something he wants, which is sad and unfortunate because like the ban is good, it's good in the sense that like it's fair treatment, or at least it's not fair treatment because the pro-Palestinian people shouldn't.
Oh wait, he's not even teaching classes. So wait, is he on sabbatical or something, or
been banned or whatever? Like the punishments they've gotten, but like he's gonna martyr himself, and we've never seen somebody who has been this excited, who's been this excited to become a martyr, for the state of Israel. I'm not Felix. By the way, I'm seeing some people confuse me. I'm not Felix.
It's because I promoted, I think in the title I said Felix and, I said Noah too.
No. This is, again, it's anti-Semitism.
This is anti-Semitism.
This is going noticed, and you all need to improve your behavior. While we're talking about this, it's a serious thing.
Okay, you guys need to stop.
Yeah, no, the funny thing is that this is happening when Ethan Klein, on the day that Ethan Klein is making accusations of anti-Semitism against Hasan's audience, right? That's the irony.
Saying that even as a joke, you gotta stop saying he's Felix, or even jokingly say it, because right now I'm already getting fucking bouldered as like being a vector of anti-Semitism by my former podcast co-host. Okay, so I don't want any more additional fucking data points for people to like literally look at and be like, oh, it's real, it's happening.
No, I mean, I am.
And like, as much as like in this world, like people aren't taking Ethan's bullshit too seriously, but we're going to see somebody tomorrow that's Destiny, right? And he's not the only one. You got Nick Diorio, you got Turkey Tom. I don't know how much I want to wade into the CC. Let's just say CC so that it just, we're not leaving any breadcrumbs. You know what I'm talking about? But yeah, those three have definitely covered it already. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. Like everybody's, Chud Logic was covering it today. And they are all going to try to push this fucking bullshit that Hasan has gotten away with motherfucking murder on Twitch. That Hasan is worse than anybody else, and it's super unfair that Asmongold gets these consequences and Hasan gets no consequences. They are going to push that as far as they can. I don't think they're going to get there. And it's partially because of, the way that Hasan does Twitch diplomacy. I mean, there's a truth to the fact that, there's a truth to the idea that Twitch has favorites, but it's not some big conspiratorial thing like, backroom deal kind of shit, right? It is the fact that Twitch is a community, and the people that get the people that you know have like a representative or someone that you know a moderate like a contact with the company, the people that talk to you know Twitch employees are the bigger streamers. So Hasan's in that world. He's integrated in that, and he does the, you know, when the time comes where, you know, you could turn Asmongold into Hamburger, he doesn't turn Asmongold into Hamburger. For that reason, I think that Twitch will not turn him into Hamburger. I could be wrong, though. I could be wrong. It depends on how much pressure it gets exerted on him. So
I'm curious, though, what the quotes are in this piece. Like, who did they get to supply?
Sorry, I mean,
like commentary.
How much pressure gets exerted on Twitch?
Your expert analysis.
Columbia Bar's vocal pro-Israel professor from campus. University says Shai Davide is repeatedly harassing and intimidating employees. He said that the university has not done enough to crack down on pro-Palestinian protests.
Ethan's content relies on drama. He may be doing this for all the content and too petty or ego-driven to realize it's more harmful to his view. Oh, yeah. Well, I don't know. Here's the thing. Ethan did what? Oh, my God, Chad. I gotta, like, be in Discord for this. Like, Ethan did what might be called a
Dingus Gambit.
You know? And I'm not sure that the Dingus Gambit might pay off, right? The Gambit is that he burns off all of the viewers that, you know, have a problem with this Israel apologia, and that he gains Destiny fans. You know, like it's like he wants his old audience back. Like when I'm thinking about the kind of people that are going to see Ethan do this and say based, it is literally his old audience. That is he going to get his fallen fans back? Would they come back? I mean, they're definitely here for this, but will they stay? Will they be his audience again?
Columbia University has temporarily barred a vocally pro-Israel professor for campus. There is like this right here. This right here is like the kindest way that you can write an article about this man, by the way.
Yeah, dude. I mean, I would like, it's like, I'm sure that I would love to get the audio of their attempt to like contact and get a comment from him.
Yeah. Shai Davide, an assistant professor in the business school, has been polarizing presence on campus since October 7. When Hamas led an attack on Israel that
Hamas led an attack on Israel that has turned Gaza into a battlefield. Folks, Hamas has turned Gaza into a battlefield. It was Hamas that did it on October 7th by not even being in Gaza, actually, by crossing into Israel. They turned Gaza into a battlefield.
And forced Israel to commit war crimes by using human shields. Yeah.
There wasn't another party here that had anything to do with this.
Crack open a new zin for this one, a fresh one, a freshie. I need this.
All right, I'm gonna keep reading this. In recent days, oh wait, hold on. Oh, sorry. He often makes videos of student activists in a minute.
Okay, so like I'm trying to think, to be able to play Kingdom Hearts again, I would have to send my PS4 away. Wait, does anybody in chat know PS4s? I've got what's called the blue light of death, right? I got a PS4 a long time ago, and after, I don't know, 2 months, it blotted. It went blue light of death, and I haven't been able to do shit. It's been a doorstop ever since.
And posts them online. Actions, his critics say, blow.
But I do have like all of the story so far stuff.
Past the boundaries of civility and policy. In recent days, Professor Davide has used his X account, which has more than 100,000 followers, to accuse several student groups of supporting terrorism, posted the name and email address of a Columbia professor he suggested was okay with rape, murder, torture, and kidnapping, and falsely called Rashid Khalidi, a respected Palestinian scholar at Columbia who is retiring, a spokesperson for Hamas.
That, like,
That's
dude,
such a
the
small...
amount of racism and Islamophobia you can get away with by simply like positioning it as like Muslims existing or Arabs existing is like automatically.
I am a grown man.
Yeah,
and I cried.
Automatic.
I cried.
Oh, that was the first one, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'm a professor and I had tears in my eyes.
Lantipod, welcome streamer, welcome raiders. Good to have you with us tonight.
His accent's not that.
No,
thick.
it's not.
You're giving Jonathan Concucrius right now. Terror, baby.
No, that's why he's allowed to teach in America. He doesn't quite sound like that.
Yeah,
but you know what? I speak Hebrew. I can get away with it.
Okay, well, but once again, Noah, let me tell you something. This is the worst day that I could have had Noah and Felix on, considering that there is like an entire podcast dedicated to like how anti-Semitic I am, apparently, from my former podcast co-host.
Well, no, consider me your shield, pal.
It doesn't work that way. They don't give a shit.
What?
People don't give a shit. I told Jonathan Greenblatt hates you.
Damn it.
Yeah, they'll be like, oh, he brought his token or something. Worst day, Kismet, but also worst day for this to happen. Shai Davide, known solely for...
this was awesome. I remember this video.
This was amazing because Times of Israel wrote an article about this where they put his quote and he said, "This is 1938." He's like, it's 1938 that I'm not allowed into the school so that I can continue fucking harassing students.
Not gonna let me mediate. This is the COO of the university. Not letting me mediate. Wait. Everybody, my card has been deactivated.
Look at how excited he gets.
Exactly.
He's like, everybody, my card has been deactivated. He's like so stoked.
This is Gerald Lewis. They were in the meeting where I asked them if Hamas the Terror are going to take it, and they couldn't say that it is a terrorist organization. Why? Jay! No, speak out loud. You have to wait. No, I am a professor here. No, everybody quiet. I am a professor here. I have every right to be everywhere on campus. You cannot place people that support Hamas on campus and me, a professor, not go on campus. Let me in now. We're not gonna let
I love that part. Let me in now.
I'm allowed to be on campus and harass the students who
listen, I can take as many pictures of students in the library as I want.
It's so wild to say this about Columbia campus once again. Like they sent in the anti-terrorism squad to like pack up a bunch of students that were brave enough to fucking protest against the Israeli genocide and Columbia's participation.
I mean, you're not allowed to protest on Columbia's campus, but they'll set up fucking mini golf on the quad, which I saw a picture of today.
Not even you're talking about the milk cartons, right?
Oh no! Well,
did you see that one? That was crazy.
Narwhal
They put
underscore
on the
by
quad.
super chatted
They put like
$12.
all the hostages
Rudyard for the gold.
because like
Rudyard. Oh my god, that's Rudyard that's W Rudyard. Chat, W Rudyard. W Rudyard. No way. No freaking way. Rudyard. Wait, somewhere I've got this open already, don't I? Here we go.
In our society, we treat anthropology as a field that is applied to other cultures. When we think of anthropologists, we imagine them in the Congo or New.
We never imagine an anthropologist as a mush-mouthed YouTuber, king of the incels, but
Guinea, studying tribal.
What if Alt Hist is going to do anthropology?
The field we use to study our own societies is sociology, which I think all reasonable people can agree has become leftist propaganda. Go to the sociology section of the bookstore and try to find a single non-leftist book. And sociology departments at universities are literally.
Hey, how about right-wingers try to engage with sociology? Right? There you go. There you go. There's your reason.
99% left-leaning. What this means is that our society very rarely critically analyzes what's going on inside our own.
I mean, there is like sociology that is specific to criminal justice, right? There is conservative sociology, so to speak.
Culture in an honest way. Instead, it's always done for politically biased reasons. That makes me sad, since I think there's actually really a lot that's going on today, and it's one of the most interesting events in history, while we're going through some of the most rapid social changes ever.
And he likes the same dude that Ana Kasparian likes, this John Haidt guy. Look at this. Righteous mind, coddling of the American mind.
It would be super cool if we had more of an honest intellectual industry that.
Oh shit, Dave Graeber is on there. What?
Broke down the culture of our society. For example, I've always been looking for.
Does bro even know what he's reading?
For a book on nerd or gamer culture, since as of now, I know I can't write that. At the same time, I think there's a lot to unpack on that topic. I sometimes like to pick topics that seem objectively silly and then break them down to the actually important symbolism. I did this with NPCs and incels already. Now I'm going to do so with Karens. For those who don't know, Karen is a term for an annoying middle-aged lady who's entitled. The kind of person who goes.
You know, I feel like you took the wrong... See, the thing is that, like, some people will claim that Karen is a slur. I don't think that's true, but I have seen right-wingers use Karen essentially devoid of its meaning. What is a Karen? Right, there's kind of two aspects to this, right? One aspect is, you know, like a white woman that uses her power, her perceived vulnerability, and her tears in order to hurt a non-white person in a you know, in some sort of social confrontation. And the second is the lady that tries to get something out of a minimum wage worker with the threat of, you know, threatening their income, with the threat of going to their manager, right? And sometimes those two have a crossover, right? Sometimes it is, you know, sometimes it is both instead of either or. But I feel like this is what, like, Rudyard has gotten out of this idea of Karen. It's an annoying woman with a haircut I don't like, who has politics I don't like.
Goes to a restaurant and dislikes the service, demanding to speak to the manager. Alternately, the kind of person who calls the police on her neighbor's children playing outside. The thing, though, is that oftentimes silly things show and demonstrate important or meaningful threads. I argue that this is the case with the Karens. I actually think the Karens are a symbolic of a social trend that is destroying Western civilization. That's a pretty reckless claim, but watch the video to see me back it up.
Are you ready, chat? I'm gonna try to sing it again, okay? What if alt hist? What if alt hist? What if alt hist? What if alt hist?
Certain
I
aspects
can't do
of
it.
society seem silly even when we encounter them
I can't do the metal voice.
on a daily basis, and others totally normal even when they're insane. Debt is insane, and getting rid of debt can be incredibly difficult. But with
Is this the this is the sponsor.
you can find
Yup.
the best way to your
Oh my god.
37.
Some of these debt companies are fairly predatory. So, you know, dude may be just literally cannibalizing his viewership.
Part 1, Wisdom from the Past. A video I've been thinking about making for a second is how I think that we were on the verge of an intellectual breakthrough that didn't happen. One of the most important themes of my channel is looking to see the patterns in history in order to try to figure out underlying principles under which it operates. Almost all of the important authors of that field wrote around the time of the World Wars a century ago. This includes Amaury de Riencourt, Spengler, Carroll Quigley, Will Durant, Arnold Toynbee, or William McNeill. The idea of trying to figure out the underlying principles of history was gaining traction as a field around the time of the World Wars. Then in the 1960s, with the social changes associated with that decade, the idea of using history to understand the world became taboo. All of the authors in this field, barring Fabry and I, who are very recent, are non-Western authors, like Azar Ghali.
Wait, you just made yourself an author, bro? Wait, what?
To understand the world became taboo.
Did he write a book or something? Did he write an ebook?
All of the authors in this field, barring Fabry and I...
Wait, are you putting yourself in the field of anthropology as a writer?
Who are very recent, are non-Western
What?
authors, like Azar Ghali, Yuval Noah Harari, or Peter Turchin, since in the West we had to throw away the shackles of the past to reach a new utopia. One of the most important points is that from all of those authors a century ago, and keep in mind the sheer neurological power of putting all these thinkers together is something ludicrously advanced, is they all agreed that the most dangerous thing in the world was the rise of bureaucracy.
I'm starting to notice bro kind of makes like the same video essay over and over again. Now, obviously he doesn't. He's got different walls of text. He's got some different stock footage, but it's kind of the same fucking video essay.
Keep in mind, these were people who lived through the world wars. They all agreed that even more so than those giant wars, the Soviets or the Nazis, that the rise of the bureaucracy was the factor that put Western and global civilization in the most danger. They agreed about
I strongly feel like sometimes when I'm watching a What If Alt Hist video essay, I really do feel like I am dealing with AI.
Studied the factors that result in civilizational entropy. Every civilization eventually stagnates or declines. Thus, it makes sense for a historian to try to look for the factors which could possibly precipitate that, since it's effectively a natural law that your society will decline at some point. They all agreed that the bureaucracy, since it naturally
Oh god,
up resources.
his maps, right? It's the same maps too. And then this thing, he always shows this.
Every effectively a natural law that your society will decline at some point, eventually destroying the entire society and Western civilization. These authors all agreed that the destruction of the bureaucracy in the post-World War II period was the most important thing that the society had to do now. For a frame of reference, these authors got a lot right. Amaury de Riencourt predicted the direction modern feminism took, as well as the trans movement. Carroll Quigley predicted the collapse of the Soviet Union, the decline of hippie values with the baby boomer generation, and ironically he predicted the rise of a new religion in the 21st century. He, alongside many other authors, predicted imminent population collapse and decadence. And On top of that, Spengler predicted in the 21st century it would be an era of nihilism.
Wait. Oswald Spengler. Why does that name sound so fucking familiar? Is this a racist dude? I feel like I've heard of Spengler before.
Caesarism developing. Then, on top of that, you would see population collapses as people would move to the countryside to escape the mechanical and sterile nature of that society. And so these authors weren't idiots. This is since the era around which these authors were writing had the managerial revolution, or a profound...
You know, maybe it's not AI. Maybe what it is that there's, like, it's modular. Like, there's a lot of movable pieces, right? There's a lot of his video essays that are like, a lot of the lines in his video essays are like almost interchangeable with lines in other video essays. And so that's like whole, like, you know, he always says, and then move to the country. Like, it's almost like same authors, same explanations. Like, I wonder, if he wanted to, he could just cut that video from the last video essay and just, like, you know, put it in there. Just cut and paste.
Sociological change in which the world's ruling class shifted from aristocrats or business moguls to college-educated bureaucrats. This is since the growths in population, urbanization, or generally scale alongside the governments needed to manage the world's wars meant that you needed to have large bureaucracies in order to manage just the sheer size of modern society. The reason I'm bringing all of this up is there are constantly a million different trajectories that societies can take at any given moment.
Probably says he authored a review of his local Starbucks about how the woman behind the counter didn't give him her number.
Alternately, the human mind experiences a million different emotions on a monthly basis. The emotions that a society chooses to take seriously relate to its social structure and self-interest. For example, as a man, there are points where I've definitely wanted to murder someone, where I feel a kind of rage at someone pissing me off. Our society doesn't honor this at all, in that it's kind of taboo to even say that, even though I think it's an emotion most men experience. When people say men should express their emotions, they don't mean that way. That being said, there are eras of history where if someone insulted me and felt enraged, that I would legally be allowed to kill them on the spot.
Or to be killed by them.
Thus, that
more likely
expression of emotion is valid and socially sanctioned. An argument I will make in this video is that people with the emotional state of Karens have always existed, but that in our era we choose to enable them due to the self-interest of the ruling class. In the same way that in Dark Age Europe or feudal Japan, they enabled angry young men to fight duels, since those were the kinds of people who were in charge of society. When you look at the demands Karens make, it's almost always to a bureaucracy. I like to speak to the manager. That signifies implicitly a managerial structure, and that the guy who runs the restaurant isn't a mom and pop shop who's a sole proprietor, but works for some giant company in which he's a transitory guy. This is a very important distinction since it radically changes the incentives towards Karens in ways we'll see. One of my favorite political books ever is The Leviathan and Its Enemies by
of course it is.
Samuel Francis. This book was so profound for me since as I read it, I felt like someone in the Middle Ages who just had feudalism explained to him. For someone living in the year 1300, they probably rarely thought about feudalism itself. It was just the way the world worked. We're much the same today, in which most people have no idea how our society is actually governed because they just see it as normal. Samuel Francis explained all of modern society as an attempt by the bureaucracy to keep expanding at all costs. I'm not going to get into all of this, but here's a text wall if you want to know more. This frankly deserves to be its own video at some point. He showed how every facet of society, between media, religion, politics, economy, or anything else you could possibly think of, is tailored towards the goal of the continuous expansion of the bureaucracy. The best strategy the bureaucracy developed for this was to find issues that were impossible to solve and then constantly ask for more funding to fix them. Well, ideally, in the process.
Now, when he says bureaucracy, I'm assuming he means government bureaucracy. But maybe, yeah, he's talking about HR and DEI, of course, here too. You need to put DEI employees or HR. Wait, DEI employees? Or HR, or basically secular priest bureaucrats in organizations for social protection? See, now he's bitching about college degrees being necessary for social advancement. And the thing is that his content, also he misspelled degrees, but whatever. His content explains why some gatekeeping is actually necessary, right? He has, he can wave some books in your face, but his understanding of these books is suspect. And he's just doing word salad, which to somebody less educated than him will sound impressive. And this is the fundamental grift of so many conservatives. You can see this in Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro is what a not smart person thinks a smart person should sound like. You can see this in Jordan Peterson. With Jordan Peterson, he lets his followers play like LARP as if they're having an intellectual experience when what they're just getting is warmed over Joseph Campbell. This is a lot of what right-wingers will sell their audience. So his grift, I guess, isn't that. He's just really following like more successful versions of himself. Leftism pushes against non-bureaucratic groups like traditional religion. You don't think religion is bureaucratic? Capitalism, not bureaucratic? The police, not bureaucratic? The military? Yo, come on. The military, not bureaucratic. But social workers, oh yeah, bureaucratic as fuck.
No more. This frankly deserves to be its own video at some point. Protestant capitalism is anymore. Instead, the bureaucracy picks issues like climate change, racial politics, or sexual politics, and then gradually sinks their teeth into them. The progress in these fields is never acknowledged, since that would remove the need for bureaucratic funding. If we acknowledged that we have a vast amount of overrepresentation for Black Americans due to affirmative action across media or high-ranking positions, and keep in mind, Black Americans are only 13% of the population, then the people whose job it is to push for it wouldn't be necessary anymore, so they'll never admit that. We're not going to push for nuclear power, since that would actually be a solution to climate change. Rather, we'll push for expensive green tech that won't work. We can't acknowledge that young women make more money than young men, or twice as many young women go to college than men.
Which won't work. I love this certainty that anything, like, it reminds me, it reminds me of somebody who thinks you need to eat meat to be healthy. The idea that just by the principle that you could live without something dying, it must be an inferior life. It must be inferior health. The idea that you could produce energy without utilizing fossil fuels and putting carbon and methane into the atmosphere must therefore mean, like, these forms of energy must be inferior. They must be unworkable, right? Just by, like, do you have this idea that something fucking needs to bleed for shit to work, right? And like, if you're out there and you hear that and you're like, yeah, something does need to bleed, like, rewatch the part of the stream where Hasan says that you need to kill the reactionary within you. Right? That's the reactionary within you. That is like nothing more than reactionary thought. That is a bias that you may have or you may develop due to trauma.
Since that would again solve the issue, this may sound unbelievably cynical for me to say, but keep in mind this is in the direct financial interests of the people involved. Also, a lot of these people genuinely can't lose their jobs because most people in America are financially struggling. And so they can rationalize this to say that I need to keep doing this.
But yeah, the idea that nuclear power itself would be the answer to all the world's problems is kind of ridiculous. It's fairly expensive to produce.
To support my family. And if you look over history, people can get incredibly cynical.
You could say that that it's part of the solution. You could say that it contributes.
And the incentive structures line up for it, whether the Atlantic slave trade as an example, where people would buy slaves and then work them to death before buying more slaves with that money, or the genocide of the American Midwest in the Beaver Wars by the Iroquois to get cheaper beaver pelts. Here's where all of this fits in. The reason we enable the silly emotions of Karens is that every time the Karens ask for something, it involves the expansion of the bureaucracy. Your neighbor is building a shed that you can only barely see and doesn't affect your life. You complain to the HOA or local government. They get to exert power on your behalf. You don't like the food at a restaurant? You appeal to the manager. He gets to exert authority on your behalf. Someone complains that they don't like a certain racial type of Hollywood characters, then that allows the administrative systems of that film studio to exert more authority. You know, in toxic relationships, how people can play into each other's worst aspects in order to derive some sort of benefit. A husband who's in a sexless marriage he hates with a nagging wife stays with her since he wants to maintain the external appearance to his community that he's not an incel. Meanwhile, his wife, who loathes him, stays with him since they bought the house 10 years ago and prices were lower, and it's the best house she can get. Neither party is really doing the right thing, but they derive enough benefit from this crappy relationship to keep playing into each other. This is the toxic relationship between the managerial class and Karens to push the other's interests. The thing we'll get to later is that the Karens have such a good relationship with the managerial class. Since the Karens are never satisfied, they could have an amazing life, but they will find some detail to dislike, like the food not being...
Yeah, so I mean, I don't know how much he is implying the professional managerial class. This is a term that it's important to be aware of because, yeah, people in the professional managerial class tend to have the illusion that they are part of the capital class, despite the fact that they do not fulfill the fundamental requirement of being bourgeois and are looked down on by people who do. But yeah, because these are some of the best jobs because they come with perk, because they come with a sense of power and purpose and dignity. They're often confused, including by the member of the professional managerial class themselves, with being, they definitely get their. They develop a class consciousness that is more in line, I guess, with but at the same time, like, and oftentimes, like, somebody in the professional managerial class is like who you can see. The actual capitalist, you never see. They are hidden away in gated communities. They are behind walls. They are inaccessible. And so these are, this class, the PMC is like the representative, becomes like the since it's the highest class that's visible to us, it becomes the representative. You're gonna see like I said, some definite entitlement and a lot of support for capitalism and the capitalist class and the institutions from the PMC, but you're also going to see a lot of people demonize them as if they were the, the big bad. And, this is the province of Infrared Haas, for instance.
Warm enough, or low-cost housing being built a few miles from them. It's so bizarre that this demographic, or upper-middle-class women, are probably the most privileged demographic in history.
You're missing it. You're missing it so hard.
But at the same time, they find so much to be resentful about. This is wonderful for the bureaucracy, since it keeps on giving them cover to keep growing themselves. Something that's always shocked me is how often these great institutions cave to the demands of radical leftists. For example, how many leftist state governments let the summer of love happen? Alternately, how Columbia or NYU are appeasing their pro-Hamas protesters, or Disney caving to internet leftists who want them to be more weak. The thing is, you can just choose to not cave to demands. You can just use me as an example. I receive a metric ton of garbage thrown at me on a weekly basis due to being a public figure. That being said, I have no incentive to cave into these criticisms, so I'll happily tell you all to go to hell. Most of these far-left critics only represent something like 10% of America's population, and for multinational companies, it's some absolutely minuscule percentage of their global market. It's inside the self-interest of the managers to cave since they don't own the business. For me in this YouTube channel,
Do you see how much he's letting capitalists off the hook?
Generally invested in the quality of the channel since my life depends on the output.
Oh my god. There is no quality in this channel.
That being said, if you're a branch manager,
you are like a sandwich artist is like doing more art than you do.
McDonald's, your only incentive is to not start a fight. So yes, you will cave to these ridiculous demands just to make your life easier. Bureaucracies also get involved in cover-your-ass battles in which no one wants to be held accountable for negative choices. One of those brilliant things I've ever read about politics is from Leviathan and Its Enemies, where Samuel Francis said, a very tremendous amount of the left is driven off how the managerial class started to manage the companies that the 19th century bourgeoisie founded, and there's always this undercurrent of resentment for the managers having to manage these companies that they themselves did not create. And you could view the entirety of the managerial class as just resentment at the bourgeoisie, and even more so the earlier aristocracy, and the desire to destroy.
We're going to see some of this displacement of blame from the owners to the managers when it comes to video games from none other than Andy Pants Gaming. I guess maybe this is a common theme.
Destroy them and their world at all costs. The managerial class wants to cave to these demands since it pushes the self-interest of the managers. People talk about how the deep state has more influence on policy than the presidents, and I think that's basically true. In that you see an anti-deep state president like Trump show up, but
oh my god,
a lot of the same bad stuff, even though he directly said he didn't want to. This happens since the president will only be there for 4 to 8 years, while these deep state interests are there.
And that's why these assholes want a monarchy, and they don't even mean a monarchy. What they mean is they want to run everything like a business, not any business, but like a Silicon Valley startup, right? Where you've got a all-powerful CEO who, owns enough stock to control the board and therefore is, a unitary executive. They want the president to be like that, and they want someone like fucking JD Vance as that president.
Thus, they've been able to needle their power and interests for a very long time. There's a wonderful British show called The Yes Minister about this. The plot follows government bureaucrats who try to stop the elected politician from accomplishing anything. It's very funny. If you look at Disney, they have stopped making movies that anyone wants to watch, given the people who actually make good content tend to be creatives. Creatives are unpredictable, and the exact opposite kind of people as the managerial class. They don't want to show up at 9 a.m. in the morning. They often go past deadlines and think procedure is retarded. Thus, the managers hate them. The creatives come and go, but the managerial class remains. What happens at a company like Disney is that the managers gradually squeeze out the creatives, since the managers don't get replaced and there is no counterforce against managerial bloat. Keep in mind the managers don't really make any money whether or not the company does well or poorly, since they're salaried. This is why we have Terminator 13, because their incentive is to make something predictable that they know will make some money rather than anything good. Thus, the incentive for the managerial class is to push DEI stuff, which allows more managers to manage the DEI stuff at the expense of actually making good movies.
DEI stuff.
Financial reward for that. Also, managers have largely never been held responsible for anything serious in their lives. Thus, they have no concept of the sorts of things that result in companies surviving or doing well. Thus, they will kill the organization without knowing why. This is how so many organizations across the Western world.
I wonder if he realizes that using the same stock footage in his videos, like this, it just doesn't seem like a good idea. Like, it seems like what it's likely to do is make people feel like they've already seen the video that they're watching before, even if they haven't. It feels like this would hurt his watch time.
Whether media, education,
with the exact same stock footage.
Pop culture, the government bureaucracy, and so many more have been killed by DEI. Since the managerial class just wants to grow their numbers and they don't care about the survival of the organism.
They want to grow their numbers?
For a brief shameless plug, you guys should check out my second part.
Or not.
Or the Vikings. If you want to learn age and history in many ways. If you understood the complexity of the chips that go into the device you're currently watching this video on, you would see that on a technical basis, our society is ludicrously impressive. That being said, we are the most profoundly stupid age in history in other ways. For example, how we think men and women are the same, how we think we can infinitely print money with no consequences, and especially so, as I alluded to before, how we are so willfully blind to the nature of gender relations. From studies, we've found men and women are equally aggressive. It's just that for men, this aggression is externalized into war, and for women, into relationships. We all know from high school, or even dating today, how women will get involved in incredibly petty or cruel drama. This is since on an evolutionary...
Wait, what is this from? Is this Mean Girls?
...basis, women benefit from doing this, and it increases their reproductive success. GSR is a term for female relational warfare, or gossiping, shaming, and rallying. Other aspects of female relational warfare are envy, crabs in the bucket mindset, hyperconsumption, undermining, free riding, magical thinking, mate suppression, giving bad advice, and more. All of this largely happens covertly in that women will never admit their aggression, but they continue to push these under the surface, normally using various ideologies as rationalizations to provide cover. One of the most important parts of female nature stems from their fundamental insecurity. In the state of nature, women can't defend themselves against men due to their physical weakness. This is also combined with all human societies being patriarchies, in which men...
Meanwhile, this video is neither petty nor cruel.
...hold the positions of power. Thus, toxic femininity will try to use every hook or crook as a way to get even with men. This includes verbal ability...
Wait, I do know where fetch came from. I just can't remember what it looks like. I think I've seen it like once. Mean Girls, that is.
Using sexuality as leverage, resource accumulation, or working together as a group. A point I want to make explicitly clear as a way of getting around Naxalt, or not all X are like that, is that I'm talking about the feminine, not women. There are certain traits associated with masculinity and femininity. In general, about 15% of men are more feminine and 15% of women are more masculine. There are women who have more masculine-like psychologies. I'm speaking in demographic generalities here. The second is that this is explicitly about toxic femininity or toxic masculinity. There's this whole mental school in the red pill that toxic masculinity doesn't exist. This is an argument from definition, something I hate and I would ban if I was dictator. There definitely is toxic masculinity, in that men are toxic in ways that women aren't, in that men will burn villages down, rob, or turn women into sex slaves. The reality, though, is that almost none of that happens anymore in the modern West, and we are the society with the least of these behaviors ever. In almost all cases, when feminists talk about toxic masculinity, they're projecting how toxic femininity acts. I remember there was this case in the Canadian Parliament where they were complaining about a guy angrily bumping into another guy being a sign of toxic masculinity. Toxic masculinity would be challenging the other guy to the duel. I don't think toxic masculinity even processes that as a choice, but that is how toxic femininity acts. I'm describing toxic feminine behavior here. Not all women act like this, and like all humans, women exist on a gradation from toxic to healthy. There is also the healthy feminine, which is loving, inspiring, optimistic, honest, nice, and humble. When I'm talking here, I'm not insulting all women, rather criticizing a sub-demographic. In the same way, I talk about violent crime statistics, I'm criticizing a sub-demographic of toxic men. The fact, though, that any criticism of women, even explicitly toxic women, is treated as misogynistic in our society is very telling about our social structure, in my opinion at least. One of my good friends and the co-host of my former podcast, Common Ground, Dave Hamilton, wrote a book on dating called The Nice Guy's Guide to Dating. It's very good. He developed Hamilton's law of female dominance, or the idea that women will push the boundaries in relationships as far as they can until they get enforced. If you have a relationship with a woman besides your mother, this is kind of obvious. The reason your girlfriend or wife doesn't like you hanging out with your friends, that the towel in the bathroom doesn't match the carpet, or expects you to say feminist talking points like that men are trash, is since she's trying to test to see what your boundaries are. It's a way of testing you. This is called a shit test. My favorite video by my good friend Homath is called Who's a 10? It's about—
Oh god, my good friend Homath. Chat, we've watched one Homath video.
Women are as attractive as
long time ago.
Could possibly be. The thing—
yeah, this is the essence of Homath right here. These little drawings.
The thing is that they know this is stupid, and they know that we know that this is stupid. The reality is that the reason they make this silly claim is that by saying every woman is a 10 gives women of all levels of attractiveness a positional advantage in negotiating with men. I'd say that feminism is this on a macro international scale, in which feminism is a framework through which women can more effectively negotiate with men. What this demonstrates is that toxic—
You don't get it. Every woman is a 10 is another way of saying that people aren't numbers. And you're a fucking weirdo for trying to make them into numbers.
Femininity will pick symbolic issues that aren't actually about the underlying point. This is one of the most important things to understand when you're arguing with women, that in most cases the thing they're arguing about is not the actual problem. For example, if your girlfriend picks some inane detail to argue over, the reality—
What is this, pseudoscience? This motherfucker thinks he's doing anthropology.
Is that she probably doesn't respect you and is
It's not just a pseudoscience, it's a pseudo-social science.
If your girlfriend doesn't like you watching porn, she probably doesn't actually care about porn per se on a moral basis. She just wants to maintain a sexual monopoly over you. Women generally see the world through emotional states and men largely through physical states. You can see this in everything each of the sexes do. When men write stories, they write about the plot or the things that happen, and women write out the internal emotional states of the characters involved. When something happens, most women will immediately think about how it makes them feel, and men what physically happened. When women talk about their problems, they largely want sympathy, and men want solutions. Thus, with toxic women, they play power games that try to get people to enforce their emotional states. Ironically, they try to get people to accept absurdities as a way to demonstrate their power. When a woman expects you to bend reality for her emotions, this is what's happening.
In Sellian sociology, yeah.
For example, if you criticize her and say that she hasn't been emotionally sensitive to your needs lately, then she goes on a rant about how she's only been doing that since you're toxic and controlling and thus deserve it. What she's subconsciously trying to do is to get you to submit to her, to put her needs before yours. Christianity says that the greatest sin is pride, and I think that's one of the most profound truths that has ever been discovered in history. The most toxic element of male and female psychology is pride in differing ways. For men, it's the idea of total dominance. The Nazis wanting to genocide Eastern Europe for their own Lebensraum. For women, it's getting something from
What?
Toxic femininity gets off on the idea of not being.
Women are like Nazi Germany. Okay. But also this guy, I feel like this guy low-key likes and admires Nazi Germany.
Being held to standards while getting whatever they want. A girl who's so hot she doesn't have to do anything for men, and they will still buy her vacations, cars, or obsess over her. Men generally want power directly, women indirectly. If you went back to the conditions humans evolved in, and this is still really true today, power comes from a spear tip or the muzzle of a gun. Those are both used by men, and thus society is a patriarchy. Thus, for women, their aim is to have men who obsess over them and will defend them since they can't protect themselves. Under all these explanations, the Karen making the ridiculous ask is a form of power play.
Okay, there we go. Finally, we're back to the Karen.
About her neighbor's kids running a lemonade stand, the salmon ceviche not having the right gluten-free sauce, or a movie not having enough black people, it's really a feminine dominance game. Can I make other people accept my absurdities against their own best interests? To tie this back to the earlier section, the reason the bureaucracy plays into this is that since this toxic power will keep pushing until it gets stopped. And that's perfect for the bureaucracy. The bureaucracy wants to have infinite demands, since that way it'll never not be needed. I've said before in multiple videos,
somebody hurt me and now it's everyone's problem.
Why the left in our society in general caters to women. How any criticism of a woman will get you tarred and feathered as sexist. How women can abort.
Or maybe that you can't criticize that you yourself are lacking the ability to criticize a woman without being toxic and sexist.
Babies. If they don't like a hookup, they can say the man assaulted them. They don't have to sleep with their husbands. They aren't expected to be nice, chaste, or have children, or be respectful. There is literally no place where you can hold a woman to any standard. The reasoning for this is the bureaucracy and women have mutual self-interests. From the bureaucracy's side of things, women are more submissive, agreeable, social.
Oh, I get it. So the bureaucracy is like the snake and the woman is like Eve. There we go.
And generally make easier cogs in the machine.
The mutual interest is the fruit.
Real civilization. There is no point where you push women too far and they fight back. Meanwhile, for men, there is. Secondly, on women's side, the bureaucracy has liberated women from men. They don't need to supply them with resources or to physically protect them. After millennia, women no longer need to please men to survive. The reason our society has vilified Karens is twofold, or why their obnoxiousness has gotten so extreme that it's become a cultural meme. The irony is that Karens are the only demographic of women who the left is comfortable making fun of. This is probably since Karens are coded as white and upper or middle class. The first is that when a girl is young and attractive, we just put up with this ridiculousness. If a hot girl acts like a Karen, society respects it a little more, since there's this sense that she's attractive enough that people are willing to put up with her behavior. Karens, ironically, after growing older and less attractive, think they can still do these kinds of behaviors, and I think so as a form of coping with losing their looks. The disjoint between their expectations and the reality becomes jarring. The second thing is that the name Karen peaked in popularity in the 50s and 60s, making this generation part of the end of the baby boomers.
Yo,
boomers themselves have
can we look at that for Irene?
A reputation for entitlement, which I assume...
Do you have like a graph for names?
I made a video on the baby boomers here. The boomers are also by far the least liked generation. For baby boomer women, their entire lives have involved women getting more influence. They were growing up when the second wave of feminism was rising. Then, since that point, women gradually were liberalized compared to men. Over that time, the society has lost any protections against toxic femininity, and the value of female sexuality has increased. What this means is that they have no frame of reference for someone even holding toxic femininity in check. Part 3. Ignorance. An ironic thing is that the thing I dislike the most about the Karens is probably not what you'd expect. It's that they propound such a banal and meaningless worldview. The things they care about are so stupid and irrelevant. I don't want to live in a world in which we spend our lives worrying about the exact kind of granite your kitchen countertop is. I've nearly died 4 times. Each time I've come back thinking, what do I actually want out of life? The conclusion I've come to each time is not that. It always shocks me that people's lives are consumed by such complete minutia, and when they're on their deathbeds, there's no chance they'll care about that. The thing is that everyone in our society is expected to play along with this game. I've had to do so my entire life, and I'm just tired of it. In our culture, you have to focus on money, sex, the culture war, or materialism. Doing anything else is cringe. Philosophy, history, religion, ethnicity, art, culture, anthropology, and the other profound things that people look back upon centuries later are all taboo or hopelessly pretentious in our culture. Anyone who talks about meaning or deeper questions is mocked by the Karens. This is why we're living in a society that's literally committing suicide, publicly. It's purposely doing degrowth, importing immigrants for the express purpose of replacing the native population, printing the most money of any era in history, the birth rate is crashing, and nihilism is the state church. However, if you bring these up, you're hopelessly uncool. You should just shut up, work, and consume product.
Always with that fucking stock footage.
The people I blame the most for this are the Karens. The reason I say that is that the Karens' goals are petty status competitions and hyperconsumption. Anything that takes away from that goes against their goals. If America was worried about China as a potential geopolitical threat, or if people wanted to build a beautiful cathedral in their town, or even try to build low-cost housing, the Karens would mock that since it would take away from their...
Yeah, wait, what does that mean? What is Goodnight Irene? What is that? What is it even? What is that from? What does that mean?
Power. Whenever we try to accomplish things, the Karens try to either use social stigma or regulations to stop it. The reason those historians before said the bureaucracy was so worrying was that it would cut down any growth out of envy. The reason technological innovation, especially in Europe, has crashed since the World Wars is due to regulation. The only fields where there really are social mobility for young men are content creating or technology, since they're the only fields that aren't regulated. I see this all the time with Karens, almost all hating Elon Musk, since he's a great man.
He's a great man!
Whether or not you like or dislike him, he is doing great things with good motivations.
I mean, he's really a good con man. He's really good at, like, fucking tricking people into like you into thinking that he knows what he's fucking talking about. And he's not just some fucking child of privilege that has taken credit all his life for other people's accomplishments.
Karens hate Alexander the Great and make fun of Napoleons. They are envious and nihilistic forces upon the world.
What?
I remember when I hiked the Appalachian Trail at age 18, where I walked 600 miles alone, and there were many middle-aged women from my hometown, or Karens who were criticizing me for doing so.
What? What?
There was almost no substance to these criticisms, alleging it was weird somehow without actually explaining why it was weird.
Wait, I'm sorry. They were saying it was weird for him to walk the Appalachian Trail alone? I mean, maybe it is. Don't most people try to go with other people? Like, that it's safer that way? It's,
The irony is that a teenage man...
Am I wrong about this, chat? Like, for hikes and stuff like that, are there a lot of people that do solo hikes?
Trying to make himself stronger through going on an adventure like that is a universal positive. No one's getting hurt and he's making himself better.
Well, the whole thing that's silly about it, right, is that if something happened to you where you were incapacitated and you're by yourself, you might be unable to call for help. You might be dependent on somebody finding you. Whereas if you've got one or two other people with you, then you're, even if something, bad does happen to you, then, you maybe could get help.
But it does.
But I'm not sure who he's talking about, like, that had a problem with him hiking the trail or for what reason. The only thing that I find that strange about that is, like, soloing.
Stand against the longhouse. However, that's the nature of GSR. I was watching a debate.
Wait, what was GSR again? Oh no, here we go. Yeah, this is the one. If you didn't miss this debate, Ethan basically exposed Fresh and Fit as being full-on Nazis. They tried to fucking lie about it. They tried to cope. But they were literally bringing up, like, documentaries which suggest that, like, Hitler was, like, actually really great and nobody understands, right? It's just like,
from Fresh and Fit and Ethan Klein from H3 Productions. Ethan Klein was,
if he's going to defend Fresh and Fit on this one,
trying to destroy Myron's reputation by saying it was bad that he was serving underage girls water in the same type of solo cup for which he served older girls liquor with. I had to stop since it was the stupidest thing I'd ever heard. To be honest, I don't really know why 18-year-olds drinking is that bad. I did it when I was 18, as did almost all people in history, including most countries around the world today. That being said...
Yeah, 18-year-olds drinking I don't really have as much of a problem with as I have a problem with 18-year-olds drinking with Fresh and Fit. That seems like not a good idea.
Ethan was just trying to say it's icky, thus to cancel Myron through social...
Roger read Bullshit Jobs, by David Graeber and learned nothing.
Karens operate off this icky principle, which in reality just serves their self-interest. A topic which I could go off on for a very long time since I'm a Zoomer who saw the effects of this directly, is I think one of the worst things the Karens have done is helicopter parenting, where growing up, and I'm 22, I would see families where parents wouldn't let their kids walk 4 blocks alone to school, even at age 18.
I'm sorry, when you say that the Karens have done helicopter parenting, either you're saying that there's like a weird correlation between being a Karen and that style of parenting, or you are literally just calling all women of a certain age Karens. I'm not sure which.
Or were parents considered moving to the states where their children went to college so that they could follow them to college, and just absolutely insane stuff. And it's the same demographic as Karens, where they're petrified of slight minutia, but the reality is that coddling these kids so much means they're just not functional adults, and it's caused mass anxiety and social issues for Gen Z. I used to live in Mexico for 6 months, and although there are plenty of reasons why I moved back to America, and Mexico is very much not a perfect country, there are a lot of things I really loved about Mexico, and Mexico always has a very warm place in my heart. And the thing I like the most about Mexico is not everyone has a giant stick up their ass there. And so if you go to a third world country like Egypt or Thailand or South Africa, you see that the Karens have really changed the fabric of daily life in a very profound way. It's really remarkable to see how much Karenism
the Karens have
affects every single level of daily life. And a lot of it is just because the Karens don't like the idea of other people having more fun than them.
It's weird. It's almost like he's found a way to be quote-unquote woke, but in the most reactionary way possible.
And in Mexico, you have a really lively street life with people selling stuff in the street or people hanging out in the street or partying or dancing, and that's just impossible in America due to Karens shutting that stuff down.
It's the Karens shut it all down.
Alternately, I think it's absolutely insane that we're at a point where it's not normal for kids to play outside.
Yeah, what does he think of the border? Good question.
Which is just something that the rest of history would totally take for granted, because Karens will call the police on other people's kids playing outside.
Are we sure that the Karens aren't just him?
As a Zoomer,
when do we find out about the secret Karen meetup? This must be on the dark net somewhere. Yeah.
I watch older TV shows and older movies, and it's so obvious that we used to be a much
What is this video? It's What If Alt Hist, the Anthropology of Karens.
happier and a much looser society. Back in the day, after work, guys would head to the bar together and hang out. That doesn't really happen anymore.
Thanks to Karen. The Karen stopped it.
Lives don't like them doing that.
The Marge Simpson stopped the Homer from doing that. Yes. Lenny and Mo are like, where's Homer at? I haven't seen Homer in a long time.
Movies like Jackass or
Mo,
Ferris Bueller's Day Off, and those movies would never get made today because the Karens hate people having reckless fun. And I think it's just destroyed our entire society. The thing our society shames people for versus the things it doesn't shame people for are so ludicrous. If a young man starts a stamp collection, he's going to be ruthlessly mocked.
Really? Is that true?
The thing is
that true? Where does he get? Is this true?
It's not hurting anyone, and it's way better than being a
Wait, who's mocking stamp collectors?
criminal or so many
It's not the most it's a pretty antiquated hobby, but whatever. I mean, somebody's got to collect stamps.
Ironically, we will mock a young man for reading history or philosophy and trying to understand the world more so than him just going to the club and partying like a degenerate, even though the first two things
Wait, look at those
objectively better for him as an individual and society. At the same time, our society apologizes for literal criminals. We enable prepubescent children to have life-changing surgeries with no guidance.
Like Tekashi 6ix9ine? What?
We let teachers and students dress up as furries.
What? We let teachers and students dress up as furries? What? Wait, as opposed to what? Banning furries? As opposed to banning, like... What, like, if you're gonna ban furries, like, how are you gonna ban I mean, oh my god. Yeah, you can do costumes if you want, just don't be an animal, okay? We don't want any furries, okay?
How come the guy who has the stamp collection gets mocked, but not
the furry?
Not the kid in the furry suit.
But not the furry!
This is since for Karens, they envy the first since he actually has interests and does stuff. Meanwhile, they pity the furry.
Wait, the furry has interest. The furry very much has interests. The furry very much does stuff. If you know furries, they're doing stuff all the time. Furries are they don't have a problem doing stuff. They're doing a lot of stuff. Buffy Geek, thank you for the gifted sub to Manic Mermaid Ash. Manic Mermaid Ash, you just got weaseled.
And feel good about how superior they are to him.
Yeah, the furries are superior, sorry.
This is why women give each other purposely bad advice, like, be promiscuous, gain weight.
That's what we say to each other, yes. Be promiscuous, gain weight. If you can have sex while you're eating, it's even better.
Be annoying.
Be ugly, yes, that's what I always tell my girlfriends, is be ugly, be annoying.
Respectful. Or be a lesbian.
Or be a lesbian. If that doesn't work for you, you can be a lesbian. That's cool too. That's okay too.
Moving competition. I'm so tired of going to restaurants where the waiter asks me if I want a lemon with my iced tea. In what universe?
Wait, what? Would
I possibly care? The reason.
What? I mean, in a universe where some people don't like lemon with their iced tea and some people do. That's this universe. This one right here. What is the... In what is it? C-137. Yeah, in this universe, C-137. That's where.
When they do that, though, is that there are Karens who would get worked up about that. Meanwhile, I'll bring up the fact that at current trends, the world's population...
The gay agenda, lemons in tea. Yo, I thought the gay agenda was secretly, like, slipping extra lemon seeds into the iced teas of people with MAGA hats, right?
is about to totally plummet, while our currency is on the brink of total collapse.
Until they start to suspect that there's a absurdly high ratio of lemon seeds to lemon slices in their tea.
And breakdown, and then I get mocked for being a doomer. Our society is insane in that we obsess over useless.
No, you're a weirdo, and you are reacting to people's normal reaction at your weirdness as if that itself is weird. When in fact, you yourself are weird.
Ignoring the reality of the universe or the things that really matter.
You might say I'm a doomer.
Take pride in their ignorance and treat it as a virtue.
But I'm not the only one.
Growing up, I heard way too many of, I'm not some fancy schmancy blank. It's a demographic that takes pride.
Who says fancy schmancy?
Not knowing anything.
It sounds like Sam Cedar would say that.
About a political topic, but then forcing you to agree with them. They take pride in not knowing classical literature and mocking anyone who does.
What?
Karens don't like...
You really have got some shame from like people's imagined perceptions of you that I really don't think exist. I don't think anybody's shaming, oh, you know classical literature. Ha 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 ha. Look at this guy. Look at this guy in his classical literature. He doesn't know that he should be going to a furry con instead.
French food. They prefer sliders since it's not complicated. Karens don't like...
Karens love sliders, what?
Neoclassical architecture. They prefer McMansions.
Karens love some McMansions are Karen's fault, yeah.
Want a movie about the struggles of the modern working man. They want Terminator 13.
What? What is Terminator 13 and why does he hate it so much? Capitalism says take some candy. Socialism says starve and don't have any candy at all.
They're driven by envy and hate anything that would force them to improve or even think about improving.
What?
One of the Nazi ministers, either Goebbels or Goering, I can't remember.
You gotta keep your Goebbels and your Goering straight.
Wrote an essay about a group in Nazi Germany who tried to use Nazi values as a way to get rid of nice things. They would complain about attractive girls being used in advertisements, neighbors having loud parties, and that kind of stuff.
He's trying to hypothesize a Nazi Karen that existed, and it was the real reason that the Nazi Germany would have been fine if it wasn't for the goddamn Karens.
The Nazi writer said that these people were just busybodies who didn't like that other people could have more fun than them. He said that this was completely antithetical to...
I don't want to know what a Nazi looks at as fun. It's probably not good.
The Karens in an earlier society which didn't enable them. Karens are the same demographic as what the witches were 400...
Wait, what? Is he praising the Nazis for not enabling Karens? Is that what we're getting from this?
They're women whose children are often out of the picture and don't have much else going on. When they were talking about witches, these were supposed to be women who consorted with the devil to bring chaos on the world. If you want to extrapolate the symbolism out of this, it's people motivated by envy and hatred of life who try to drag society down through nihilism. Isn't it ironic that the era which has enabled Karens the most is the era of history, which is also committing suicide as a civilization from nihilism? In the long term, Karens can't be around for much longer. They're just fundamentally too silly. Only a stupidly wealthy society can afford to have Karens. They're also propelled by the managerial class who is basically doing everything they can to wipe themselves out. As life gets harder, people will get slapped in the face by reality. That will make them respect the more primal, meaningful elements of reality, not whether or not their chair has a drink rest. Good riddance, if you ask me. There will come a point where we'll have to explain what Karens were to our grandkids, and we'll have to say, you know, things were different back then.
Ah, how? Karens don't happen under capitalism. Nice. Definitely not. Said the guy who is, of course, not silly at all. That's true. All right, chat. Well, that was fun. That was fun. We hit the sub goal after all. I'm gonna start. Chat. Look, here's the deal. I feel like I haven't been trying that much, and I need to. I want to get bigger. I want to make the community bigger, and I want to get to a place where, you know, I am not quite as much of a starving artist as I am right now, although I do appreciate the fact that I'm getting to do something that I love, and that's something that not a lot of people get. So, but in that, I'm gonna try harder on Twitch. I'm gonna try harder on YouTube. Let's try harder right now by raiding in. I don't usually do this because it's too much work to be bothered to raid, but let's raid into here. Let me make sure that they're still streaming. Looks like they are. All right, we're gonna raid into Echoplex Media. Go say hi for me, if you will, on Twitch. I am supposed to go on their channel at some point. I think we talked about this. Oh, that's the other thing, is I should go on other people's streams. Yeah, that's trying harder. I haven't been trying. I've just been streaming, and it's actually worked out pretty well. And I feel a lot of support. I feel a lot of appreciation. And I feel like, yeah, I could feel like it's time, chat. I feel like it's time. So don't be surprised if you see me making videos on stream, because we need to get some videos out if I ever have time. And then diversifying too, because right, I know that politics is probably going to be less interesting a little bit after the election. So anyway, I have too many thoughts and not enough time to tell them to you, but I'll try to talk about it more tomorrow. And we're up, chat. That's all I have to say. Thank you for the support, everyone. Oh yeah, I gotta do the thing. I gotta shout out Patreon. See what I mean by trying? Like, let's do the good thing. Shout out Patreon. Patreon, I am dependent on you sometimes to keep the lights on. I appreciate you supporting me. You can support me over at Patreon in a variety of different ways at a $3 level to get access to the videos that I make before they come out in an unedited and uncensored sort of format. There's a $5 tier where you get a fancy shout out. Speaking of which, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Funky Monkey, shouts out to Moe Noip, shouts out to Just Julie, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to JR, shouts out to Good for Gabby, and fancy shouts out to Zerazerix and Omega Star. And yeah, and thank you to everybody who supports me on Patreon. Thank you to Thumb Gang, everybody who hits that like. I appreciate you. Don't think that you have to support me in a monetary way if you cannot afford to do so. I appreciate your thumbs too. Thumbs are important. Thumbs are powerful. And if we put all our thumbs together, we'll eventually thumb wrestle the algorithm into submission and force my content out to a much larger audience. And thank you to mods who keep us safe. And thank you for all you do to keep the cat. Keep the cat? Keep the cat? I'm gonna keep a cat if I can. That's what I mean, Chad. If I get bigger, I can afford to keep a cat. I just have to know that I'll be able to pay for any veterinary bills. That's the whole thing. That's my new goal. To make enough money to keep a cat and to take care of that cat, because cats deserve to be taken care of. Meow. Good night, everybody. Oh, what's up, Good for Gabby? Good for Gabby. I'm gonna give you, like, you signed up for a Patreon, and I always say I add that to the sub goal, but I'm not gonna add it to this one, right? Because this one's already done. So I'll try to add it to the next one, right? I'll remember to do that. If I don't remember, remind me. Okay, we're gonna start off with 5 on the sub goal. Thanks to Good for Gabby. So thank you, everybody, and I will see you tomorrow. Until then, good night. And meow. And meow. I want to get a kitty. I just, like, we gotta get a little bit bigger. I gotta get a little bit more, financially stable to do that, because I don't want to be in a situation where, veterinary bills are, like, untenable. And that I have been in a relationship where my partner prioritized other things. That was not good. I never want to be in that situation again. So Yeah, chat.